Okay, YouTube's good. Let me find us here. Unmute. You're good.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to get started on time here in the boardroom, and it is 9 o'clock. So if you could stand and face the south wall for the Pledge of Allegiance. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, well, good morning, everybody. On behalf of the Board of Commissioners, Commissioner Tell, Commissioner Candelaria, our County Administrator, Shaq Powers, our County Attorney, John Baxter, and myself, Larry Don Sukley, we welcome you here. So, first thing we've got on the agenda is the minutes. Commissioners, have you had the opportunity to look at the minutes, and would you do you have a recommendation?
Yes, sir. I've looked at them without any corrections, so I move we accept the proceedings of the Board of Commissioners, Montezuma County, September 15th, 2020.
Second.
Motion is second to approve the proceedings of the Board of Montezuma County Commissioners for the day of September 15th, 2020. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you, Don. Yeah, thank you, man.
And then next on there, we have a presentation, feedback of a sketch plan from our planning department. So I see we have Mr. Haley, our planning director, here.
Good morning. We also
Morning.
have a
Good morning.
Mylar and a variance that was previously approved that we need signatures on. I don't know if you want to do that first and get it out of the way.
Sure.
Might as well.
All right, let me.
Your
Jane has
your
some.
part, she's
She's
behind
right
you.
behind you.
Oop, there she is.
When you work for the government, always look over your shoulder, Don.
I just need a monitor here and I'd see it. This was the Sun River subdivision up the Dolores River Valley that was previously approved for amending the subdivision and the variances. Right. Just Larry Don signs that. Thank you. Yeah. You get this one too. Yes. Alrighty. Gotta have table space.
You don't have to sign it.
Yeah, that's.
It doesn't matter. We're willing to appreciate what yeah, whatever.
Just anywhere.
Wherever you keep at it. They kind of stole your spot. Stole your thunder.
Yeah, yeah, get them on there and get them off.
That's what I think.
Yeah,
Okay.
make good sense.
It helps, doesn't it?
I'm just thinking.
Yes.
Right. Don, what we're going to do is we're going to rearrange the agenda just a little bit. We're going to go ahead and have the DAVs come up here and give their presentation. We're going to be talking about the 100th anniversary of the DAV Day proclamation. So if whoever's the spokesman, if you come up to the microphone and
And, yeah, Kim will hit that button, make sure you're on. There we go.
Usually I don't need a microphone. Okay, you want me to read the proclamation, I assume?
Sure.
Okay, by the Montezuma County Board of County Commissioners, a resolution, Disabled American Veterans Day 2020. Whereas Disabled American Veterans, DAV, was founded by World War I veterans on September 25th, 1920, and was chartered by Act of Congress on June 17, 1932. Whereas in 2020, DAV celebrates its 100 years of serving veterans of the armed forces, their families, and survivors and communities. Whereas DAV dedicated to a single purpose, empowering veterans to lead high-quality lives with respect and dignity. Whereas DAV accomplishes this by ensuring veterans and their families have access to full range of benefits available to them by fighting for their interests in America's injured heroes, and by educating the public about the needs of veterans transitioning back into civilian life. Whereas DAV provides free professional assistance to veterans and their families in obtaining benefits and services provided by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and other agencies. Whereas DAV also provides outreach concerning its programs and services to American people generally, and to disabled veterans and their families specifically. Whereas DAV represents the interests of disabled veterans, their families, their widowed spouses, their orphans before the federal government, as well as the state and local governments. Whereas DAV has fought tirelessly for equal access to critical VA caregiver benefits and services for severely disabled veterans of all generations. Whereas DAV local chapter has organized a DAV transportation network to provide free transportation for veterans to VA medical appointments, operates an active charitable service trust funding the needs of local providers assisting at-risk veterans, has built an active volunteer corps, offering thousands of hours of service to our veterans and communities, offers veterans transitioning military members and spouses access to employment through its nationwide job fair program, provides emergency assistance to veterans in need through DAV Disaster Relief Program. Whereas the DAV Department of Colorado and the 14 chapters across the state include our local Cortez Lindsay Gear Chapter 44, their unending commitment to ill and injured veterans of all generations and conflicts. Whereas Montezuma County is proud to honor the members of the Disabled American Veterans. Therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of Commissioners, Montezuma County, Colorado, that this 25th day of September 2020, we will call this Disabled American Veterans Day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Also, the DAV would like to present the commissioners for this with a challenge coin that are representing our 100th year anniversary.
Oh, well, thank you.
sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
How nice.
Really nice.
And you're all invited on September 25th. Our DAV has an outreach program on North Broadway. We will be having an open house on the 25th from 12 to 2 for the community to stop by and see what we do. Thank you very much, Commissioners.
You bet.
Thank you.
Also, by the way, just while you're still up there, I had the opportunity to go by Saturday at your stand down. Looked like it was very well attended while I was there, and I think you guys did a great job in putting that on, and I just think that the public should know that it was a well-attended event, and thank you guys for what you do.
Okay, to be honest with you, sir, the stand down was organized by the VFW,
Oh,
but
okay.
all three agencies that serve veterans in this community were participating. The VFW organized it, the DAV and the American Legion were also involved in it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I would like to make a motion that the Board of Commissioners for Montezuma County approve a resolution, Disabled American Veterans Day 2020, be approved.
Second.
Motion and a second to approve a motion by Commissioner Tell for Montezuma County Board of Commissioners to pass a resolution for Disabled American Veterans Day 2020. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 I guess I should add that day being September 25th. Yeah.
Amendment to
Sorry,
the
yeah.
motion that the September 25th is going to be Veterans Day.
Sorry about that.
Disabled Veterans. take this to them or go to Kim?
Right back to Kim and she record it. Okay.
I will tell you that this board stands behind your RV park there at the American Legion, so if there's any way that in the future, anything we can do to help you somehow get that passed, we'd be more than welcome to do that for you.
Can we speak about it in the microphone?
Yes, sir, come on up.
Scott Magnus, Commander U-Boat in Post 75. Reside at 320 North Harrison for the post. And my residence is 12428 Road 23, Cortez. Earlier this year, we opened up an RV park at the Legion grounds. We were letting the public in, but about the first part of August, the city sent us a letter saying that we were against zoning codes. The zoning codes were set in 1996, went into effect in 96, and I believe they were working on them in 95. The rodeo continued until 2005, so we were wrong to start with in the zoning to start with. A place that's been a business ever since it's been established. How they can zone it for residential, I don't know. But that was the zoning code that we were against, was we're in a residential area. So we are going to write a letter to the city council and ask for a request to get on their agenda at a city council meeting and bring it up in front of them. But I just thought I'd come and answer any questions you guys had as far as how this all materialized. We have been doing it for about 2 years. 2 years during the summer previously. And then this year, we went ahead and hung a sign on the wall, and I think that's what got the city's attention. And then supposedly they've had some complaints about it. The questions you guys had earlier about the parking at the Elks Club, from what I understand, they're grandfathered in. If we would have continued this ever since the rodeo in 2005, if we'd been doing it ever since then they couldn't have said anything to us. But there's several years there that we didn't do that. So now they can bring the zoning laws on us and tell us we can't do it. As far as the RV parking on Montezuma, I asked the city about that. It's been sitting there all summer. They said it's a licensed vehicle parked on a thoroughfare. There's other businesses in the area that were zoned business when they done the zoning, like what used to be Wilbur's Flour, and then there's a couple more right there along Montezuma. But how they can zone a honky-tonk residential, I don't know. Well, thank
Well,
you
a
for
bit
your
of
time.
advice I would give you is, usually when government doesn't want you to do anything, they have an existing law and they tell you, well, we can't do anything because that's what the existing law is. So now let me tell you the truth. The Board of Montezuma County Commissioners serve in the same capacity as the City Council, and our main job is as policy makers. So if there is a policy that doesn't work, we have the authority to change that policy, which you're fixing to see happen here with our next meeting. The City Council still has that same authority, but they use the excuse that, well, our zoning laws are this way, so we can't do it. If you have a vote of 4 of those people, they can change whatever they want. So just remember that.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you all.
Thank you, guys.
All right, at this time, we're going to start the second public hearing of the proposed changes to the county land use codes.
I think we
Kim?
have to do the sketch plan first.
Sketch plan.
I miss it?
Yeah.
Yeah, right above it, for the planning department.
Oh, at 9:10? Oh, I thought that's what we had just did.
We just did that Mylar.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, folks, jumped the gun. We're going to talk about a second public hearing for a sketch plan. Go ahead, Don.
This is Jay Cruzan representing the Faucet Company. They own a property that's just southeast of the new high school, accessed by County Road J, the extension of 7th Street. And what they have is they are proposing to do a 35 lot PUD on that 17 acres. The southeast corner of it has the Sand District sewer line that runs through there, so they can connect all those lots into that sanitation line. So Jay's here just basically to see what comments you have and any questions. Shaq, if you want to go to the next picture.
So this is just going through the PUD process that's in the current land use code as it stands right now, correct?
Correct.
So this specifically shows that less than 1 acre lots can be achieved
Right.
through the process that currently exists. Okay.
Can you minimize that down a little, Shaq, and show the whole development? So it'll have two accesses south of Road J. It will loop down, so you've got ingress egress from two areas. The yellow line there is the sanitation district's sewer line, and the whole parcel slopes towards the southwest, so it all will flow without having to do major dirt
I was
work.
going to say, that, with that being in the county, are you going to be able to tap onto the sewer sanitation line out there, so you won't be doing septics or any of that, it'll be all
That's
sewer?
correct, yeah.
That's good,
And
that's
there's plenty of
that-
capacity on that line, too.
That's a good benefit.
And the Sand District actually reaches outside of just the city's boundaries.
Sure.
It specifically south of town it does. There are several areas that it does reach outside of that
Because they have
boundary.
lines coming through those properties, yeah. That's a nice benefit,
Yeah.
yeah.
So I think the smallest lots are .24 acres. There's several .33. What's the largest lot? I think in the south,
Down on the southwest is about 2 acres.
there's about 2 acres down there bordering McElmo Creek.
Any other questions, commissioners? Any thoughts, concerns?
No, it's nice to see somebody ready to develop that direction in and around the high school and seeing some stuff go on down there. That was our whole intent with that Road J, was to get that opened up, get some more traffic and things going on the south side of Cortez, and you're stepping right in there, stepping right up. I think it's great.
Well, and being smaller lots, they'll of course be
Yeah.
affordable.
So people
and
can
easier to
afford them, yeah.
maintain.
Yeah, perfect.
I for one say move forward.
Yeah.
That's the plan.
Yeah, goes now to the planning commission and through the process. Yeah.
Yeah, we just wanted to bring that up to you, plus it kind of leads into the land use code.
Yeah,
The code doesn't have to be changed to accommodate this type of development. so
exactly. Exactly.
It's what already exists, so we can have PUDs anywhere in the county. They're all site-specific, PUD-specific, depending on what the developer wants and if it fits in that area.
This is just even better because it is close to the infrastructure. You do have the availability of the water and the sanitation there, which are two pluses. So I think that's kind of what our discussions have been, looking at this as far as the reduction in lot sizes. This makes sense, and it creates more affordable housing so that we don't price our elderly or our youth out of the community.
Right.
Give them a place to stay and hopefully find jobs and work.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, good luck with
Thank
that.
you, Jay.
Good luck.
Yeah, thanks, Jay.
Okay, now we'll go to the public hearing. Kim?
Commissioner Sukla,
Here.
Commissioner Tell,
Present.
Commissioner Candelaria,
Here.
Administrator Powers,
Here.
Attorney Baxter,
Here.
and Kim Purcell, Montezuma County Clerk and Recorder. Notice is hereby given that the Montezuma County Board of County Commissioners will hold a public hearing for review and determination of a proposed variance application and subdivision and rezoning application for an amendment to the Sun River two-lot minor subdivision Is that the wrong one? Sorry. It was the one given to me this morning, I apologize. Try this again. Notice is hereby given that the Montezuma County Board of County Commissioners will hold its second public hearing continued from 8/18/2020 for review and discussion of the revised possible changes to the county land use code. The hearing will be held Tuesday, September 22nd, 2020 at 9:10 a.m. in the Commissioners' Hearing Room, Montezuma County Administrative Offices, 109 West Main, Room 250, Cortez, Colorado. Interested persons may attend and give input or attend via the county YouTube channel and Zoom. The Zoom link is posted at the end of this notice. Information may be obtained from the Planning Office online services at https://montezuma-co.smartgovcommunity.com, public home, under other services, documents icon. You may also contact the Planning Department at 970-565-2801 with questions. Dated this 19th day of August 2020. Kim Purcell, Clerk, Board of County Commissioners, Montezuma County, Colorado, and I don't know for sure when it was published.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Purcell.
Because
Have
it was
one?
continued from August, it didn't have
Right,
to be
he's right.
republic noticed.
Just a
Yeah, so it's
continuation.
So that's second, continuing meeting. So what we're going to do here is there's 9 proposed changes. And so we're going to vote on each one, whether to change it or not, whether to move it forward or whether to scratch it. First of all, is there anybody here that is interested in any of the other changes and would like to speak on any of the other changes besides the 1 acre lot? Okay. Well, that's all right. That's how this works. So,
Just start at the top and we'll just work through them, and then we
Yeah.
can decide
Go
what
down
to
the
do
line.
as we go. Yeah.
okay, so the first change, and then Shaq's going to put it up. For those of you who haven't seen the changes, there, and I hope you can read that. It's kind of, is there a way to zoom in on the first one and then just move it down there?
There you go.
Okay.
That better?
That's good.
Okay, well, Commissioners, will open it up for discussion on the first change, item number 1, and that's to change the public notices to the area neighbors, changing the wording from adjacent to adjoining. Any discussion, Commissioners, before we open it up to the public?
I don't think I don't have any. I think this makes a lot of sense, where you're just tying the adjoining property so that that's the notification and not in the adjacent area where it's broader.
Yeah. Well, you get people that are truly unaffected by
Correct.
those changes involved in the decision-making process, which I think the.
Is there anything else that you would like to add, Don? I think
No, it's just to clear up the issue
just a
of
word.
who wants
word
to
change.
argue they're adjacent or not, because it's not defined. Adjoining is.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to open it up to public comment. If somebody would like to comment on this specific item, if you please come to the microphone, state your name and address, and then.
Good morning, gentlemen. I'm
Good morning.
Rebecca Samolsky, 31557 Road P. I do have comments on just about every one of these, so I will try to keep them succinct. As far as the adjoining, my only thought is that you should add adjoining and across any rights of way, because I'm concerned that the adjoining language is going to leave out people who are immediately across a county road or a highway, and I do think there's some impact there.
It already says that, yeah.
It already does that.
I didn't, okay, so I didn't see that in the language with changing the adjacent to the adjoining. So just making sure that that includes that. I think that's because the way the information came out, it doesn't show the clear, like, where the strike-throughs are from the old code and the new code. So it's just kind of bulleted in there as changing their wording to that. So as long as that's addressed, I think that's great. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to comment on item number 1? Seeing none, we'll close it and we'll go back to the Commissioners for a recommendation on item number 1.
I would say let's go through them all, and then we can discuss them, because I'm making notes, because if there's a strike-through that needs to be clarified, and the people haven't viewed it, then it doesn't hurt to not vote today. We could extend it another 30 days or whatever, just to make sure that those clarifications are specific on the website. I haven't looked at the website, so I don't know, but
Well-
I don't want any confusion.
I think by
just to
extending it, we are
clarify.
confusion. I think everybody's in agreement that,
Yeah, to clarify that, because this wasn't ever brought about with specific language, it was all more general conversation, ideas, reviews.
So this is just one word in that entire paragraph then, basically?
Right.
Correct.
So,
Okay.
so once you decide what you do or don't want to change and how you do or don't want to change it, we will have to go through and do the exact wording and what's being changed. And that'll have to be reviewed and commented on, and then, prior to you adopting it as a new resolution for the land use code.
Okay, so this would be just to move it forward as adjoining?
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
Because, I mean, you'd be
Okay.
you'd be
All right.
reading words and stuff all day, but
Yeah.
if you're just changing parameters and ideas right now, then we'll have to get down to the specific wording.
okay. All right, well, with that being said, then, commissioners, are we all in agreement that we should move this
Move
forward?
this forward, yeah, I agree.
We can move
Absolutely.
that one forward.
Yep.
All right, let's go to agenda item number 2, and that is in Chapter 5. There's a requirement for each parcel to have a 230-acre diameter circle for a buildable development footprint. We would like to change that to eliminating the circle requirement. Commissioners, open for discussion.
I think we've pretty much discussed this one
Yeah.
also. It's, I think originally it was to, what I've heard and what I've looked at, it was to minimize the length of lot.
So you didn't get long,
So you don't
skinny,
get
narrow-
long skinny lots.
Yeah.
However, if you can meet the setback requirements,
on your-
you should be able to put whatever you want, because they do make long skinny houses. They do make long, I mean, Victorian style houses have been around since the beginning of time, so.
On
I
25
think
acre,
this-
25-foot lots.
Correct. This,
Yeah.
this is extremely egregious, and it doesn't need to be had there. So I think as long as we meet the setback requirements, you should be good to go.
We'll open it up for public comment. If you would like to comment, please come up to the podium and state your name.
Good morning. Kelly Belt, 2726 Fairway Drive, Cortez. Along to what Mr. Candelaria said, as long as the setbacks are met, I think that 230-foot circle is kind of egregious. Setbacks are put in place just for that. So as long as you can fit that and keep the setbacks, then that's kind of an unnecessary wording to have in there. So
All right,
and
thank
that's
you,
all
Mr.
on that
Bell.
one.
And I see there was another gentleman here.
Hello, good morning. My name is Fred Ostrom, 27515 Highway 145. And I was just wondering, does the elimination of the 230 circle, is that also for Dolores River Valley? Is that for the whole county? I just needed the clarification on that to start with.
The way we're looking at it, it would be for the entire county, because, again, doing the math, that's pretty much right at an acre, right? We decided
Right,
that
right.
230-foot diameter circle was at an acre. And there are a lot of places, specifically in the Dolores River Valley, if you have a floodplain and you only have a quarter of an acre that's actually truly buildable, you actually kick yourself out of that. So it doesn't make a lot of logical sense if you have a high point and you have to move that circle to fit into a floodplain. I mean, you don't want to build in a floodplain when you have a high point, correct? So it would be for the entire county is the way I think it's been proposed.
Okay. I would wonder if it would be possible, since that was one of the guidelines that the Citizens Working Group, the Dolores River Valley, came up with. They studied it, the whole issue, pretty extensively, and went, had a number of meetings, I think 18 meetings, over, the whole land use code. And I was wondering if it would be possible to consider reducing the size of the circle instead of eliminating it, or maybe cutting out the Dolores River Valley from the portion of the county that this is going to be affecting. And part of why I'm suggesting this is the river is quite a important draw. It's part of the reason why people would want to, buy the land up the river valley. And I would be pretty concerned that they would come up with long, narrow lots that would go down to the river that would cause a lot of homes to be built close to the river. I think part of the trouble is there aren't any building permits in the river valley. And we've already seen where there have been houses and other structures against the law built right down close to the river. And a lot of the septic systems, when they go in, they're initially inspected and then they're never inspected again. And so, in case of floods or just failures of septic systems, I think that's kind of a concern. And so I just would like to ask that it would be either the Dolores River Valley taken out of the 230-foot circle removal proposal, or that it could possibly reduced in size instead of eliminated. And I understand there are setbacks, but I think even with the setbacks, it would be possible to kind of make a long, skinny lot, make a whole bunch of them along the river section and cause the river to be degraded. And I'm just very concerned about the river itself, the quality of water, quality of life. It's really important for Montezuma County. And once this change is put in place, it's going to be almost impossible to remove it. And so I'm just worried that once a house goes in, it's pretty much there for forever. And so that's my comment.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
As an added note, the minimum acreage on the Dolores River Valley is 10 acres. So to have a long skinny lot, you'd be, I don't know, clear to Norwood.
Yeah. Ain't gonna happen.
Good morning.
Good
Good
morning.
morning, everybody. My name is Carrie Summers, and I live at 38790 Road K4 over in Mangus. And my big deal is on number 2 is, okay, so we'll have the setbacks, but who's going to enforce that? It's very, very, that's a huge thing we need to consider, is who's enforcing the setbacks. In regards to HOAs and subdivisions, that's easy. But opening it up to the whole county, I think that could open up just a huge can of worms. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you, ma'am, for your comment. Anybody else like to comment on agenda item number 2? We'll go back to the commissioners. Commissioners, after hearing the discussion, would you like to make the recommendation to move this forward as is, or any modifications?
I believe that we can move this forward without. I think we've got ample proof that this doesn't really work on a whole lot of lots, that setbacks make more sense and have more meaning than a 230-foot diameter circle on your property. I think it's too restrictive, and it doesn't fit in a lot of places where your setbacks tell you, where you've got to be from your property line, from your easements and all of that. So I think I don't think we need it.
And I would echo the same thing, that we can move this forward because of, once you have setbacks, then you've taken care of the entire situation. The 230-foot diameter circle is, like I said, extremely large.
All right, I feel the same way, so we'll move 2 forward, go now to number 3, which is in Chapter 9, and it has to do with penalties, reference for 25 dash. Actually, we're going to have Don describe this one. Go ahead.
That would be best if John Baxter addressed this. It's his legal item. I just transferred it onto paper.
It's not changing anything.
we had some old statutes in there when it was drafted that no longer exist, so we took them out.
So it's just basically a house cleaning, this is a house cleaning motion. Gotcha. Okay.
So that everything then is back to the CRS statutes that currently exist and the old
Yeah.
ones are gone.
Right.
Okay.
Would anybody like to comment on item number 3? Good. Seeing none, we'll go to recommendation. Move it forward, gentlemen.
Move it forward.
Item number 4. This has to do with amending plats. All lot owners in the subdivision or PUD must sign on the amended plat. The proposes to change to when lot owners are combining adjacent subdivision lots to their existing lot or amending a common lot line, then only the signatures of the affected lot owners are required. Would you like to comment on this, Mr. Haley?
Yeah, currently the code, I mean, some of these subdivisions have 60 lot owners. So if two people wanted to do basically a boundary line adjustment between them, currently all 60
People in that whole
lot
subdivision.
owners would have to try and sign this plat, where only the two affected ones really have anything that it affects. So there's no reason to try and get signatures on a whole 2 or 3 pages of subdivision owners that don't even probably know where these lots are on those major subdivisions.
Mm-hmm.
So it's something we ran by the county surveyor, Ernie Manus. He says that he hasn't dealt with this for 20 years. It's always just been the adjacent or
Adjacent.
the
So
affected
the
property owners.
affected property owners, not the
Gotcha.
entire.
Yeah, they used to have everybody sign, but
So it's a cleanup item.
correct.
Any more discussion, commissioners?
No, we can move this forward too.
move
It's
forward.
just a housekeeping item.
Any public comment on this proposal? All right, we'll move that one forward. Number 5, this is right now in the land use code, there's a 1,500 square foot maximum for the secondary or the residential accessory, and the proposal is to change that to where there should not have a square footage limit. Any discussion, commissioners?
Well, actually, we've talked about this in the last couple meetings. Actually, I think there probably should be a square footage limit. I'm not sure. I had asked Don to reach out to some current or past planning directors to find out where the discussion and how they came about with the 1,500 square foot minimum. There is no documentation or even phone calls that we can find how they came up with this 1,500 square foot. So it's an arbitrary number. Any number that we put in there is going to be another arbitrary number. So I don't know. I'm torn on this. I don't know that specifically saying no square footage is a good idea, but I think that the maximum could be raised to 2,000 square feet. The housing right now, the square footages are going smaller. So if your main resident is 2,500 square feet, an auxiliary structure could be 2,000 square feet, maybe. I don't know. That's just, it's just
But
for
when
discussion.
you're talking about an accessory structure, you're talking about another residential. You're not talking a barn, a
It
shop,
could-
or
yeah.
a garage or anything, because you
Correct.
can
Those are-
put a barn out there that's 5,000 square feet on your
Right.
property, but this
Correct.
is an accessory living arrangement.
Right, so if you have
Correct.
a mother-in-law quarters or a.
Exactly, I think,
I
yeah.
mean, there are a lot of things that you could make it, and I don't know. This is like I said, from the homework that we have reached out to try and find anything where this 1,500 square foot came from,
Yeah.
we can't find
Well, I have a
anything.
question about it, Don. And you actually just brought it up. So if I put my mother-in-law, I don't think she's listening, but if I put her in a barn, in a 5,000 square foot barn that had a living quarters in it, would I then be over the 1,500 square foot?
Correct. Once you add a restroom, a toilet, it becomes a residence. So then that square footage is in play.
Okay. All right, we'll open it up for public comment. If anybody would like to comment on this.
Hey guys, can you take Zoom comments at this point?
Again, Carrie Summers, 38790 Road K4 in Mancos. I'm a realtor also in Mancos. So in eliminating the whole square footage for the second residential, you're opening up a whole can of worms. Again, guys, this is, if we're talking about making 1 acre lots, then that's 2 homes that could be super big, who knows how big. And I mean, with all the, you know, are they going to be tied to the sewer? I mean, this subdivision that you guys just passed is awesome because it's tied into the town sewer. But what about in the county? I don't know. Are you going to require 2 septics? There's a lot of things to do. I know that the water companies do, well, they want you to purchase the 2 water taps for each individual residence, but right now a lot of them are tied into 1 water tap, and I know Mancos Rural Water and Montezuma Water have a hard time policing that. So,
Yeah, that's
thank
so they
you.
can make another 5,000. Anybody else? No.
Hello, Zoom.
My comments are more general and just going to do them now so that we don't disrupt.
Are they general on this particular item, ma'am, or all of them? Because
We're speaking to this.
we're speaking to this one. Otherwise, it would be very confusing for everybody else.
It's general to the whole thing. I just don't want to be disruptive. My kids are getting antsy, so
You have
we can
3
continue to wait.
minutes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
You own this place. Go ahead.
Okay,
Come up here and
sorry.
speak. You got 3
Apologies for
minutes.
that. So, first of all, I'm Katie McClure. I live at 6554 Road 41 in Mancos. Want to start by saying thank you to the veterans also. We just want to be good neighbors. We're new here. We just bought a little over 4 acres of land in Weber Canyon. Since then, we've been spending a fair amount of time and energy thinking about what to do with the land and how whatever that is might use less water so that we can be a good neighbor. I'm new to this whole thing of owning land like this. But one of the things I'm learning about is soil and biodiversity and how we can use our land differently so that it naturally retains the rainwater versus needing all the irrigation water. The little land we have is not this kind of land at the moment. Rivers of soil flow away with every storm. We'll chip away at figuring this all out, but if we had somebody to help us think this through, someone who knows how to create biodiversity for this kind of soil, we could figure it out a heck of a lot faster. And if we were, maybe required or incentivized to do so, that would be even better from our view. At the same time, I love the idea of more affordable housing through development. Yay. But that also means more water use, right? Boo. If we don't add housing, our property values will go up. Yay. But also that means that we move toward a community where only the wealthy can afford to live. Boo. We've been there, we've done that. We don't want to be Durango. We don't want to be Telluride personally. I would love some sort of solution to all of the land use work that's going on that encourages us all to care for the land in a way that retains the water for drought conditions and has affordable options always. This probably means a mix of laws and regulations that creates a balance. You've probably done all this work. I apologize if I'm speaking to the choir or the experts. 18 public meetings is great. I couldn't find anything on the website to prepare for this. I couldn't find process, I couldn't find drafts, I couldn't find anything. So my apologies for if I'm repeating. Almost done. I suspect you've already discussed and wrestled with all of this. Those of you representing Mancos specifically have thought through the nuances of our community. If that's the case, I'd love to hear about it. I'm learning, and we're learning. And if not, we need to take the time to do so. So making decisions that look good in the short term have built all sorts of cities none of us would want to live in. That's why we moved here, because we've been there. So I just thank you for all the work you're doing to find these tricky balances. So.
Thank you, ma'am, for your comments.
Hi again, guys. Rebecca Samolsky, 31557 Road P. So I'm really glad that you brought up the question with regards to where did it come from, because that was my first question about where the 1,500 kind of arbitrary number come from. I was wondering if it had to do something with septic sizes or anything. So I'm glad you're trying to find that and that it's not coming up. Some of the things that I have found from other places are requiring it to be under a certain percentage of the size of the primary structure, so that could be a consideration. And then the other things that I have found are usually the guest or caretaker unit can be internal to the primary structure, attached or detached. So that might speak to kind of the barn idea, that it really should just be the residential space in that's considered as far as the size that you would consider the guest. That's how I would think that should be applied, versus thinking that that's a limit to what somebody could do if they came in and wanted to do a barn and have a unit in it. I wouldn't think that this particular, I would hope that you could defend the county in that one if they approved a little unit in there. And so my bigger question is, are these really supposed to be intended as accessory dwellings rather than permanent residences? And I feel like this is kind of a big gray area in the code as far as, can these be rented out? Can they be rented out long-term? Can they be rented out as, short-term vacation rentals? And I think that's a big question. I don't know if that's the intent, and there isn't enough language in there in the code right now to address that. So that would be my question to you when you think about what kind of size of an accessory guest or caretaker versus rental be. Thank you, guys.
Right. Thank you, Rebecca. Ma'am, or you want to come?
Jean Becker. I live at 1200 Merritt Way in Dolores. And I don't have any strong feeling about the 1,500 square foot maximum, but I do strongly believe that you need some wording in there that prevents the accessory unit from being larger than the residential unit, or basically if you go with the 1 acre zoning, really you're having half-acre zoning. Because then if you could theoretically have 2 residential units on every 1 acre lot, you could have, half-acre zoning. And so you need some wording. You need some wording that limits who can use the accessory unit. I completely agree with what Rebecca just said, that there's a strong incentive to make this a rental unit, an Airbnb, just a second residential unit on a 1 or 3 acre lot has significant implications for water use and traffic and all the other concerns that I'll talk about when we talk about 1 acre zoning. But that's my thought on this particular item. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your comment. Anybody else want to talk about the 1,500 square foot?
Danny Wilkin, 11728 Highway 491. I see that the 1,500 square foot number is really an arbitrary number that probably has no meaning to it. What Commissioner Sukla talked about having a residence inside of a barn, you know what, and if it's going to be where that counts as the total square footage, I don't think that really works. Also, you can, and Planning Director Haley stated that if you had a toilet and a sink inside of it, it would be considered a residential. Well, a lot of people have shops, and you go ahead and put some facilities in those. And a 1,500 square foot shop is really not that big and stuff. So I don't see any problem with taking and dropping that number. And even as you move into smaller lots or anything like that, the state standard is a half an acre for a septic system. That's all the state requires, is you have to have a half an acre, because that gives you 2 places to take and build another septic system if you needed to. And so to me, I think that's a good idea. If people want to take and build a place and rent it out, so be it. It's their private property. And, as long as they're following the rest of the things between setbacks and things like that, I don't see a problem with it, of getting rid of the 1,500 square foot number.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkins. Anybody else on agenda number 5?
We have some people on Zoom that would like to.
Okay.
One thing to clarify is we are seeing people that want to put an apartment in their hay barn, and it might be small today, but we don't know what it grows into. And that's the thing, is we have to account for the future. Once it's a bathroom and a shop, then pretty soon it's a 4-bedroom Airbnb. And as we brought to you over a year ago, you did not want to require any kind of special use permit, any kind of permit at all for tracking Airbnbs, VRBOs, any rental properties. So people are coming here specifically to buy property and put in rental houses of whatever size for the main house. If there's already a 1,200 square foot house on a property from 20 years ago and they want to build a bigger house, we don't evaluate the new bigger house as an accessory residence. We just let them swap which one's the accessory, which one's a primary by size.
So do you have a recommendation? What's the planning commission's recommendation?
Planning commission was no limit.
What, do you have a recommendation between you and Sherry?
It's really hard to put a limit because different properties, something bigger might fit okay, and smaller properties it might not. So it's one of those deals where you probably could put a limit, but you may see some variances on specific locations.
So we've seen what, two, well, for me, actually only one variance in my time. But can you guys remember back how many variants you've seen? And I know that's
The only one
reaching
I can
back.
recall right off are the three little houses out there on County Road Inn.
That was a PUD.
Yeah, and that was a PUD, so that was, put the tiny homes in, which he did, which, there's ways to do it. I mean, for crying out loud, what we got there, ways to do all of this.
Some of these ranches, I mean, they
Yeah.
got 600 acres, so if you put a 4,000 and a 3,000 square foot
Yeah, put a
house or
bunkhouse
cabin
or-
on it, it's still not gonna
Doesn't
look
make any
like
difference.
much. If you have a existing 1 acre lot somewhere that was created a long time ago and you put a 8,000 and a 4,000, it's gonna look like a mess.
Yeah.
Well, is there somebody, Shaq, you said on Zoom, that would like to make a comment on item number 5?
Yeah, I think first, Marion Mate.
Marion Mate?
If you'd like to unmute yourself.
Marion, can you hear us?
You've got 3 minutes.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we
Yes.
can hear you. Go ahead, Marion.
Hi, Marianne Mate, 301 Abeta Drive, Dolores, Colorado. I'm going to agree with Rebecca on this, but I think if you look at, one of my questions would be the Dolores River Valley created that accessory unit at 1,500 square feet. And I think it was based on number of like bedrooms and bathrooms, if you look back at it. But I think you do need to put a number on it. Otherwise, it's going to be arbitrary. And then if somebody wants an exception to it, they would have to come to you for that exception. So that's my comment on that.
All right, thank you, Marion. Is there anybody else on the Zoom that would, all right, Cindy?
Yes.
Go ahead, Cindy.
Yes, I'm Cindy DeBerkston, 17702 County Road 23, Dolores. And yeah, I think you could maybe ask some of the people who actually developed the original plan and code. You might be able to find some answers to that question. My comments are that yes, size of building does make a difference with the septic, primarily the number of bedrooms, number of people that the building could accommodate. Anything other than a guest house or caretaker could indicate a land use change. Number of room size also affects the impact on county roads and the needs for emergency services. And those are all very valid concerns when considering planning. So I think before that is changed, all these things need to be thoroughly thought through and addressed, along with some of the comments from Becca and other people as well. And that's my input.
Thank you, Cindy. Is there anybody else on Zoom or on the
Yes.
phone?
Go ahead, you've got 3 minutes.
This is Deborah Parker and Michael Parker at County Road 35.6, 14203. And great discussion, great comments. We would recommend for larger properties over 3 acres that there not be a change and that the wording consider acreage less than 3 acres on this, especially if you have large parcels in different areas because of the train and stuff, it wouldn't even be noticed.
All right, thank you. We have somebody in the room, so if you could come on up.
Good morning. Nina Williams, 15801 Road 31. I didn't have a comment on this item, but now I do. After hearing the discussion, I wonder if this topic has been fleshed out enough for the commissioners to really feel like they have all the information on this, and whether or not it needs to go back to the drawing board for some of these topics that are coming up. That would be my question. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anybody else for Agenda 5? Come on up, ma'am.
Kim Feeman, 27515 Highway 145. It's not particular to this. I just have a question that might pertain to this. How much variances does the county deal with monthly, yearly, half yearly, just because if you can address with these issues through variances, within reason, do you need to change the whole code, and particularly this, and then once we get to the 1 acre lot? That's my question. How much time does the county spend on variances? Just because. I just would like to understand that.
So I would say that I'm an educated guess. Is there one a week?
I think Jane counted them up, and we did 14 of them in 2 years.
14 variances?
But that is really what has prompted this review of our land use code, where I think Commissioner Candelaria got very concerned about the number of setback variances and the things that we were doing with property and boundary lines. And he brought he says, maybe we need to review some of this stuff, maybe because we're seeing variance after variance after variance. And you bring up a very, very poignant point that.
But is 14 in 2 years?
But that's not a great amount. I agree with you. That
right.
is not
I mean, it doesn't seem
amount.
like to change the whole county structure land code when it's 14 variances in 2 years.
But this code hasn't been changed since 1990s.
Well, if it's working and there's a lot of the citizens are concerned about too much growth, water issues for the county, and it seems like these variances are just individual, depending on what the property is, and that's variable throughout the whole county. So why make a blanket thing when there's only 14 variances in 2 years? I mean, I know it takes time, and I know you all, this is part of the job, I would think, to do. That's just my comment.
Well, I'll give you, and it has to do with, it doesn't have to do with number 5, but it has to do with number 9.
Well, I understand that, but since we were kind of talking about
No,
this.
but I'm going to answer your question
good.
about the variances. So number 9, what triggered that one is we have in there, if you're over 12 months inactive with that business, that you have to go back and do the impact. So what happened was Ponderosa, or the plywood plant that was built in the 1960s, where they've had lumber processing going on for 50, 60 years. It sat idle for over a year, but it has had different businesses doing the lumber. And the county went to them and told them, a new business came in called Ironwood that's making the plywood. I'm sure you've seen the trucks and heard about this. And they hired 75 people in this. But then the county went and said, we want to charge you $52,800 for a road permit to get half a mile back to the highway. And so, I guess we did do a variance, but that just doesn't make sense. If I was had a religion where I go for 2 years on a mission or whatever it is, and I have a mechanical business out there, it's just sitting there idle, and I come back in 2 years and I want to fire it back up, the county shouldn't have the right to tell me, oh no, you got to start all over, even though I might have been in business for 10 or 15 years. So I guess I disagree with a little bit about, the variances. If you see something that needs to be changed, why would you be afraid to change it, I guess? That's my opinion.
I mean, I understand, and it just seems like a blanket across the whole county. I mean, to me, that's a little different than the 1 acre lots for private,
Well,
for
we're getting
property.
ready to open that ball of worms.
Yeah, yeah, so anyway, thank you.
So
Thank you.
item number 5, I think we could take a little bit more time on this instead of moving this one forward, try to gather a little more information. Like I said, I don't necessarily think that we need to just discard a square foot minimum or maximum.
Maximum.
I guess it's maximum.
Yeah.
And,
I think, you know,
and give us a little bit more
yes,
time to look into
I think
this.
that number may have been put in there just to give you some guidelines, some parameters. And if somebody, it's like we do in our variances, if somebody comes by and they want to build a 1,800 square foot mother-in-law house on their property and it fits within the setbacks, the parameters of everything, a variance would grant that. I'm sure it would be granted. So this may have been just designed, if it's obviously arbitrary, the number they picked is an arbitrary number, 1,500 square feet. It gives you a basis to work from. And so I think it's harmless the way it is. I mean, it can always be worked around.
The best information we got, we talked to Karen Welch, who started as the director in '96.
Yeah.
So she was here when they adopted the land use code. She doesn't have any recollection of a discussion about it. All she could guess is there was a code back in the '70s, and she thinks it just got picked up from that and adopted in as a guideline, as a limit.
Yeah.
Of course, in the '70s, 1,500 square feet was
Quite a
huge.
bit.
It was a big
So,
Well, I think it should be taken out just for the fact that I brought up the barn. I think if we look back, I remember what my grandfather told me. He said the first thing that people did when they came to Montezuma County was they planted their orchard. The second thing they did was they built their barn. And then they lived in their barn until they made enough money to where they could finally build a house down the road. I see no fault at that scenario. I think it's okay to live in a barn if that's all the means you have until you, and I guess, I don't want to bring in the short-term rentals because that's a whole different subject. But as far as the short-term rentals, we did ask our hotels, are you hurting because of the short-term rentals? And the response was no, we're not. Our hotels are full, so they were irrelevant on the short-term rentals. I think that for the county at this time, to go after the short-term rentals would just be another private property right intrusion, in my opinion. But
So do we want to leave this to gather more information on item 5, or?
if that's
Yeah. I'm
Okay.
good with that.
we'll kick it to that.
We'll gather more information on item 5.
All right, let's go to 6. And number 6 is to eliminate the requirement that a wildfire mitigation plan must be prepared and the work completed prior to signing of the Mylar by the BOCC. So commissioners will have discussion first, and then we'll ask the public for comment.
So to make sure that the wording is correct, that the mitigation plan that we had discussed is still necessary. It's just not
part of the
necessary.
subdivision covenants that are required as a minimum.
Correct. It's just not necessary to be on the Mylar for a sign-off. Correct?
Right.
So
The wording is that the plan had to be implemented and completed.
prior
Where
to the signatures.
19
yeah,
times
okay.
out of 19, there's not a house there. You don't know where a house is going to go, so it's kind of hard to go in and take 20 acres and start
Mitigate the whole
thinning
thing.
trees where, just at random, to keep 35 feet separation in them. So if it's in the covenants, then the developer has that responsibility to pass it on to the people that they sell to. And
And then
then
the other-
they are required to mitigate the property around their house if and when they build.
The other question that we had discussed previously was, wouldn't it be prudent to have that fire district sign off on that plan also? Or to be involved in that plan instead of coming here? I mean, we had kind of discussed that if they're in Lewis's or Cortez's district or Pleasant View's district. I mean, because right now, it's just whoever develops the plan can sign off on it?
We don't have the fire district sign off on it, but it is sent to them for review.
It is sent to them for review?
Correct. So they have input.
So I would think if they have concerns, then they would bring it up. We have the fire chief
Actually, I have
here.
a fire chief one here, so.
Real quick, we did get this squared away just the other day. We're back on the email list now, so
Okay.
the question we had for conversation with 2 weeks ago, Mr. Candelaria, we were on the email list, we are now, so everything's working good, we're getting information.
Okay.
Okay.
So with that, the mitigation plan is still a process that has to be completed. It just doesn't have to be completed prior to the signing of the Mylar and the acceptance of the subdivision.
Right.
It's more a matter of timing than
Yep.
eliminating
And
the
then,
requirement.
I mean, but we don't have a review committee or a field
Right.
committee to go out and verify all this
Verify,
and try
yeah.
and keep track, because they may not build on it for 10 years.
years,
And
yeah.
and the biggest issue is if the subdivision's created outside of our office, where all lots are over 35 acres,
You don't have any.
then we have nothing, and those are all the ones that are in the deep, dense forest where it's the worst-case scenario. So we're adding this out on farmland where they're doing a single lot for one of their kids, and where we don't have any control or say-so is the worst wildfire risk.
Yeah.
All right, we'll open it up for public comment on this. Does anybody like to comment on this particular item, number 7? Oh, excuse me.
6.
Number 6.
Okay, you guys are gonna get, I'm sure you're already tired of me, but Becca Samolsky, 31557 Road P. Yeah, I appreciate that being in there. I actually checked on how the weeds management plan is functioning as well, and found out that that is, would be consistent with your change as far as the wildfire mitigation plan requirement, not having to do all the work prior to the plat. So I was glad to hear that that was consistent and it wasn't, changing between those two. I know it's been a really challenging requirement to implement, from the availability of local qualified contractors to write the plans, to inconsistencies in past implementation, and from the expense of landscape scale fuels reduction, having to do that work before you've even sold any of the lots. However, I believe maintaining a mitigation requirement prior to plat signature is important if the intent of requiring wildfire mitigation, if you want that done prior to new development. It has gotten a lot of work done in the county to have that requirement, but it has been inconsistent in the past. Mr. Haley's pointed out that the plan requiring Zone 2 and 3 mitigation doesn't accomplish the necessary defensible space work, but I do remember that Zone 1 stuff was added into the requirements for covenants. And I was looking for that this morning and I couldn't find it in the covenant requirements, but I think that's where that falls into play, is that the defensible space requirements are then written into the covenants. And I believe there's actually a little dangling italics number 1 in the land use code right above this submittal requirement, and I'm thinking that might be where it used to say that you had to do the Zone 1 work if there was a what do you call it? Building envelope. If there was a building envelope identified, then the Zone 1 work had to get done in there. So I understand that these seemed overly burdensome and inconsistent with how management of noxious weeds was applied, but you are taking the only teeth out of there that were in there for homes that are built in extremely high hazard areas. I'm glad you're not considering completely eliminating this, because I think Wildfire Adapted Partnership has worked hard to support the county through the review, and also by providing a simple plan template that can be used for developments that are requiring less complex mitigation plans. So I think this makes some sense as you're looking at it, and we just need to keep working on the implementation and helping people write through our plans. Sorry, I know you didn't start me at the beginning. I promise I'll stop before that gets to 0.
I'll stop you at 1.
Okay. There's also still old language in this referring to Colorado Wildfire Defensible Space Zone Fire 2012.
State Forest Service documentation that doesn't exist. So I will share with you some existing, more accurate language with regards to referencing the State Forest Service standards. And that's my main, just wanting to clarify some of the language so that's consistent with actual current recommendations. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Can you send that to Don and myself? Thank you.
Anybody else like to comment on number 6? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to the commissioner.
We have comments from Zoom.
We will go on Zoom. Sorry, Marianne. Go ahead, Marianne.
No big deal. I think it's hard to keep it all in track. Thanks for offering the opportunity to speak via Zoom. Appreciate it. Yeah, I kind of wonder to Don's point about large lots, that it sounds like they are not required to do that mitigation. And so also about the lack of any kind of formal review required by fire departments. So, you know, maybe there needs to be some more work done on that. I know you're reluctant to put in more regulation and requirements, but, you know, based on what's happening in our area and around the country, I think it's very critical. And Rebecca is an expert on this. So I think trusting what she says is really important too. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Marianne. Cindy, you're either wanting to fly or you want to talk. Are you wanting to talk, Cindy?
Yeah, sure. I'm just going to echo what Marianne and Becca have said. I think there needs to be more work on this. The land use plan is kind of a work in progress, and maybe it just needs to be reviewed, updated, but you know, with some more study and, like Becca was saying, up-to-date language. Maybe look at the larger picture again. I know one of the things that triggered this to even come up was that large development there across from Mesa Verde, Cedar Ranches, whatever that was. Because that was just a disaster waiting to happen. And so that's where some of this originated from, and I think we just need to work on it more.
Okay,
so
thank
that's
you,
all I
Cindy.
have to say.
Is there anybody else on Zoom that would like to speak on item number 6? Right, seeing none, we'll go back to the commissioners. Commissioners, do you have any discussion on item number 6? I would just say for me that we still have the mitigation plan, but it makes common sense that if I go buy 10 acres and I have no idea where I want to build my house, or I want to build it for 10 years, and I know how expensive it is to do the forest mitigation, that I should be given the opportunity to pick where I want to put my house first, so I know where I need to do the forest mitigation. Instead of spend thousands of dollars unnecessarily.
And speaking of the inconsistencies, because I think that is part of the reason that this has come up, because of the inconsistencies. And most of what we've seen come in front of us now are properties that don't have much wooded areas. I mean, obviously some are, but now that the fire chiefs are back on the email list so that they have their response, the mitigation plan is still required, but each district knows their district, and they are the ones that are taking care of that, leaving the mitigation plan in there. But prior to the Mylar being signed, I think that one can move forward.
Commissioner Candler, Taylor?
I agree. I don't think that should be a requirement, a prior requirement to getting your Mylar done. And, you know, the wildfire mitigation plan that's presented to each person that buys a piece of property, I mean, it's your personal responsibility. It's your house. You're building there. You need to look around and say, what do I need to do to protect this house from getting burned down if there's a fire comes? I mean, I think, you know, one has to take a certain amount of responsibility for their own stuff and protect what you build, protect what you built out there. So,
well, and
yeah,
with the reviewing of the fire districts back in this, I mean, they're going to see what needs to be done and respond to that mitigation plan.
And they'll have a plan, and you implement. It's up to you to get it done. Yeah.
But they can't. It's hard for them to implement or even look at it if they don't know where the
house
dwelling is going to be. I mean,
this all has to be done after the home site's picked and where they're going to build. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, they used to, the planning commission, they wanted you to go and mitigate your property boundary. Go
Boundary
in
to
and
boundary.
clear cut to separate each parcel, which I guess may work as good fire breaks, but it would hack up thousands of acres throughout the county, and that's kind of overkill and extreme to me.
All right, well, looks
But I
like,
definitely agree, you want to fire mitigate where you build your house and where your driveways are.
because that's the most important part, being a volunteer firefighter, is they want to know how to get in there and get out.
Yeah.
They don't want to drive in there in a fire and can't get out, so they're going to do the job. They know what to do.
Too many to be
It
addressed.
looks like it's consensus to move it forward. So we're going to go now to number 7, and that has to do with setbacks for residents. They are right now at 50 feet, and outbuildings are 25 feet. The proposal is to change to 30 feet for residents and 15 feet for outbuildings from the property line and 10 foot from the road right away. Discussion, commissioners, before I turn it to public comment.
I think we've had several discussions on this one.
Yeah.
This actually helps in the Dolores River Valley with being able to move closer to the highway or to the property line if you have the river to get that setback to where you actually can make those setback requirements. So here again, this has had a lot of discussion, and I'm ready to open it up.
And this is where we've had a lot of our variance requests. And we've got a lot of existing structures in the county that are already built, barns, outbuildings, homes, everything that fall way outside of these parameters. And a lot of our variances that I recall anyway, deal with setbacks from property lines and from road right-of-ways. So I think it's something that was well worth looking at, and I think the recommendations we have here are reasonable distances. I think you've got reasonable distances when you've got 30 feet from a property line on a home and 15 feet on an outbuilding. You can still get a vehicle around them. You can still get in between the property lines and do stuff in between those. So it seems much more reasonable to me.
All right. Let's open it up for public comment.
Kelly Belt, 2726 Fairway Drive. My neighbor recently put in a tiny home, and they didn't realize what the regulations for the county were, so it's about 10 foot off my property line. And so now all of a sudden I have a residence about 70 feet from my house. And so when I sit out on my back porch, I got my neighbor sitting here talking, and I live in the county. So I don't want to bring the city into the county. You move to the county for a reason. You want room, you want separation from your neighbors. And, you know, putting 7 and 8 together, your property size, you reduce that to 1 acre. I can see that as a PUD being closer to the city. But once you start reducing the setbacks, you're going to start encroaching on the rural character of the county. And so I don't really see the point in doing that unless you have a PUD closer to town where the services, the infrastructure is already in place. So protecting the rural county character, I think keeping the setbacks as they are is beneficial.
All right,
So,
thank you, Mr.
thank you.
Belt.
Are you talking for all of them, the front, the sides, and the back, or are you talking specifically?
Variances are
to the sides or the
there's a
back?
reason for a variance. So if somebody built to, or you need to build closer to the highway, but as far as a residential structure, putting it next, 25 feet from your neighbor, then pretty soon you're 50 feet in the county, you might as well be in the city limits being that close to somebody's house. So variances are put in place. There's an avenue to already do this. Changing the whole code, I don't see the point in doing that because you're opening this up to expanding basically the city into the county.
All right, thank you. Anybody else like to comment?
Good morning, guys. It's Carrie Summers, 38790 Road K4 in Mancos. I hear stories like this, what he just said, all the time. Who's going to enforce these? It's crazy, guys. How many, people, they just go ahead and build, and they're not really measuring, or they don't know where their plot line is. They're just going off of maybe, a GIS map on their phone that's not, accurate. They'll get two different surveyors out there. Well, two different surveyors survey that land differently. So, there's a lot of different variances that already, are in place. So I would completely agree with what he just said.
Thank you. Thank you, Carrie. Anybody else like to comment on this proposal?
Zoom? Anybody on Zoom?
Anybody on Zoom want to comment on this one? Nope.
We'll go back to the commissioners then on number 7. Commissioner Tell, you have any thoughts on this?
I can go either way with this. I honestly can. I know a lot of our variance requests come from this very thing, is setbacks on property lines. And we've got an awful lot of it out there in the county where we've got people, like he said, 10 feet from their property line, they've built a structure, so I don't know if changing it will benefit us any, if reducing it from 50 to 30 and 25 to 15 is going to make any of those variances go away, or if we leave it as is and just deal with it variance-wise.
So I'm kind of up in the air on this. Do you have any advice? I know the road it says 10 feet from the road right away. I can't remember the reason for that.
That from P&Z was to help reduce the cost of running utilities from the road, because your main utilities are in the road right-of-ways.
Everything correct, and I remember that. So reducing that from 50 feet to 30 feet, it doesn't say that you have to do it, it's just you can come closer to it, because everything you extend another 50 feet, 100 feet becomes another expense. And if we start looking at that cost and affordability, 20 feet when you're moving water, power, gas, sewer, I mean, all of those add up to be an amount. So the 50 feet from the front to the 30 feet makes a lot of sense to me. The 15 feet for outbuildings, I mean, I like it how it was presented by the Planning Commission.
So it looks like we're 1 and 1.
Well, yeah.
We can get more information on this also.
Need more information. Could we move it
Absolutely.
like we did
Okay.
number
5?
Number 5. Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
okay, this next one, I'm sure we're not going to get any comment on this one.
Good,
But
good.
This is
Good, this is a
what
slam
this
dunk.
number 8 is a proposal from the lot sizes from a 3-acre minimum requirement to a 1 acre. And so I want to start off before we open it up for the discussion is there was an article of a quote that I'd said in the newspaper that was inaccurate, and I would like to just put forth. So a lot of people are talking about this, and they're like, we don't want to change our community. We don't want our community to change the way that it's been for the last 50 years because we like it just the way it is. And so if this happens, then you're going to change it. So now let me give you some facts. In Mancos, 10 years ago, you could have bought a house for $155,000. That is what the average for a house was. 10 years later today, yesterday, the average house in Mancos is $334,000. That's over double. In the town of Cortez 10 years ago, the average was $165,000 is what the average was for a house in the town of Cortez. Today, the average for a house 10 years later, the average is 300, and actually it's doubled as well. I can't remember the last two numbers. So whether you like it or not, we are changing in Montezuma County. And so who is being left out, and maybe this 1 acre lot isn't a solution, is the people that have been living here, the working class. So the newspaper misquoted me. I am talking about the working class. So who is the working class? I'll tell you what, it's probably 95% of the people that live in Montezuma County. And we always talk about our children. They move away, they can't make enough money in Montezuma County because of the prices that they are. Well, I can tell you right now, today, our children are not going to have enough money to buy a house in Montezuma County at our current situation. So for me as a commissioner, we need to figure out a way to where that our children and our seniors have the same opportunity that live here. Because the people that are moving here and buying those $336,000 or $64,000 houses, and that's in town, I have no idea what it is out in the country, probably don't think the same way that we do. They have came from the city and did some things that they don't think the way we do. And so if you want to go ahead and run or change the way that we currently live, we have to be doing something different. Is the 1 acre plot the solution? I don't know. But we need to open it up for discussion and see if maybe there's some ideas how we can help our seniors and how we can help those people that are working class afford to live here in Montezuma County. Because they can't in La Plata County, they can't in Telluride, they can't in Aspen, they can't in Eagle County, and I can give you the list that goes on and on and on, and those people are being squeezed further and further. And at some point, it's time for leadership to stand up for the working class people and not bend to the rich people. That's my opinion. So,
Chairman, some of the staff have some information to present on this as well.
Oh, okay.
Commissioners, Doug Roth, GIS manager for the county. The GIS department was just thinking about, we know that a lot of subdivisions are filling up, thankfully, that's fantastic, but there are still a lot of platted lots out there, so we decided to run a few numbers about available lots for residential use currently, and however this impacts this discussion. Our methodology essentially was looking at lots that were 3 acres or under, or in a platted subdivision throughout the county, ones that are, in the case of municipalities, not, that are residential use is not excluded, for instance, commercial or industrial within a town or a municipality, and then also lots that are not, that are publicly held, that are exempt and that are public land. So we excluded all of those, and the totals that we came out with in the unincorporated county, there were 1,004 parcels for residential use. In the city of Cortez, there were 820 in a residential zone. Town of Dolores, there were 37, and Town of Memphis, there were 79 available vacant lots.
And those are on the market available lots, or
they are
those
platted lots. Now, as we know, some of these subdivisions do not have roads and sometimes even utilities to them yet. In the towns or not outside the towns, but they are platted lots meeting those conditions.
Correct. They could have been platted in the 1960s, 70s, basically.
Doug, do you have any feel for how many of these numbers, especially in unincorporated Montezuma County, you say 3 or less? Do you have any idea how many of those are less than 3 acres?
You know, I wish I had time to make more graphs and be able to present these by areas of the county, and we can certainly work on that. So these are just totals. So obviously, platted in the towns, so a lot of them are going to be less than a quarter of an acre.
Those are probably not going to be 3 acres, anything within the city.
But they're not necessarily available for sale as they are.
That is correct.
So
that would be correct. And I'll tell you an example, and this is why general statistics never really work. Some of these lots are platted townhomes in Brandon's Gate subdivision. Well, they're not built, but they are platted townhomes. So that's really the caveat with this number. But it's a platted residential.
Correct.
Right,
Gotcha.
gives you a number. Gives you a number to.
It's a big number
to look at. Yeah.
All right, it is a big number. Yeah. Anything else, Doug?
That's it.
All right. Any discussion, commissioners, before we open up public comment?
I think one of the things that I would like to say, which is part of what I have said all along, is that if we focus specifically these 1 acre lots closer, just as what was presented to us earlier today, closer to our infrastructures, to our cities, be it Memphis, Dolores, Cortez, and even Pleasant View. I mean, Pleasant View has one of the best areas for fiber optics in this county that we have. And looking to the future with growth and people moving back out here, that's one of the things that we need to consider. So as I said before, specifically at our Mancos meeting, that if we try to focus these within that zone of influence, it gives the availability for the water companies, well, depending on their jurisdictional boundaries, but for sanitation and for fiber and for power closer to the infrastructure so that it's more cost effective to put them together. And I think that's what we're really looking at is affordability. And if you keep it closer to that infrastructure within that zone of influence, then I think we're going to succeed in what our thoughts are. You know, I had a conversation with the Durango fire chief about a month ago, and in Durango, which most of his firefighters, not all of them, but the biggest percentage of them can't even live within Durango. They're all out of bounds. They're all living somewhere else. So we don't want to do that here, as Commissioner Sukla said. We want our people to be able to reside here, and having some of these smaller lots, specifically closer to the infrastructure, makes a lot of sense. That's all I have. We can.
I kind of mixed on this, but I looked at what Mr. Cruzan presented to us today, and what a perfect example of how you get to quarter-acre lots. Not only 1 acre lots, but you get to you have these developers come in and they put together a subdivision, and they do a PUD, and they take 20 acres or 17 whatever acres and make 50 home sites out of them, which are going to be more affordable. People are going to be able to afford the land, where maybe you go out in the county and you try and buy 3 acres, and most of that's under MVI. It's going to have some kind of water with it, MVI water. So you're looking at, if a share per acre is $15,000 worth of water, another 10,000 acres for the land. You know, you're looking at $25,000, $30,000 just for your piece of property before you ever get started. So I think it makes sense to leave our 3 acre minimum in the county and let our developers, when you need smaller lots, when you need 1 acre lots, when you need things closer to the central infrastructure of your town, you let your developers come in and buy a 15 or 35 acre parcel, go in and subdivide it and break it down. And then, because we've got a method to get to 1 acre lots right now. We've got 1 acre lots all up and down the Dolores River. We've got at the West Fork, at the Forks there, we've got 1 acre subdivision right there at the Forks on the Dolores River. So there are ways to get to a 1 acre lot if you need to. And it's done through a PUD, and you have to go by all the requirements and make it all work. So I think it makes sense for us to leave that 3 acre, because a lot of people like that. They like a buffer zone. They want some property around. They want a little space to move around and build a barn and put a corral and do some things on a piece of ground. And if they don't, they go find a 1/4 acre lot in Mr. Cruzan's subdivision and build a house and live on a 1/4 acre lot. So I think it's a moot point. I think we need to leave that 1 acre lot deal alone. I think it can be mitigated and handled with what we have now.
I think that I think what this has done is this has opened up the discussion. Before we had this discussion on the 1 acre lots, we was never hearing from the Mancos Water Board about their shortage of water, right?
Exactly. No, exactly. It's open
And
thing.
that was just brought to our attention.
Absolutely.
And you would think that as commissioners, we would have heard something like that. So they know over there that their water source is limited. And this here, what their concerns are is if there's some 1 acre lots, Mancos, it will over tap their system, and then they could be short of water for all their residents. And so I think that the discussion is good, because the leadership over in Mancos have since they have already figured out with their existing homes that they have a water shortage, they better get their act in gear and put that thing at the very top of their list for long-term solutions on how to provide more water for that community. The 3 acre deal for me, the 1 acre deal is irrelevant What is important to me, though, as a commissioner, I hope that as many people we have here today and on Zoom, somebody has got some ideas how we can have some affordability for the working class people that live in Montezuma County to stay and live in this county. So I am open up for any kind of ideas that we can have a family of 3 or 4 that is working at one of these tire shops, or they're waiting.
Well, I think you hit the nail right on the head. I think Ironwood out there, it's 75 brand-new jobs that are good-paying jobs that are going to pay those workers enough money to live in Montezuma County, to take care of their family, to provide a home, and I think it's a matter of having the right kind of jobs available to let people go to work and make enough money to support a family and build a home or buy a home or make a living here. Ironwood's just a perfect example of what that is.
But that's specifically for what's here now too, like you said, to keep our own youth here. But a lot of people that are coming in, they have a job, but they're working remotely or from a distance. They could be, they could be in California, they could be in New York. I mean, I don't know where they could be, and they may want larger, they may want smaller. But I'm ready to hear from the public. It looks like we have a lot of people here, so I'm definitely ready.
Fire away.
Jump up, but I got another appointment in about 10 minutes.
Well, speak quickly.
Larry Berger, 11333 County Road 22. I had a whole list here, but I think you guys just answered a lot of my opinions, Mr. Patel and Mr. Candelaria. I like your idea. We moved here from Wyoming. We had a lot of space in Wyoming, and we bought a nice, moderate home on County Road 22 with 3.5 acres subdivided. We love our buffer. I put a privacy fence up. It cost me $7,000 to have a little more privacy. When I heard this 1 acre thing, my heart just dropped. That's not what I moved here for, and I think a lot of people that live in the country didn't move here for. And I'm one of them working class people. I worked for an outdoor school and I did maintenance work for many years, didn't make a lot of money. We took a big loan out to be able to do what we're doing, to buy that land. I'll probably be dead before it's paid off. That's okay. My wife will have to deal with that, and Mr. Tell's family. And, but otherwise, I like the idea of not touching anything. I like the idea of keeping the population centered around, where it already is. Water, you guys are in ag, water's a big problem. Mancus is on water restrictions, Farmington's on water restrictions. So please, do what you just said, and I'll be really happy.
Okay.
Thank you very
Mr.
much for
Berger.
your time. I got to run. Thank you.
Right, we'll go right here, and then we'll come to you, ma'am, second, okay?
Hi,
Hi.
I'm Frida Kinesic from 15370 County Road 35.3. And so a lot of this, there are a lot of intricacies that I'm not going to comment one way or the other, but the one thing that I don't hear answers for is, what do we do about the water? There was a comment about, let's just dam up the river, and that's very concerning because from what I understand, it didn't come from a water professional, and if you dam up rivers, that can change the whole ecosystem of the river. It can raise the temperatures, hurt the fish, blah, 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 and that's going to affect.
That was me that made
Oh,
that
okay.
comment. And
Yeah.
I want to so that's not the way that I told the newspaper what I said. What I said was,
misquoted.
I'm finding out as a commissioner that you have a water shortage.
Mhm.
And so the leadership should try to figure out ways
Agreed.
to try to alleviate that problem.
Agreed.
And then, and I did say at the very end, such as
Mhm.
maybe damming up the river.
Okay, well,
But
and
but what I'm just trying to say is they got a problem there, and somebody better start working on fixing it.
Agreed. But not jumping into anything without considering ramifications and hearing from the
Correct.
experts and things like that. That's beautiful. Now, the other question that I have is, why are we voting on creating these 1 acre lots and increasing the population and things like that before we have a water solution? That seems a little reckless to me. And that's what I'm not hearing any answers on, and that's what concerns me is, let's move forward, let's change the language, let's put this in place without having any kind of a structure or solution, or how are we going to fix this problem, and then diving in and creating a huge problem and then saying, well, crap, you know? So that's what I would really love to hear somebody talk about.
I sent an email to the planning, and basically looking at these, and I think that's why we got one of the responses back from Mancus. Now, companies are going to place moratoriums when they have no more taps to sell. So that's going to be taken care of by Mancus Rural, City of Mancus, City of Cortez, Town of Dolores, Montezuma Water Company. When it becomes, or when they see their infrastructure can no longer handle it, then they're going to place those moratoriums. Developers, they're not going to go, and Mr. Cruzan could probably speak to this also, but you're not going to go look at something that's going to cost you more to develop it to get the infrastructure there than what it could possibly be sold for on the open market. So as far as a water issue, as far as quantity, you know, we had this discussion in Mancus also. Some people want to be off the grid and they don't want to be there. They want to haul water with a cistern. I personally wouldn't want to do that, but there are different levels that different people want. So you may not, you know, a well.
So you're done, Mr. King.
I guess I'm done. There are different capabilities and different issues for each individual. So to say there is no availability of water is not a factual statement.
Okay.
So
the water still doesn't come from the same source? I guess I don't know
No,
enough
there
about
actually
it.
is. We have McPhee Reservoir, and then we have Jackson Lake. And then
So they can haul from that if they,
So
if they
come
chose
from,
to do
they
that?
come from different sources, and there are different water docks that are set up. Cortez has one, Montezuma Water Company has one, Mancus has one. Theirs is probably the most restrictive with the conversation that we had with them board to board, because the town is fearful that they will have to shut their water dock off, which is perfectly fine if they're restrictive. They've
Right.
got to take care of what's paid for their infrastructure first. People will have to move someplace else to get their water. Not that it's the best option, it would be probably the very last option. But I haven't heard yet from Montezuma Water Company or the City of Cortez what their moratorium is, what that number is. So there's conversations going on, but if we never bring anything up, the conversations never get started. You know, engagement, this is great to see. We actually have a room full of people here because now they're engaged.
Right.
We can talk about things week to week and we get no engagement, no involvement. So this is great. This is what this is supposed to be, is people being engaged and
Outstanding.
involved.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Go ahead, man. Come on up. Oh, you know, I hate to do this to you, but I made it. Okay. Okay, come on up. I apologize.
You can get in a safe distance 6-foot line over here, too.
I will not forget you the next time. I apologize for that.
Yeah.
Like I was in a barrel race there for a minute. Good morning. Sheila Wheeler. I live on North 9th Street in Dolores, Colorado. And I need to first let it be known that I'm addressing you as a citizen in Dolores. I speak as a citizen, uninfluenced by, suggested by, or speaking for any person in any office to which I may hold a position.
Would you pull that microphone a little bit more in front of you?
sorry.
I think, yeah, I want, there you
Okay.
go. Thank you.
I have just notes scribbled all over what I intended to say, but there's so much that has to be taken into consideration here. I admire you guys for even willing to take all this on, because it is a lot. But I think we need to agree that for a number of years now, we have been in a drought. I think we can all agree on that. And so I guess I'm asking, why would we want to create housing developments in the upper Dolores River Valley or anywhere right now?
The Dolores River Valley is totally off the table. We
Okay.
pulled the DRV off the table
Okay.
prior to you leaving, so
Okay.
first part of September.
That was just
so
that was just an
you can
inclusion.
just, yeah, that one can be.
Okay, that's good, that's fine. That doesn't interfere with this.
Okay.
So I'm saying that I don't understand why we would be inviting so many people in when we cannot even ensure them that we can meet the demand for water. That concerns me. I mean, if I was someone that wanted to move here and I came here and I bought a house and I bought a lot, and within the next year all the water was turned off, I'd be a little shaky about that. So that's one of my comments. And then when you were running for office, Mr. Candelaria, in 2018, I submitted a question that was going to be asked by all the candidates running at the time. My question was, what one commodity does it take to ensure the ongoing health, safety, and success of a community? And not one of you gave what I deemed to be a correct answer, and all of you said people. In my mind, the correct answer was water. My concern, and okay, we can't go there, so I'll forget about that. Can't talk about that. Okay, groundwater decline is a real and serious matter. When rainfall is less than normal for several weeks, months, or years, the flow of streams, rivers decline. Water level in lakes and reservoirs fall, and the depth to water, this is an important issue. Can I have some time, please? In wells increases. The source of all water is precipitation, of which we have not seen enough in the past few years. It is my sense, if we were to so extremely increase our population anywhere in our area under the current water declining conditions beyond what precipitation can ensure, would be a great detriment to our communities. I thank you for your time, your consideration, and your service.
Thank you, ma'am. Now you get the floor, ma'am.
Thank you. Janice Bryan, I'm at 319 Bower, Mancos. I'm here representing the Town Board of Mancos right now. Thank you for when you came to Mancos, and let's just kind of some follow-up from your visit. So what I wanted to emphasize a bit is that, yes, water is an issue in Mancos, and we're working really hard on that. You know, we are improving our infrastructure, water tanks, sewer treatment plant. It's all about water over there right now. So, and to keep in mind, I believe that that as far as the county, they don't really make the decision for the municipality. Is that correct? We make our own. So we're so when it comes to these annexations, that's a process that we in our municipality can make more decision around, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so that's what we're working on it. And I would like to agree with Commissioner said earlier, so about the water situation and affordable housing. And I think you and I had a little discussion about, you know, how do we make this, if we do separate this, how do we make this affordable housing? And there is a thing called a deed restriction. It takes a little work, especially on new developments and new housing. It's called a deed restriction, which really we can make this affordable housing for people. Along with that, you know, I would love.
How does that work?
Well, that's a really good question, and it's going to take some research, but I did look it up, and we can get more discussion around that. Okay. And so, again, thank you. The town of Mancos, we will continue on with our water. We do have water restriction. We're working on all this, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, thank you also. It was actually a pleasant experience to have the town of Mancos invite us over for these conversations and this collaboration to figure out, you know, what are we doing? How are we going? Where are we going? And let's do it again. And it was very nice. So I do appreciate that also.
Ma'am.
Jean Becker, 1200 Merritt Way in Dolores. You've heard a lot about water, so I won't reiterate that point, although it is one of my prime concerns about reducing zoning or land use from 3 acres to 1 acre. I definitely agree with Commissioner Candelaria that a blanket application of 1 acre residential lots throughout all parts of the county outside of the Dolores River Valley is really not a solution. It's not even a land use plan. It's just an easy, quote-unquote, easy way to address an issue. If the real issue is having affordable housing for our working class, 1 acre zoning is not going to guarantee that. You can build a 6,000 square foot house on a 1 acre residential lot, and you're still going to have expensive housing. So I think if the real concern is having affordable housing for the working class and for the children and grandchildren of all of us who live here in the county, then we need to come up with a different solution. Changing it to 1 acres is not going to guarantee that. I definitely agree with Commissioner Candelaria that there are definitely parts of the county that are probably very appropriate for smaller lot sizes. If they're close to infrastructure, they're close to existing roads, existing schools and fire and police protection, then that is going to be a workable solution that I think you could get the whole county behind. So as you think about your changes to the land use code, I strongly urge you to think about water. Where's the water going to come from to serve these new residents? What taxes will be used to pay for road and intersection improvements that are needed as traffic increases, and it will increase. You will get more traffic. And who was going to pay for the schools and the police and fire protection, the recreation needs, the healthcare needs of this expanding population? As you decrease your lot size, you are going to increase population. I really urge you to consider having or forming a task force, a citizen task force like existed prior to this, to consider any comprehensive changes to the land use code in order to make sure that what we end up with is not a lot of piecemeal changes, but rather a comprehensive plan that ensures the future of our county as a place where we all would want to live. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Bill?
Well, good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Again. My name's Bill Ivy. I live at 29237 Road S2. I've looked at the proposed changes that were handed out on August 18th, so I don't have this copy, but I would like to address the 5101.7 minimum lot size. And on page 3 of that handout, the lot size was 3 acres, and it was followed by a statement that said the developer shall demonstrate a buildable, developable lot, and then it followed by how he would accomplish that. The proposed change on page 4 of that handout said that the minimum lot would be 1 acre. And then the following statement was, engineering and proper construction can accomplish any structure on any slope, and this engineering also exists for the sewer system. Wow. An engineer wrote that, I will guarantee. So, you know, my general impression of the changes that are proposed for the land use code is we're removing a lot of specifics and opening up to be general, pretty general. You know, if the purpose of a land use code is to ensure the expectations of a person who's buying property, I don't think generalities are so good. I think that the 1 acre proposal certainly changes the rules. This gentleman who talked about somebody building a house 10 feet off of his property line out in the county, I don't think that's right. So I would encourage the board to table these proposed changes until there is more discussion. I would encourage you not to adopt them. I believe there's been widespread acceptance of the 3 acre minimum in the county in general. I believe that most community members feel that their property rights are secure. I think if the minimum lot size is a problem, then let the next BOC address it. And I would encourage you to let a sleeping dog lie. Thank you.
Anybody else?
So Carrie Summers, 38790 Road K4 in Mancos. First of all, guys, I've lived in Mancos, outside of Mancos, for 29 years. And currently we have the cost of living in the town of Mancos is 49% cheaper than it is in Durango. That's huge. This is overall cost of living. The average sales price of a home in Mancos with the Mancos zip code, 81328, so just not in town, but the 81328, is $336,000. That's the average sales price in that zip code. There's the demand that we have on property. It's just not there, guys. I've got land that's affordable, that's been on the market for over 3 years, that borders BLM, that nobody wants. And it's not even in covenants. It's not in an HOA. Currently, there are platted subdivisions that have green space, that have smaller than 3 acre lots, and it has green space, so there is affordable housing out there. Also on the land that's currently for sale and without any restrictions, people need to get creative for affordable housing. That's where I have a lot of different family members, grandma's moving, we're gonna get her a house. And they build they buy a big parcel, and then they have different structures on there. But again, I am completely against the 1 acre lots. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ma'am?
Kim Feeman, 27515 Highway 145. Just a one comment about, as a government, as commissioners, we do want people to be responsible, but people aren't always responsible. Going back to the fire mitigation, yes, we do need to be responsible for our own stuff, but people aren't necessarily always responsible. So I think as government, as a county, we provide some of the guidance. That's what we're kind of asking. There's a water issue. As an overviewing organization, whatever government, it is our job to come up with some overlying rules that we can work under, but to give people some guidance for their own responsibility. Because I don't think everybody is responsible, so that's a part of rules and regulations, is to give them some direction for their own responsibility. That's all I want to say, is that's why we come up with these rules and stuff, is to give people who maybe not be quite as responsible, don't understand what responsibility is. I just want to say that. That's kind of one of the reasons why this stuff is about, okay?
All right, thank you.
Hello again, Nina Williams, 15801 Road 31. This is great. Both times I've gotten up to speak on these topics, you guys have already gone about and made the decisions that I wanted to ask you to make. So, or it sounds like you're moving that way. I really appreciate what you're saying about concentrating development near infrastructure Commissioner Candelaria, and towns and services. I appreciate what you're saying about how do we get our children to stay here? How do we keep this place affordable? And I really appreciate Commissioner Tell you standing up for the 3-acre minimum lot countywide. So that was my main consideration, was the reduction of the countywide minimum lot size to 1 acre. I really don't think that that's in our community's best interest. But just real briefly, I think Montezuma County has had 2 really successful land use planning initiatives: the landowner initiated zoning and the Dolores River Valley Working Group. And both of those were successful because they were grassroots and they were citizen-led. And we had a great consortium of diverse people working on the issue. And so I wonder if there might be an opportunity for you gentlemen to reconvene some sort of group like that to tackle some of these issues and then bring them back to the public, where people have really had time to hash through some of these topics. Because from my perspective, our land use plan and our land use is really tied to our quality of life here. And we got really kind of one chance to do it, because a lot of those changes will be permanent once they're made. And towards that end, I just would encourage any kind of, if you were to think about convening a working group like that, that you might charge them with some guidelines around what a land use plan would consider, or changes to our code and our plan. And that would be maintaining our rural character, encouraging large-scale export agriculture, as well as small-scale agriculture that is increasingly becoming a little bit more viable with local food consumption and production here. Keeping the cost of providing community services affordable, so that it's a fiscally responsible changes to our land use code and plan that the county can afford. Concentrating dense residential development in and near infrastructure in towns, respecting private property rights as well as a public good, and also tackling this topic of affordability and keeping people here, all different types of working class. So that would be my request moving forward, that maybe we could come back and convene a citizens group that was appointed to really look at this a little more comprehensively.
We actually have a group of citizens appointed to a task force. There are Planning and Zoning Commission, and they came up with the suggestions that we do have.
Right. And in the past, we've had a Planning and Zoning Commission, and we've had a separate working group that supported, I think, the commission, and were able to bring in more perspectives and do some more research on some of those topics. It's just a thought. Yeah. All right.
Well,
thank you. And happy fall, by the way.
Yeah, it's beautiful out there.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Perfect weather.
Great day out there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sheila Wheeler, Dolores, Colorado. Thank you for that, and I saw you listening very intently. But about a higher use of water and land might be to consider agriculture for food security in our area, since that has become an issue. But for myself, and maybe for anyone else in here who is asking, the last I heard, what was considered to be affordable housing was $220,000. If I'm not correct, could you correct me on what is considered affordable housing?
I think affordable, that's a different term for everybody in this room. So you can't classify it. I asked that actually in a meeting in Durango, on a housing solutions meeting. Of course, this was in La Plata County compared to Montezuma. It's basically what a person can achieve a loan for that person. That becomes affordable. So for every person, it's different. But if you look at what we have here to sustain jobs and what they have to live and to work by, we can obviously say that that's a reduction. So it's different for every person in this room.
I guess I'm wondering why it's just always used in such broad terms then.
I asked the same question.
That's why I'm asking the question. Okay, well.
So when you have a whole fire department in Durango that can't live in Durango because there's nothing there affordable.
Right.
it's relative to what are they doing for a job. So affordability, yours is probably different than mine, and mine different from these gentlemen's up here, and probably, well, not probably, it is. It's different for everybody.
Well, and
But
the
you have to look
median-
at the vast
The
of
median
our,
income here is $48,000 a year.
Right.
And it's hard to buy a $250,000 house on $48,000
so
a
if you
year.
take 30% of that, or maybe 35% of that, that's all you can do for your loans, or she might be able to answer that farther. That's a very small number. So that's how I look at affordability. It's different for every person, but if you look at the average of it and take that 30 or 35%, that's your number. And that's what we have to look like. Your number might be larger than mine.
So in Mancos, I mean, I appreciate what you say about people coming in with a lot of money. So if they come in with a lot of money, isn't that considered affordable housing? Someone who could afford housing?
I'm not following you. What do you?
Well, I think you brought up that you wanted people to live here.
That already live here. I want them to stay here.
Yes, I agree with that. Yes, I agree with that. But I thought I heard you say that there were people that were coming in here with a lot of money that, well.
So I'll give you an example. In the cities, the a $500,000 house is in most parts of that neighborhood. That's just a given. That's how much they are, or $750,000. Vegas, I think they're $1 million is what the average is. So they go sell their $1 million house in Vegas, and they come out here, and they see a $336,000 house. That's nothing to them.
Right.
But it pushes our people that live here out. Telluride's people don't live in Telluride anymore.
That's right.
They live in Rico. They live in Saw Pit. They can't even live there anymore, and that's what we don't want to happen here.
I agree.
So a vision for the future is we want our people to still be able to afford and live here. So the influx of people coming in, it's happening, and I think, I don't have a crystal ball, but with what's happening with this pandemic, I think people are going to look to rural areas, and it's already been stated. So,
for me, I got to tell you, the 1 acre deal, I'm not a developer, and I really don't care if it's 1 acre or 3 acre. I care about those people, and that's when the solution, if you put a 1 acre around the 1 mile of influence of the city or 3 miles of the city, maybe that's a solution. I don't know if that's a solution or not. Nobody seems to think so, but so far nobody's ever came up with a solution. But we're running out of time.
I appreciate your consideration for the citizens, because I think that should be utmost in our minds at all times, whether it's money, land, water. Should be, how is this going to affect our community in the long run?
I do these benefit auctions, and what's great about where we live in this community is if somebody gets cancer in this community,
yes,
we do pie auctions, and what just makes my heart, you will have a guy that makes $150 a day, and it took him 8 hours to do that, whatever job it was, or woman, and they will go to a pie auction, and for that day they'll buy one pie for $100. So they just spent 2/3 of their paycheck to help that person with cancer. And I got to tell you, the people, or you break down on the side of the road, that man or that woman's going to be the first one to stop to pick you up.
That's right.
But I would have to question some of these people that have the $1 million house, come back and buy the 336. I don't know if they're going to be at that pie auction. So.
Right. I agree with you on that, on the generosity. I've lived here going on 20 years now, and my house completely burned down. I lost everything I had, and the community reached out to me. I mean, my heart just, I cried for days. But the irony in the whole thing is my grandfather said, Sheila, always keep about $5,000 under your mattress so that you yeah. So,
well, so you have means you have a $5,000 mattress.
I don't have a $5,000 mattress.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Would anybody else like to make a comment?
Danny Wilkin, 11728 Highway 491. I have a little bit of experience with smaller lots. I developed Lebanon town site in 2007. It was a town site that was plotted out in 1908. We bought 25 acres from a gentleman who was going to sell his farm. On that 25 acres, there was 175 50 by 150 foot city lots plotted on that. There was 60 foot street easements, and there was 16 foot alleyways. We ended up purchasing another 2 acres from the neighbor next door when the member had passed away and they needed to settle their estate. And so on 27 acres, we took and put 28 houses. And so with doing that, if we would have had to put them on 3 acre lots, it would have took 84 acres. We took and put them on 27 acres. 3 acre lots, in my opinion, are the biggest detriment to Montezuma County if you want to take and keep this county, or 3 acre minimum, if you want to keep this county with a rural character. Because and there's exemptions, and I'm not saying that people that have 3 acres don't take care of their property, but I'm saying that drive through any 3 acre subdivision and look and see. People take care of the half or 1 acre or 3/4 of an acre around their house. A lot of the rest of it becomes weeds and prairie dogs. And that's not everywhere, but drive around and look and see. That's what happens. Larger lots, when people don't want to take care of them, just push a sprawl out there. A 3 acre lot is 2 1/4 football fields. People don't need people that only want to have a half an acre or a small lawn and different things but want to live in the county, they don't need to have to take care of 2 1/4 acre or 2 1/4 football fields, because it doesn't happen. It takes a lot of equipment, it takes a lot of time. People have interests, people like, we live in a great recreational area. People like to recreate and different things like that. It takes time to take care of these places. So just because we change the minimum doesn't mean all of a sudden that we're going to be bombarded by 1 acre lots. It's still going to be market demand is what is going to do that. And I think you'll end up with having subdivisions where you have a 3 acre lot, you might have a 5 acre lot, a 7 acre, a couple of 3s, you might have a 1 here or 1 there. Because also in Montezuma County, 3 acre lots are basically 301 feet by 434 feet is what they are. That works great if you're plotting lots out in the Great Plains. But here we have rolling hills, you got canyons, you got irrigation water. A 3 acre lot, and with that being the minimum, you can't always take and irrigate what's on the other side of that ridge, but you had to include it in that 3 acre lot, so it becomes a waste. And so I think you really should take and look at the 1 acres. I honestly wish you was looking at the half acre, because the state standard is a half an acre. And the reason that is because the septic system, to put it in the state of Colorado, you have to have a half acre lot for it. And because that gives you enough room if your septic system fails, if your leach field fails, then you can go in and have at least 1 or 2 more replacement areas. 1 acre is 43,560 square feet. Most people's house is 2,000. You probably don't put, in general, 10,000 square feet of that, 3 acres, into development of it. And so, on the other part of it, and sorry if I can have just a couple minutes and then I'll quit, but, in Lebanon, when we put that in, we put those 27 acres in, they talk about development costs and infrastructure. In order for us, and we checked on this and knew what we was up against when we bought the property to take and put this in. From County Road S to County Road T, we had to pay to upgrade Montezuma Water Company's water line. We paid for 1 mile right there. Then above that, up around Dart Nilsson Shop and in that area, we had to pay for 3,000 feet. So we put 8,000 and some feet of new water lines in an area where they was already undersized. And so the developer is going to take and know what his costs are, know if it's financially feasible for them to do it, and then move forward. And we put in that water line, it proved everybody's water availability out there. I think if anybody wants to check with Montezuma Water Company, they're probably less than 50% of what their capacity is when you look at the decreed water rights that they have and what their plant is. I know.
If that's true, can they run their water line over to Mancos?
Well, look what they did already. They already did. They went across Summit Ridge and then came in and tied it down. It didn't used to be, that was Summit Water used to not be tied into Montezuma Water Company. Now it is, and that's what happened with that. And I think at the time that we developed Lebanon, and this was 2007, I think Montezuma Water Company was wearing out their plant at 25% of capacity. of what that plant could produce, they was wearing their plant out at 25%. And you know, and I can tell you from Lebanon, most of the people that bought homes from me, I'm a home builder too, most of those homes that we sold to were for families. And it was easier to get them into something like that. I don't believe lot size is necessarily going to keep affordable housing, because the bottom line is people are going to keep moving here. And, but I do think it helps and gives people an option. And the other part of it too is none of us want, you know, I live on a farm that my great-great-granddad bought in 1904. And part of it's been split off and part of it we have. But at the end of the day, the developer doesn't usually go talk to the farmer and say, hey, I want to buy your property. What happens is a farmer or rancher, his kids have moved away, wanted to do something else. He's ready to retire, and that's his retirement. And so then he puts the property up, and somebody comes along and buys it. And so, you know, that's just the reality of it. And but I don't think 3 acres or dropping it to 1 acre is going to be detrimental to this county. I actually believe it will take and help it. I encourage everybody to drive out to Lebanon, where we put in the town site. It's at Lebanon Road and County Road T. Drive through there. You see what their yards look like. You see the way that it's all compact in there. And I think it'll change your mind about what can happen. So, thank you.
All right, thank you, Danny. Anybody else? You know, Dan, I got a question, because one of the biggest arguments, we've got a ton of emails that have been sent to us, is one of the arguments is that it will create a lot more people moving here for the 1 acre lots. And I wonder, does anybody have an idea? Is there any kind of factual information about that?
Commissioner Sukla, that I don't know, but I think people are going to continue to move here no matter what the size is.
We're a gym, and this place is a beautiful place.
We have been discovered.
Yes.
You know, whether we like it or not. I mean, it's a double-edged sword. We have been discovered, and so why not take? And to me, we've had 3 acre lots in since the 70s. When the state developed regulations for subdivisions, that's when it became a 3 acre minimum. You know what? We're way past the 70s. Let's look at something that makes sense. Thank you.
All right. Rebecca.
Did you have something? Did you have an answer for that, Carrie? Okay. She was nodding like she might have an answer. Okay. Rebecca Samolsky, 31557 Road P. I would say I do not believe that 1 acre lot size in the county is going to make a bit of difference as to affordable housing. So in response to that and your acknowledgement that that may or may not be a good answer, I think Nina Williams actually, one of the last hearings, brought up some research maybe in the Alamos Valley or Huerfano County, somewhere over that way, that might be worth looking into what the actual costs of development are related to the money that comes in from residential development. I think that's a false narrative regarding the 1 acre lot size. Some things that we could do. Let's look at the accessory rental deal. I think that's been a little bit of a way around getting 2 homes onto the 3 acres. I think there's going to need to be some really good discussion around the rental properties, because I think that is part of what's driving out is second homes. Not even somebody moving here for their first home, but moving here with your second home, and then now that rental isn't available to somebody else. Or buying it just as a rental property and not having any deed restrictions on what that rental rate may be. So I think those are real considerations we need to look at, and maybe not in the county, but maybe working with the towns to really encourage that affordable housing where you have walkable opportunities, you got more infrastructure. That's really where some of that should be. And I think you were right on, Commissioner Candelaria, and when Mr. Powers said regarding the affordable housing, it is the 30% or 35% of what your personal income is. So that sounded right on. I also think we could look administratively. I think your current minimum standards for subdivisions address the water. You have to show water security in order to do that subdivision. However, I'm not sure that we're always administering that way in the strongest way for the community to ensure that water availability. There was a proposal that almost came to you guys that got put back for other reasons to do with access. Well, my understanding is Montezuma Water Company had said they could give 4 taps, thinking that would be 4 taps for 4 residences, where the lot owner wanted to put 2 residences on each of those in accordance with, having the accessory structure. That may or may not have been my understanding is not what had been the intent of Montezuma Water Company, given their infrastructure in that particular, on those particular lines. So we really need to watch that with what is actually in the subdivision that gets turned in for the water availability. I also heard that you guys have the cisterns back on the table. I remember 15 years ago, we were looking at how do we get rid of cisterns being allowed as secure water supply. And I was a little bit disappointed to hear that that's back on the table. I think well permits are another thing.
Actually,
I haven't heard that.
So,
Actually, that is not on the table. I'm just saying that that does provide an option for people that want to be entirely off of any kind of a grid. That's not presented here. It's not a proposal here. It was just a comment, so that was not.
well, it's administrative, right? That's, I just mean administratively, and I am done, those were my last comments, but just to clarify, administratively, that had been kind of removed as allowing cisterns. Back when I was in the planning department, we talked about it, and that was because of the responses from the towns at that time saying, we can't guarantee we're always going to have the cistern operating. And so that letter wasn't counting.
Don, can you address that?
No, the land use code has no restrictions. If you want to put a cistern in or a 3-lot subdivision that only has cisterns, then that's the regulations, that's what's available, and that's what would be disclosed and sold as.
Right, and so there is nothing in the code regarding it right now. That's exactly right. And what I'm saying is it used to be a thing where it was administratively, it was like, no, you won't allow this. The board had said, we don't feel like this is adequate water supply, and that is now.
Are you saying that was in the land use code and then now it's in?
No. I'm saying that was on how the program in the land use code was administered, and I think there's a lot we can do with administration to secure that. I don't think you have to make that into a policy. I think we can say, hey, this code says you have to prove adequate supply, and what I'm hearing from my towns or my water providers is that cisterns are not an adequate long-term supply. That's what I'm saying. And then one other.
Fill it up.
Or if you can't, or if the cistern's turned off. I think it's just something else we really need to look at around water, because there have been a lot of questions about that. And then on the commissioner's side, you also have the opportunity to push the 35-acre rule. That's the other end of the 3 acres. And something to really consider back up to the state is that there's a lot that gets through on the 35-acre standard for anything above that, not going through subdivision requirements. Then you get 4 35-acre lots off of one of those old 160s, and then you get that split up in minor subdivisions, and that gets around a lot of the fees and the expensive people paying their way and doing those subdivisions. So these are just a few ideas around affordable housing. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you.
Anybody else on the 1 acre?
Zoom? Do we have anybody on Zoom? Oh. Yep.
Go ahead, Cindy.
We will have one. If you can hold, we'll catch the Zoom. We have one raising their hand. Just
Okay.
stand
No
tight.
problem.
Stand fast.
Go ahead, Cindy. You got to unmute yourself.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to make a few mostly general comments here. I'm one of those who was around in 1996 on the Planning Commission. The plan we have now was the result of a massive grassroots community effort. I just want to say that no stone was left unturned when developing that plan. And the intent was not to overregulate, to allow plenty of options for agricultural landowners, and not to add excessive costs to the county in administration costs. One of the reasons for our land use plan back then was because we were zoning by variance. Everything was being handled by variance because we had no plan. We had nothing to go on. And believe me, it was far more than 14 in 2 years. And at the time, we were facing very rapid growth. We haven't had rapid growth in this county for quite a long time, but back in the 90s, we most certainly did. And it was stressing our ability to provide adequate services, and people were really concerned about the impacts on the right to farm as well. So with that said, as it has been discussed today, the current land use plan and code will accommodate small lot developments. We have a couple of really good examples of that that have and are currently happening. The intent of the land use plan was to encourage those more dense developments to occur in the urban influence zone where services were available and through planned unit developments where feasible. So that's already in place. The issues brought up today about affordable housing, those are huge issues. Those were issues back in the 90s. They're still issues, and it's getting even more of an issue nowadays than what it was even then. But there's a lot more to be discussed around that, in addition to the land use planning. So I think that maybe today is a good start on that kind of a discussion. But as others have suggested, major revisions to the land use plan should be addressed with community planning initiatives. And that I think that this lot size constitutes a major change. And I don't think we're really prepared to make that decision yet as a community. And we need to consider the current economics, available water impacts to roads, all those issues. And so I really encourage you guys to table that for now. And maybe we can come back to it later on with more insights and a broader discussion.
All right, thank you, Cindy.
That's all I have.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sir?
Hello, Fred Ostrom, 27515 Highway 145. And a lot of what Cindy just said were some of the points that I was going to make. And I just wanted to also bring up the point that having more individual lot sizes can probably increase the number of variances that are actually going to be coming up in front of the board instead of decrease them, because there'll be more people that will need variances for different things. I also would like to, I've forgotten. But anyway, Cindy actually said most of what I was hoping for. I would also like to see a planning commission put together for this, because I do feel like this is a fairly contentious issue. This is a really big issue, and I think this is something that shouldn't be done kind of piecemeal. I think the whole picture should be looked at, and I thank you for your time. I really appreciate you all and what you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? All right, seeing none, commissioners, we'll go back to the routine. Would you like to move this forward? Would you like to have more discussion? How do you feel?
I think we can put this with the other two items for more information. I would like to know for sure what the moratorium is of Montezuma Water Company. Our planning or our GIS department has shown us some information that I didn't have previously. But I'd like to know for sure what of these lots are truly available, or if they're just platted and they're undeveloped, because that tells a different picture or shows a different picture. So I think we just need more information on this one.
And so, Commissioner Urtel, I think I know what you're going to say, but go ahead.
I think I've seen enough. There are a number of ways to get to 1 acre lot developments. I appreciated Danny Wilkin coming up and saying they bought a 25 acre parcel, is already platted out in 1 acre parcels, and I think if the demand is there for 1 acre building sites, building lots, somebody's going to provide it for them. I mean, there's going to be provision for that. The subdivision down off of Road J that Cruzan and his company are putting, perfectly shows our land use code allows and makes it very available to build for lots from a 1/4 acre to 1 acre to 5 acres to 50 to, I think we're already there. So I think this is a moot point for me to decrease it to a 1 acre size. I think I've seen enough here today for me that I think we leave it at the 3 acre standard for countywide 3 acre minimums, and let your 1 acre lots get developed as they need to get developed.
It's up to you.
Boy, I sure don't like sitting in the middle on this
Well,
deal.
you're in the middle, Dave.
Don, this is an actual problem, that if I owned 5 acres and I'm within a mile of the town, and I want my son to, I want to give him 2 acres so that he can build a house. I don't have a bunch of money. I'm speaking for some, but would I be able to do that with our current land use code?
For 2 acres, just one.
So I own 5. I have a house on
One
all
standard
5,
lot.
and I want to give my son. I live in a rock pile. I mean, it's about the desolate. It's not farmable ground. With our current land use code, am I allowed to do that?
You would have to get a variance in order to do the smaller than 3 acre lot. However, you could set up a 2 or 3 lot PUD
Yeah, subdivision.
and
So a PUD can
give
be
that
set up
property
with
to him.
There's no minimum on the acreage?
There would be the half
Right,
acre
you-
would still be the minimum because of the requirement for the septic system.
Right.
Right,
So
yeah,
they
you'd
wouldn't
have
be
to
able
meet
go
that.
lower than that.
But you couldn't do a single lot PUD.
You have to do it too.
You'd have to have at least a 2 lot PUD. But if you set that up, then you could have the smaller acreage.
So you'd have to have 3 lots instead of 2. Correct?
Yeah.
Correct. You could set up a 2 lot PUD and they're a half
Yeah,
acre
2.
each, and he ends up with a total of 1 acre as long as he doesn't build on the lot line, because going forward, we don't want those issues.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I tell you what, we already have 2 contentious items on there. We might as well make it 3. So, the last
an
item was-
arbitrary number?
Actually, I want to, I mean, I thank all of you. I don't think, this has been a great dialogue and a discussion. I don't think anything has gotten out of hand or control, and I appreciate that. Like I said earlier, if we don't put something out there and on the table, we're not going to get this conversation to happen. So, again, I appreciate the dialogue, and we'll move that one for more information forward.
Number 9, we're going to go to item number 9. Number 9 is the change to a new owner conducting the same business after an amount of time can have the existing HIP transferred, the high impact permit transferred to them.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioners, any discussion on this last agenda item for the land use code proposed changes?
I think that's perfectly appropriate, what we're proposing there.
I think this is pretty much of what you explained previously with the plywood plant. Now we have ironwood, which is basically the same
operation,
type of operation. Maybe they're making something a little bit different, but in regards to that, they're probably 95% the same. I think, just in my opinion, for this now, I do understand that there'll be, I think this can move forward.
Any public comment on agenda item number 9?
Of course. Yeah. Got to look at all of these. Becca Samolsky, 31557 Road B. Partially just a question, really, as to whether we have the, how well the tracking is on our historic uses. I know we have it really strong with the high impact permits, definitely stronger in that area, but I'm actually curious about the rest of the land uses with the historic zoning.
We're talking about this.
Yeah, are they well enough documented, our historic uses, that we can?
On the high impact permits, yes, they are, and that's what we're talking about here, not everything else. We're talking about high impact permits, and they are very well tracked.
Okay, but we say in the historic use that what looks like is going to be added is landowners in this designation may continue documented actual uses and continuing to the date of termination of said use by the property owner without interruption. I thought this was for everything, and you wanted to add high impact permitting to that?
No.
Okay.
That's not it.
The first part of number 9 is the high impact permit. If the business ceases to exist and somebody wants to come back and start up that business or a different business, they're required to reapply for a high impact permit. That doesn't necessarily mean they would have to pay road impact fees, because if the fees have already been paid once, you don't
Gotcha.
have to pay them the second or third time for a new business operating on that piece of property. There's two ways to look at it. One way is the business was there, all the neighbors were there, it was approved, it was operating. If it ceases to operate for 10 years, and now somebody else comes back to do the same thing, but now all the neighbors and the conditions have changed, they really wouldn't have any say-so as to if that business now is appropriate in that area or not. So that's one way to look at it. The other is same business, same location. Chances are your whole neighborhood doesn't change. That going through the process again is kind of redundant. So there's two ways to look at it.
Okay. And then there are a lot of high-impact permits where there's actually conditions of the permits that are put into it, correct? I believe like they're saying, okay, we're going to check and you're going to come back after a year, we're going to make sure this is working, or after 2 years. So that would be maybe something that needs to be considered, or make sure it's acknowledged in here that if there was any kind of requirement like that, it might be worth looking at. But I agree, it doesn't make, if you already paid the fees for that and that use has been allowable and that infrastructure is there, you don't need to go through the whole thing. So I think just maybe there's a little bit of middle ground there on this one. So, thank you guys.
So then the note underneath that, in looking at this again, and
By 10% growth.
It states on our high-impact permits that documents that were here long before I was, that if your business increases by 10% or more, then you need to come back to amend your high-impact permit. If you go to the wording of the land use code, it says if you have an historic business that was in place prior to the 98 land use code inception, and then you grow that business by 10% or more, then you would be required to obtain a high impact permit if you're exceeding the thresholds. So, and I'm gonna have to look at this some more because I didn't catch all that until just recently. It's almost like we have contradictory wording on our high impact permits versus the land use code. Currently, what's been done in the past is if a high impact permit's issued and that business grows by more than 10%, they have to amend that. But in looking at that again, that may not be the case. And it may be up for discussion is 10% that big of an impact to require amending your high impact permit? If you're doing the same thing, if nothing's changes, your traffic doesn't change, maybe you added another building, maybe now all the stuff that was outside's being moved inside, just because you put on a building, that square footage is a 10% or more increase, but does it really affect your operation and the impact?
Well, I got to hand it to you, Don. There's 9 items on this list, and I thought this one was going to be the easiest.
He just cobbled it up good, didn't he?
Okay. So
Hey, every day changes in our world.
It does.
So
Thanks
we
for
need to
addressing
put it with the other 3 so that we
More
can.
information.
Is that what your recommendations are?
Yeah, like I say, I don't have definitive information because I think the HIP wording at the end of those requires a 10% growth that they have to come back and amend, and I'm not sure that it says that in the land use code. Okay. Historic use businesses that exceed by 10% then are required to get a high impact permit if they're exceeding threshold standards.
All right, why don't we do this then? Commissioners, do you agree we'll put this with the other 3?
Yeah.
That's 4. We have a total of 9. So that means that we had 5 that moved forward, if I pronounced that correctly. So where do we move from here, John, on the 5 items?
That you want to move forward?
Yes.
So it depends on procedurally how you want to handle it. When you are adding things to the land use code, basically we're doing a resolution and republishing the new land use code all over again with the new changes to it. So if you want to do it in 2 different parts, then Don, the planning department, will draft the resolution, and we can adopt it at the next meeting or as soon as you all want to. If you want to wait till you decide whether or not you're going to take action on those next 5 and just do it once, then you can put it off. But basically, it's adopting a resolution, and it's adopting the land use code all over again.
I would rather not adopt 2 different things. I mean, we have plenty of time, so we know we're going to move these forward. Let's get the information on these 4, and we can set up our continuation for another, I mean, how much time do you need? A month, 6 weeks away? And then, you know, we'll discuss these 4 items, and they may move forward or they may fall off. And then that way, we're only doing it one time.
Right.
And
That
those
makes sense.
adoptions are adopted, and if it doesn't happen until the end of the year or the first of the year, we've given it enough time to make sure that we have, as long as we give you enough time for your advertising and your
Yeah, I
process.
think a month is fine. It's just rather we want to do another public notice or continue this one and.
I think it's just a continuation of
Continue,
this
yeah.
one. I don't think
Yeah.
it's
Okay.
another one. This is the same subject, the same items. It's just a
Right.
continuation. So I would ask or move that we move it forward to a month away. I don't have a calendar in front of me, but
Pick a date and time, and that way we can post it online as well.
so October.
Try to get it when I'm gone.
Well, they're trying to figure that out. I tell you, we want to thank everybody. You know, sitting up here, we have no skin in the game on any of this. To be honest with you, it would sure be a lot easier on Commissioner Ertel and I
October 20th
if we
at 9
just
a.m.
coasted to the finish line. But but I think these things are important, and we really are concerned about the people that live here and affordability. And we don't want to lose these great people and kick them to, I don't know where they're going to go because they're running out of places to live. But anyway, we thank all of you for your thoughts and inputs on all this. We all live in this community together, and we all care for each other. And thank you.
20th at 9 a.m. No discussion. Let's go.
And we will, we'll put the information on our portal site under documents, same as we did before, so that people can review them, and as we get new information, we can update that.
All right. So could we have a motion, Commissioners, for a continuation?
Yes, I would move that we have a continuation of this hearing for, to be set for October 20th at 13:30, so that we can discuss those items moving forward.
13:30.
1:30 p.m. Sorry.
Got on the 24-hour clock, yeah.
Huh?
It's a little firefighter habit.
That way we just have more time. I'm looking at our agenda right now, and we're 2 items on our agenda, and we're not going to get anywhere. So if we can get all of our standard business taken care of prior to lunch, come back after lunch on that day, then we have nothing to focus on but that.
Yeah, I knew what 13:30 was. I was just questioning why it was in the afternoon this morning.
There's no 13:30 a.m.
Second.
We've got a motion and a second to continue the public hearing on the proposed land use changes to October 20th at 1:30 p.m. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. Thank you all on that agenda. We're going to go right into our veteran service.
Could we actually, Community Connections has to leave by noon, so I hate to put Rick off, but could we?
Yeah, you're back. Thanks for coming. Well, thanks for coming.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah, we appreciate hearing from you.
We're going to go, girls.
This is all your fault.
We're going to rearrange just a little bit. Sorry, Rick. We don't like to have our veterans sit down too long, but we're going to have to go real quick to this on the agenda, skip around because they have to be moved. But the community corrections presentation and funding request. And so if you guys can tell us your names and move, we'll listen. Hi.
Yeah, thank you for turning that on. There you go. Could you test that, please?
Good morning.
Perfect.
Good morning. Thank you for
having us today. I'm Ellen Stein. I'm the VP of Marketing and Development with Community Connections. We see you at least once a year. And we're here today with a few of our organization's leadership, with Cynthia Sadler sitting behind me, who's also a parent who lives in Cortez, parent of one of our program participants, and Cassandra Krafka, who is our vocational consultant, and Sabrina Kennedy, who is a Cortez resident as well and also program participant. And we're here for two reasons: to thank you first for your historic support of our work in Montezuma County. You know we have been serving Montezuma County for 35 years. This year is our 35th anniversary, and we're very pleased to be able to provide services to people with intellectual and developmental disabilities living here. We also are here to talk to you about CARES Act funding that you all were awarded, that we talked to Mr. Powers about this summer, and 2021 funding as well. So some of the impacts specifically that we've seen because of the coronavirus and our main interest in keeping our clients healthy and safe has resulted in us closing our day program site at Pine Street and our administrative offices since mid-March. We've been working from home.
I was going to ask you, so where was your physical building at?
On Pine Street here in Cortez.
That's just right, that's actually across from the title company, correct?
Yeah. And so that's where our adult clients spend a good part of their day, Monday through Friday, with our community activities and education and receiving the supports that they need for daily life. And our community inclusion activities stage out of there as well, getting into the community for volunteering, for education, all of it, for employment. All of that has come to a stop as of mid-March, and so for 2020, the result of that is that we're not billing for services. Clients are at home. We have begun offering some remote classes, but that participation is limited. Broadband challenges, technical know-how, sometimes not adequate supports at home to help some of our clients participate. And so our billing is 15% of what it has been historically this time of year, at least for the last 6 months. And so I'm just going to Sure.
I'm very interested in this because something happened to me at your building last week. Did you, do you have supplies of any kinds of things for these clientele at the building? If somebody needed something when the building was open, and you're saying now it's closed.
What kind of supplies?
So what exactly are the services? Are the services verbal, or there's nothing like?
In-person supports. I mean, Cassie has worked with us for the last year in Cortez as a direct support professional, so maybe you can more specifically address the questions of
is there a phone number to call that is put on the door at the physical building right now if somebody wanted to get a
They
hold
do
of it?
have some flyers and informational things. I honestly don't pay attention. I go there, I just go to my office because I'm the vocational consultant. I'm trying to help people get jobs. And it's especially hard right now, but we're still trying to work on it and help the people that have jobs maintain their employment. What kind of supplies and stuff are you meaning? Like,
I was standing in front of your building last week, and a gentleman rode up on a bike, and his wife had postpartum after having the baby. He had a baby that was I don't want to do the ages, but he was left with a baby from 1 to 2 years old, and a baby that was from 1 to 3 months. Mm-hmm. And he was desperate to find diapers. He was desperate to find. This was on a Friday at 3:30. And he had he said he rode that bike everywhere looking for those supplies, and he couldn't find anything. And so I was wondering, is there anything, does this have anything to do with Community Connections?
so no, what we are is we're an organization that provides services and supports for adults and children with intellectual and developmental disabilities.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, had someone been there, probably could have been offered something, but I mean, we don't normally just have our doors open for that kind of
Perhaps
service.
access would be something that somebody with postpartum depression would want to utilize.
Opinion project.
Okay.
When a case manager could help resource, but yes, if somebody did have postpartum depression, we could help assist with that.
Okay.
And actually, Chairman Suckler, we're at 325 South Pine, so that may not have been the same location.
Yeah, they're south of the middle school.
Oh,
Yeah.
Heart to Heart, was that the name? Is there something called Heart to Heart?
That sounds like something that, yes, yeah.
What do they do at Heart to Heart?
You know, honestly, I don't know.
Okay.
They don't participate in our normal.
Okay, so we got Heart to Heart, we got Community Connections.
And we serve distinct populations. And so we serve people with autism and Down syndrome, cerebral palsy, some traumatic brain injury, and this year, this actually just applies to La Plata and Archuleta counties, but we picked up the single entry point program from the health department in Durango. Doesn't
That really helps me,
affect
and
Montezuma.
I apologize for my ignorance.
No problem. It's an opportunity. I mean, we're glad to be here, and I should probably try and get here more frequently, but so I was just mentioning that services are continuing, but the adoption of online learning has been really slow, and we had what were called retainer payments in place through July, and those were suddenly stopped, and so what we're looking at from July through December for 2020 is close to $155,000 in revenue losses, and then as we work into 2021, our fiscal year, and 2021, we're going to be looking at increasing staff to accommodate in-person services. That's going to increase our costs because we have to have fewer clients for their health and safety per staff member, so we're going to be increasing our staff and our costs there. We've seen a 1% cut from the state legislature. It feels like a double whammy in terms of increased costs related to COVID, decreased revenue related to COVID, in addition to the 1% cut from the legislature. And so we're here to introduce you to some of our staff and board members and personalize the work that we do here, and to request your support of CARES Act funding that could help us defray these costs we're incurring. For 2020, $155,000, and then as we move into 2021, we're looking at an additional $310,000 in Montezuma County alone for the calendar year 2021. And just to review, we serve almost 100 children and adults in the county. We do provide early intervention therapies to 30 infants and toddlers and 6 children. That was in 2019, and those numbers are pretty consistent currently. And financial and case management support and targeted services for 19 families, and that helps prevent foster care placement and keeping kids in the home. And then community-based services like vocational support that Cassie's going to talk about to 42 adults. So I'm going to turn it over to Cassie, and she's going to talk a little bit about her work in the field and as a vocational consultant and her work with Sabrina.
So just one more question, and I will hear it. So you, do you need to have the presence at the building to perform what you're needing to do, this support?
Well, that's how we've operated, and that's most ideal. I mean, the isolation that people with disabilities experience is significant, way more so historically, having moved from institutions to, smaller group homes, and now as our mission is focused on as much independent living focus as possible. So that's how we've operated in the past and working with people one-on-one, but we are trying to move online. It just hasn't been that successful. As you can imagine, it's just there are more barriers.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
I was trying to clarify.
And so we're trying to get back to some more in-person services, which is going to be a little more costly for us.
Yes. So my name is Cassandra Krafka. I started off just over a year ago with Community Connections. I was a DSP, which is a direct support professional, which is I was the person providing those services and the supports for the people that we service. So we would take them out into the community. We had volunteering. Me and Sabrina were on several volunteering teams. We worked at Medicine Horse. We did thrift stores. We did different various things there. We volunteered at the animal shelter to kind of socialize some of the dogs when we could, and the cats that were there, and just kind of, it's more of integrating into the community and kind of educating the community of what we do. You know, we wouldn't have had that slip up of Heart to Heart versus Community Connections if the community knew what we did. And so I've moved over to vocational. So like I said, I work with DVR, and I'm working to get individuals and the people that we support employment. I'm currently going through, it's called a discovery through DVR, and that actually is to go and actually get to know somebody and then create a customized job for them at different employers. And then you go and you meet the employers and you say, what do you need? What is a tedious task that your employees are doing that maybe, Sabrina or somebody else could do? And so that's my current role, and it's to still continue to keep the community education going, but also to integrate and show that, the people that we support can be a contributing member of society. So Sabrina wanted to talk about some of her experiences and some of the things that she learned. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm Sabrina Kennedy.
Hi, Sabrina.
What does Community Connections stand for you?
Got me 2 jobs thing. I'm working at the office for CCI, and then I'm doing the parks thing for CCI.
So many days a week do you
Yeah. Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday. On Tuesdays. 4 days a week.
Oh, wow, that's great.
So what else has Community Connections done for you? Before COVID, what did we do?
We went out.
And did what?
Volunteered.
Did you meet any people in the community?
Yeah, some kids at the park always tell me good morning thing, and then people tell me I'm doing a good job at the park.
That's great.
And so what else? So with your host home stuff, what have you learned?
I've learned how to do my own laundry and learning cooking skills thing.
Good. That's great.
And what has being able to work during COVID done for you?
Got me out of the house.
We all want that. Well, thank you. We appreciate it. So, Shaq, does the funding qualify?
So there's 2 different funding requests, right? One is their request for funding for next year for the $10,000, and one is for the request for the CARES Act money. We've set up for businesses to put in for grants up to $10,000, so we'd have to do something a little more uniquely with this. If the commissioners just give the go-ahead today, I can work with Community Connections and see, you know, which receivable items we can link to COVID and do everything that we can to get them as much of that amount as possible.
And that's part of what we're doing with Region 9, right? Are you a 501(c)(3)?
Yes.
So the 501(c)(3) and the 501, what was it, 6A or something?
Yeah. There is funding that we've made available through Region 9 for that. The maximum amount on that right now is 10,000. So we'd need to work very closely to put some, put their receipts together and come up. So if you give me the go-ahead, we'll work to try and figure out a way to make this work. But we've got to get specific receivable items to link it to COVID.
Are you talking about going above the $10,000 grant amount, Shaq? Is that what you're talking about, trying to?
Yeah, on the screen here, they're asking for $155,036.
Yeah, wow.
So you know, I would like to see that CARES Act. I think that, what was the November, there's a deadline for that.
December 30th.
31st.
30th.
On a Zoom meeting I was on last night, they're working on, and not to say that it's going to happen because Congress is only there for another week, to extend that. But there again, that's just talk. I don't know if it's going to happen. But the deadline that we have right now is still December.
Well, I'd like to see you work with them, find out how much funding that we can get from that pool of funding, and then we'll have a discussion.
Yeah,
from-
see what's
So
available.
basically, we're going to need receivable items linked to COVID.
Yeah.
And we can start working forward with that.
And what we've learned is about everything is COVID related. It's
Yeah.
just-
Has La Plata County stepped up? What's La Plata County done? Because you're all part of La Plata County and Montezuma County. We're all hooked together. This Community Connections
Yes.
is out of Durango, correct?
It is, though we serve 5 counties in southwest
Or
Colorado.
Region 5? You serve all 5 counties?
9,
9 counties.
No, Region 9, 5 counties.
Okay.
Yes, same overlap. We have not requested CARES Act funding specifically from La Plata County, but we have historically received similar support to your annual support. We have submitted a request for $30,000 to La Plata County and won't know about that award for a little while, just for 2021.
So right now, you're just receiving their annual contribution?
We are.
Much like our 10,000 annual
Yes.
contribution?
Right.
15.
15, excuse me.
Yes. And something else I wanted to mention, the importance of local government support. We applied for some CDOT funding this year for the first time, operational funding, because we haven't had a secure source of operational funds to run our transportation program, which is critical to our day program operations, getting people into the community for recreation and jobs. And we requested $60,000, and we have to provide a 50% match.
Yeah.
And that will come from our local governments, and we're looking to La Plata and hopefully you all to help us make that match.
You know, we have MOCO, which I read that with interest here, why you're trying to do your own transportation program. When we in Montezuma County have MOCO, you all qualify to use that as a transportation service, and
It's limited. I'm quite sure we've worked to collaborate in the past, and on occasion we do use MOCO for longer transports than in town to get residents in the county, but we have a van and a bus, that Sabrina's used. But we do not duplicate. We have done our best, and we've looked in Durango also, and we wouldn't have applied for those CDOT funds if we were able to use other transportation services. So rest assured, we do on occasion use MOCO here, as we similarly use the Opportunity Bus in Durango. And so I want to introduce Cynthia Sadler, just to...
I'm Cynthia Sadler, and I am a Montezuma County resident at 22655 Road K. And as an example, my daughter is 29, she has Down syndrome, but she also has type 1 diabetes. So she really cannot travel on public transportation unless she had someone with her to assist her, because type 1 diabetes, that's really her biggest disability. You know, if she goes low, she can die.
Yeah.
And so if she passed out on a bus and people didn't know to wake her up and give her juice, we'd have a crisis. So we do have clients like that that are extremely fragile, and so public transportation is really not a great option. So I just want to speak.
And the timing is really all over the place with classes at the rec center and other needs. They are not on a specific route. So, but I will inquire more about what kind of services I am on. I do participate in the regional transit conversations and was on the phone with Milka last week, actually. So Cynthia just wanted to share a little bit about her experience as a board member and parent.
If you don't mind. Like I said, our daughter has Down syndrome and has benefited tremendously from supports like this organization. She's been able to volunteer at the library, the animal shelter, the thrift store, like she's already said, and several other places. And she's able to attend the rec center, you know, with supervision, and they go to the local bowling alley and bowl. You know, this is all before this all happened. And because of that, she's a contributing member of our local community because she's supported. Equally, our community is enhanced by the presence of these clients because in spite of their challenges, they're examples of working through difficult situations and prevailing. Our daughter is friendly and non-judgmental and accepts everyone for who they are, which, as you can imagine, goes towards everyone getting along. So these citizens are great examples to us all if given the chance and some opportunities. Also, I'm excited to be to represent Montezuma County on this board and make more people aware of what we do. We do enhance the lives of many through supports that we give to our citizens. Also employment. We employ a number of people in Montezuma County, and we contract out services like host homes. So we have a number of individuals that are supported in a host home, and those host homes are supported through the resources of that we give through paying them. Also, one last thing is we're planning a festive event for this coming holiday season. We would love to light up Main Street by having pre-lit wreaths that will be sponsored in as many windows as we can along Main Street and even out in the community. But we just think this would be a great way to give back to our community, lift spirits. This is going to be a tough time coming up. And if you're interested, I'd like to pass this along. It's a little bit more information, but so far we have 9 sponsors already, individuals and businesses. And for the businesses that have been hard hit on Main Street, we have sponsors that would sponsor the wreath to hang in their windows, so it wouldn't cost them anything, or just the support of the community. And I think that's about all I have to say. Thank you.
And just a few more points. Cynthia referenced the employment support that we provide county residents, and I have that detail is $2 million in payroll expenses, $900,000 supporting 37 employees in Montezuma County, and $1 million supporting clients in 21 host homes. And so the work that we provide with eligibility and enrollment or services, case management, and direct support, like what Cassie did as a direct support professional with Sabrina and now as a vocational consultant, does make a significant impact economically in the community. And 90% of our revenue is federal or state Medicaid funding, and so everything else that we want to do in achieving inclusion and full participation in community life requires private support, like we're working on raising through our events. other local grants, other private grants. We get support from the Onward Foundation. We get support from the Community Foundation serving Southwest Colorado, and La Plata Electric, Empire Electric. We're always out there. That's my job. And so the support that Montezuma County provides is included 9 of our 14 local governments that we serve, but the 9 local governments that support us 100% is where most of our services are offered. So I don't know if we have 2 more minutes, Shaq, if you have time for the video. We have a early intervention video. We just wanted to show you a little bit of the services we provide children also.
You said 37 employees.
We do have 37 employees in Montezuma County, and then 21 host homes. Like Sabrina lives with a family, and so the host homes support her and are paid to do that.
I'm Audrey Utley. I'm here for Bentley Utley, who has spina bifida, and our relation to Community Connections is for occupational therapy, to work on getting him mobile as we can.
My name is Laura Shelton. I'm the parent of Chase Shelton, and we learned about Community Connections actually when my son was born in the NICU. We had this newborn baby that came 2 months premature, and we weren't sure, what we were going to do with him or how we were going to navigate all of his needs.
Because of Community Connections, I feel like he's using his abilities to the best that he can, and I feel like without them, he wouldn't have made as much progress as he has.
It really took a village of skilled people within Community Connections to help guide us on what his needs were, and to be able to help us support him at home and give us all the tools that we needed.
And I have somebody who has worked with babies with disabilities to kind of confide in.
Chase is very confident in who he is. He stands strong in knowing what he brings to the world, and he knows he brings love, and he brings purpose, and he brings bravery. He has a story to tell, and he's not afraid to tell it, and he's not afraid to own it when he tells it. So it's really good to see him not have to feel like it's shameful or that it's something he has to hide. That it's really just truly who he is, and it's the story he got to write, and he's still writing it today. So.
Video of a very well done presentation.
Thank you. Thanks for your time and your consideration.
I have a message on Zoom that Michael Parker, Sabrina's uncle, would like to say a couple of words.
Awesome.
Thank you. This is Michael Parker. I'm Sabrina's uncle, and we love her very much. We also are very happy with what Community Connections has done for Sabrina over many, many years, especially through lifestyle changes from attending school in Dolores and living in Summit Lake, through the many changes of life and the support in all those changes. Sabrina has grown significantly because of that continued support that is adjusted from Community Connections. Sabrina is a loving member of our county and Montezuma. Many people hear her and know her, and she just shares love, and it's just a pleasure to be around her. In that, the additional funding to Community Connections, especially as it may be opened with funding under the CARES Act, which does have a sunset date, any support that our county could give to these individuals that really benefit. And we see them in the community, as has been mentioned, in the parks, helping to clean the parks, in the library to help support, in our thrift stores, and so many things. But the best of all is they're in our county, they grew up here, and they share their love with all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parker.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks so much.
We're going to go to the Axis presentation and the ATU funding request, since everybody's been waiting here, and then we are going to break for lunch after that. So,
Morning, Haley.
I guess. I mess with her.
what?
She's on the call.
She hasn't even said anything yet.
I'm way messing with you.
Community response.
So this morning, the first thing I would like to do is talk to you guys about a new initiative that a group of stakeholders are working on, excuse me, that we're calling our community response program. And today, as my backup,
You brought some pretty big guns.
I brought some power. Chief Balfour, Chief Buckles, and Marshall Goodall are here to back me up and back us up and tell you about the program. So what we would like to do is start a community response program in 2022. So I'm not here today to ask for money, it's more of an update. This is the question today that won't have a budget item. What we would like to do is come up with a program to help respond to some of the non-emergent calls that law enforcement really should not be phone to. We've seen around the country that there's a call for having police removed from a lot of different calls where they really shouldn't be. You know, whether it's a mental health call, a crisis call, a mom calling because her kid won't go to school, all of these things that there's not a need for police or fire to respond to. In Montezuma County, we anticipate this is over 600 calls a year.
600 calls?
Over 600. So what we think we can do is create a team with a behavioral health professional and an EMT that would have their own van and be dispatched through 911 to be able to go to these kind of calls. So anything non-criminal, number one, involving mental health, any sort of crisis, family conflict, a welfare check.
Would this be like domestic violence calls, stuff like that? where you
Anything
have-
like that.
Yeah, that
Anything
makes some
like
good
that.
sense.
So what if it is domestic violence, which could be criminal, but what if it's not a major domestic violence thing? You bring an officer with you, or?
Yep, so an officer can come as backup. We have learned from other agencies around the country that they have really great protocols in place to figure out the nature and the disposition of the calls to see exactly what they're getting into. So they wouldn't send the team to something that's not appropriate for them. And then law enforcement, whether it be in Cortez, Mancos, Montezuma County, would be able to respond and back that team up if necessary. So they would have a CAD system in their vehicle. They would know where their backup is. They would be, dispatch would keep an eye on them at all times. So it's a really great system, and it has worked well in other communities around the country, but this would be the first rural application of this program. And we don't want to wait, and that's the biggest thing. You know, there's a lot of programs I think that will be coming and funding that will be coming, but our team that's been working together doesn't want to put this on hold any longer. You know, January of 2022 is far enough out for us, so we would like to take 2021 to do some really intensive planning to make sure that we are creating the right program for our community, connected with the right partners. You know, that was a great example with Community Connections, the gentleman going to the wrong entry point to get supplies. You know, while that wouldn't be the primary responsibility of that team, they could help with stuff like that. You know, if they're out in the community responding to people that frequently call 911, that fire is frequently visiting, they can help resource and figure out what is the root cause of these issues. You know, is it food insecurity? Is it just a lack of services that they're not connected to? They don't know where to get things that would help them on a day-to-day basis, things that cause conflict and turmoil in people's lives. I think this team would be able to do a really great job of resourcing them. And that's kind of what's missing in the community, and what's different than a traditional crisis response. You know, a crisis response goes through a different phone number, often is after a law enforcement interaction, or after, you know, a family has called because something has gotten to the point where they can't handle it anymore, or they've come into our office, or something like that. This would be coming through 911 as a first response, and then anybody who has had multiple contacts could be called on by this team to do any follow-up care. So any after action can be worked on by a case manager, and it pulls law enforcement out of the role of case management, which is really important. You know, they have other important stuff to do.
Right, and maybe it fixes a problem.
Yeah, and that's what we're looking to do.
It's a step in the direction to work on the problem.
Exactly. So, you know, part of the reason the whole gang is here today is they are going to work with us, and Shaq is also sitting with us on the committee, as well as Bernie, the ER director from Southwest Memorial, Lori from the Bridge. Is that our whole crew?
So where's
Yeah.
the whole gang? Where's Sheriff Nallen?
He wasn't able.
out of town today.
Okay.
Yeah, wasn't able to make it today. And
Does
the sheriff
he support
has.
this too, probably?
He knows what we're up to.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. But we wanted to make sure you guys knew, because it's been in the paper already, and we are going to start meeting regularly to figure out details and apply for funding. And that's really where we could use, eventually, as we find the right funding sources for the program, where we will ask for you know, letters of support and things of that nature to support the program. Do you guys have anything additional? Yeah. Yeah.
So, like Sheriff Nallen said last week, he's applying for the DOLA grant. Mancus is applying for the DOLA grant as well, and that's the idea is we're gonna use the funding to maybe procure a vehicle like Montrose did and outfit it for the program. And we're looking for outside funding to get the program up and running, but eventually turn it over to the community as a community response where police is not involved in it, and go forward with that. And that's where the DOLA funding, if you guys support it, it'd be great to have a letter of support when we turn that in. It closes October 26th, but we're trying to get it done because it's first come, first serve. So the faster we get it done, the more we can. And with that, because it's a community response, it's not Mancus, we may have to do some type of IGA with the, you know, funding of that van to where we all benefit, because this shouldn't be just one municipality or the county or the city of Cortez. It's the community that needs it. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I think the biggest thing is the goal is to, it's not a mental health program, it's not a law enforcement program, it's not a fire program. It really is supposed to be a community-based response. So the goal will be to have it so one of us isn't overseeing it. You know, there's no bias there. We will eventually have a board to support the program and make sure that the oversight works as it's supposed to. Like, Access would be a contracted service, you know, with the behavioral health professional, perhaps Cortez Fire for an EMT or the hospital, something like that. Those are a lot of details we have to figure out, but it is not meant to be, you know, an Access program, a police program, anything like that. So that's one of the biggest reasons why we're all here together, just to make sure, you know, we're clear that we're going in to have a community-based response, and the goal is not for it just to be mental health, just to be medical, to really help resource people in the right way. And that's something that's missing at the moment in the community.
Well, that's very interesting. Good.
Can I come to the mic? I'm Jeannie Bryan again, and speaking as citizens, not Mancus trustee, they presented this to the Mancus board, and I shared with them that I came from a community that had this response. It's called Cahoots, and they have their own van, and they have the mental health professional in the van with an EMT, and at the the time, I'm working as an ER nurse, and they were invaluable. They were so valuable to us because they could go and they could assess, okay, does this need to go to the hospital? Does this need to go to detox? Does this need to go to mental health? We did not need to take an officer off the streets to do this. Now, if they need backup, they have their radios. They could, you know, Carla, she would call. Sometimes the officers would come because, you know, maybe there was a warrant for them or something like that. But it was just freaking incredible to have such teamwork amongst fire, and you know, because sometimes it's the same person calling all the time, and police just can't keep going there. So, and if it is a family dispute, they go. The officer needs to come again. So I really encourage these people to stay on this path and get this funding, and I'd love to be on your board, and I really hope you guys consider this because it's we're all moving into that direction of officers not just responding to everything that needs to be done, that they need some backup here. So thanks for letting me talk.
Thank you.
What community is that you said you came from?
Oh, I came from Eugene, Oregon, and it's called Cahoots,
Right.
and I'm not sure what CAA, what it all stands for.
I don't know what Kahoot stands for,
Yeah.
but yeah.
I was just curious.
Community response, and they have their own band, like they're
Right.
their own team, and they are, they know once they get going, they know
Right.
what's going on, so.
I mean, I assume that you're looking into, this is experimental and you guys are going to do your best to research other places. I mean, I think everybody up here probably enthusiastically endorses this idea as
Yeah.
long as.
Yeah.
We've done a lot of research. We've talked to other departments, and there's a couple different models, and in talking with this group, we really think that the separate team with the EMT and the behavioral health professional will work much better for Montezuma County than a traditional co-response, just because we have the complexity of having 3 departments plus fire. So we want the team to have as much mobility as possible.
Yeah.
So yeah, we've talked to a lot of people, a lot of best practices, and a lot of people. Cahoots has been around for 30 years, so you know that's why we're drawn to that. They know what they're doing at this point. So
Sounds like a great idea.
Guys have
Aye.
anything else?
No,
Perfect.
I don't have anything, it's just that my interest is in trying to get a handle on our call volume increase. We're up 12% this year from last year, and we were 8% over the previous year, so we can't sustain where we're going right now, so we've got to do something. It's off the rails, and so when Marshall Goodall called me and said, "Are you interested?" I said, "Yeah, I'll jump in head first with it, because we've got to figure something out." And a lot of our calls that we respond with EMS and law enforcement on are not in our world, but we're the initial response. Well, then we've got to sit there for an hour or 2, or law enforcement has to sit there for 4 hours, and where we can, even if we respond initially, we can go back and service within 5 minutes instead of an hour, and so that would be huge. Or the prevention piece of it is where they start, we find out we have a handful of places in the community, in the county, where we have had frequent visits or responses to there. Then they can start doing that prevention piece of it, as Haley said, and start getting down into what really is the root of this issue. And so, super excited.
Very good.
The other thing on this is it would essentially add a dispatch user, and I know everybody.
Oh, here we go.
We're looking to spread the load, baby.
Yeah.
And they're going to take 60% of the call volume, right?
Yeah.
Because we're going to get diminished.
So, I mean,
600
that's one
cases.
thing, if we add users to dispatch, it spreads it out furthermore for the community.
Yeah, because you've lost some, you've lost Mesa Verde, and what else have we lost? We've lost at least one.
You covered it.
I haven't heard we lost Mesa Verde.
No, Mesa Verde is still on there.
They weren't at one time,
They are right now.
Okay.
They were
I
in
think
the last meeting.
They're a
they?
1%er, but.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, one percenter.
Go ahead.
Thought about when you were talking about one group that may have left off here could be extremely beneficial
school districts. Because
Yeah.
we're getting a lot of younger, specifically all, that's all elementary, middle, and high school. We may want to kind of bring in maybe.
Oh, that's a good idea.
I'm sure that
Yeah.
it's going to grow as you guys get stepping into this.
Yeah.
It's going to morph into a little bit more, but as usual, if you don't start somewhere, and I've been that guy on multiple calls, the same call, it's just like over and over. So,
Yeah.
I think it's good.
And I think there's definitely a role for this team with Safe to Tell. And, all of those calls that are coming in. And just being able to work with their teams in general and make sure that when the team is off, that law enforcement has the support that they need when they don't have the team to call out. It 24/7 is just not really a reasonable thing to shoot for right now. It would be partial coverage, to get a pilot going. So making sure that they have enough resources in the off hours is also a big part of creating a strong program.
Just great idea.
Okay.
Great
Perfect.
idea.
And then I have my part too for Access, but you guys are off the hook. Thank you guys so much.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you,
Yeah,
guys.
thank you.
Thanks for coming in.
Thank you for waiting.
Thank you
Appreciate
guys.
it.
You bet.
Appreciate you.
Go catch another Zoom.
Yeah, go Zoom some more.
And I'll make this part really quick.
Take your time, it's okay.
They're hungry, I can tell. I've been in this last person seat before. So Access would like to ask for the commissioner's support for year 2 of supporting the ATU at $10,000. In 2019, we had 59 admissions to the ATU, and that was 205 bed days, and that's about $1,300 a night. Most of what Medicaid does cover some of it, but most of which is self-pay. The ATU is a really important resource and continues to be an important resource for Montezuma County. It's the closest place for inpatient psychiatric stabilization and allows for people to, sorry, I lost my words. It allows for people to keep their families close and do that follow-up care close as well. So we just ask that if you're willing to support us again at $10,000 for this really critical resource. And then the second part, Shaq mentioned earlier, maybe a month ago at a commissioner meeting, that he recommended to support the detox funding this year at $5,300. And that also comes with a detox board seat, the intergovernmental agreement. So Montezuma County would help contribute to the operational funding for the ATU.
Is this the same building, ATU and
Yep.
detox?
Yep.
Yeah. So ATU is acute treatment unit or something like
Yep,
that,
acute-
which is where when people are in crisis. That's where they go.
Mhm.
We need one here.
Yeah.
Yes. So
Those are all in Durango right now.
Yes.
they're all in Durango, yep, and each program is, their operational budget is a little over $1 million for each program. The ATU traditionally operates at a loss. I believe last year was about $200,000. Same with detox, and that's why we bring the partners together to help fund it. So it's Southern Ute Tribe, Fort Lewis, Ignacio, Durango, La Plata County, and Southwest Memorial, and would be Montezuma County as well. So total of $15,300 for 2021, if you're able to.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Haley.
Yes, and now you guys can go eat, unless you have any other questions for me.
Any questions, commissioners?
No, I think it just goes partly into our budget process, and then we decide what we can and what we can't fund. I mean, obviously, you're aware of the situation,
Yeah.
so.
Absolutely. Well, you know where to find me if you have questions.
We do.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank
We'll
you,
break
guys.
for lunch and we'll resume back at 2 o'clock.
Second. Or, yes.
Yes, okay.
Yes. Great.
The first set of papers.
Okay.
Where's that
Make
at?
sure YouTube is going.
I would like to move that the retail liquor and fermented malted beverage license renewal application for Kelly Place at 14537 Road G in Cortez be approved.
Second.
Motion and a second to approve the liquor license renewal for Kelly's Place, located at 14537 Road G, Cortez, Colorado. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Awesome. You didn't even have to present it. Thank you.
And then we're going to go to our Veteran Services budget presentation, and then we'll go back to go to George. Right?
George,
Thank you, Melinda.
you're a week late anyway, so.
Thank you, you guys.
Here, I have it right here.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Which one you made that motion, didn't you?
Let's see, where's the number at? So I would also move that we accept the Veteran Service Officer's monthly report for August 2020 in the amount of $10,582.15.
Second.
Motion and second to approve the Veterans Office certification of pay for September 22nd, 2020. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioners, and we'll make sure and get that to the state as soon as possible.
Yeah. Staying busy?
Oh, yeah.
Attaboy. Attaboy. Looks good. For the kind of year we're having, you look good.
Has your house went up in value?
You know, I haven't checked to be honest with you, but now after this morning's meeting,
He's gonna go find out. I'm gonna check it out, yeah.
That's okay. I'm going to retire and die here. Before I start my meeting, Commissioners, I did want to thank you for taking a moment out of your schedule to recognize the disabled American veterans on their 100th anniversary. A lot of jurisdictions don't take the time to recognize organizations like that, and by doing the resolution, it shows how much we care about our veterans and their families. You know, I also learned a lot this morning during that meeting, and how everybody's fleeing these cities and they're going out to the rural areas. So I'd like to think it's because we have a friendly environment for our veterans, and they've also heard about all the great work that we're doing in our office, so that's got to be it.
That's at least 85%.
At least 85% of folks are coming because they heard of our office.
You know, everything contributes.
Every little bit counts.
Everything contributes, so it is.
No, but
it
it's
is a
good
factor.
that y'all are planning for that because, yeah, I mean, we're going to grow. I'd like to, before I present my budget, I'll go quickly through some of our activity for last month. And in August, I always like to compare the previous year. As you know, in August of 2019, pre-COVID, we saw 224 folks come through our office. Last month, we saw obviously a drastic decrease, down to 134 folks coming through the office, and that's obviously due to the COVID. So we're slowly still going up. With that, you'll see we still had 12 new clients come through our office. We're always happy about that. Again, no nursing home visits because of COVID. There were 2 outreach events in August, 3 community events, and sometimes these community events they're either meetings with American Legion or a VFW or a Zoom type meeting. We did file 24 claims, so you're all right. We were busy last month. We were notified that we had 12 VA decisions. 9 of those 12 decisions were favorable, 2 were denials or unfavorable, and 1 veteran or surviving spouse claim stayed the same, no win, no loss. Last month, our 9 individuals that we had filed claims for that were decided, they brought in a combined total of over $10,000 a month. In 1 year's time, that should equal a little over $122,000 in a year, and those 9 individuals received combined a little over $38,000. Year to date, everybody that's won claims that we've done total $98,000 a month. a little over $1.1 million in 12 months if they don't move. And everybody that's won a claim so far this year, a little bit under the $500,000 in back pay. So I'm very happy with the rate of what the VA is doing. They're moving pretty fast on their claims. We're also happy about that. And we still win the majority of the claims we file. One more thing before I go into our budget request for 2021 and bring you up to speed. 2 events did happen in the past couple of weeks. One was the City of Cortez Veterans Park. That was a big success. It was on TV. I think it's Montezuma County TV, Facebook. It was all over the place, and you can see the videos. I think it went pretty well. So the other second thing was this past Saturday, I think Commissioner Candelaria might have stopped by. I didn't see, I was running around all over the place like a chicken with my head cut off. But we had the results from the VFW Veteran Stand Down in Montezuma County. Our goal was to see about 150 vets this year. Last year, our goal was 100 vets. Last year, they had, I think it was 113. This year, we shot for 150 vets. We ended up having 162 go through that building up there on West Montezuma. 55 families / civilians, family members were also assisted. So we had 38 vendors. We call them vendors, but nobody was selling anything other than information. So I think it was a great success, and I just wanted to make a notable mention of the VFW and the VFW's auxiliary. They did a fantastic job. With that said, I'll go into my budget presentation unless you have any other questions. All right.
I would just echo the same thing that you just said, and I said it earlier, but it was a great event, and I was only there for a little over an hour.
It was amazing.
Pretty awesome.
They did a fabulous job. And we had people from Grand Junction come down as far as the VA Medical Center was here. You've heard me say this before. Anytime you can get a federal, like federal agencies to come in and participate in something at a county level, we feel special. So a special shout out to Grand Junction VA Hospital System. They were fabulous. And on a side note, they brought us a truckload of enough equipment for 200, it was packs, sleeping systems, socks, boots. There was a ton of gear there.
Wow.
Oh yeah. I still have some in my office, so we'll get rid of that. But most of it was gone. With that said, we'll go into our budget presentation. You can see there, in highlighted is my request for 2021. You'll notice that there is under permanent salaries, that has gone up. Under part-time salaries, has gone away. We did lose John Johnson. He was working in our office. It was myself full-time, and I had Sarah and John. John's not with us. So my goal is to, under our continuity of operation plan, looking downrange, and if something were to happen to me, the rumors of my retirement are very premature. I'm not going anywhere anytime soon, as long as the commissioners will still have me here. But part of my continuity of operation is if I were to get sick, if something were to happen, seamlessly, Sarah knows everything. She's fully trained and equipped to be able to continue to march, and that operation continues without any bumps. So that's part of this plan and what I'm doing here, rather than requesting to hire another part-timer. But you'll see the math in a few minutes. To me, it makes sense. So part-time salaries are there. We have fringe benefits, the operating, public outreach, dues, training, travel, cell phone, and vehicle improvements. Before we go, we're already on the next slide there. I did want to note, as you look at my budget, be aware that $29,400 do get reimbursed to us, and it goes back into the county, I guess, general fund, Shaq?
That's correct.
Okay. So let's see, next slide, you'll see salary request. I did request a 5% pay raise for Sarah. Typically, Sarah and I will just wait and see what the county does, and we go with that. The reason I would like to get her, number one, she's been with us for 6 years. She's been a dedicated and faithful employee. She's done everything I've asked for. I asked her to see if she would step up to the plate and get trained and certified. She has already taken training at the National Association of County Veteran Service Officers. She's passed her test, and well on our way to passing the state certification. So you'll be able to brag that you have 2 certified service officers in our county. To me, that's pretty monumental. So you have bragging rights there. I know I would brag. And then you can see my notes there as far as salary reimbursements. And last year with 1 full-time, 2 part-times, and then comparing that, 2021 budget, salaries actually decreased by a little over $7,000. Okay, the next slide, fringe benefits. I never controlled any of this. I guess this comes from the administrative staff. The note there is Sarah does have other health insurance. She will not be asking for to be on the county's health insurance plan. Okay, the operating expenses, basically daily operating expenses, you'll see it's the typical Cortez copy and print, some supplies. The one issue there is at the bottom one, Vectrospec. That's a program that we use to manage our claims, and that's a licensing agreement. The state of Colorado pays for one free one. That's the one that I've been using all these years. So once I've got her trained up so that she can basically manage her own claims, I'll go ahead and pay for that. It's basically a licensing for her to get into that app. Okay, public outreach. Again, most of these funds, and actually all these funds come back from the state of Colorado. And a lot of this I use for marketing, getting us out there in the community, bumper stickers, T-shirts, promos, radios, anything we can think of. Down the road, I've even thought about doing billboards, but I want to research that a little bit more. We'll see. I got to learn a little more about the billboards. The next one is dues, training, and travel. Since I came on board in 2013, typically I'm the one that goes to the annual training and certification. So the reason there's an increase there is because we get Sarah up and running as a certified service officer, I would expect that we should keep her certified. And this is in case they do a physical training in the Denver area in 2021. So I'm projecting for both of us to continue to remain accredited and go to school. The cell phone one is a reimbursement for using the cell phone. That's for 1 employee. And the last one is the vehicle, the H1, which was proudly displayed at the veteran event this weekend. There are some things that I've been doing to it. Part of it because it is a sheriff's vehicle. However, it's basically I use it all the time. There are some things that I've been doing to it to give it some upgrades, and I'd like to continue to be able to do some of those upgrades. Some of the things I've done to it so far are kill switch, cell phone boost, some additional lights. There's some other things I would like to do, interior and exterior, but not because I would like to just do them. They're actually going to have a function. For example, it is his vehicle, but I do get funds from the state, and I'm using it for outreach. But if he did need the vehicle, and he needs to take it out in the desert, look for someone maybe that's missing, someone with Alzheimer's that they're trying to locate, the vehicle will be operationally tactically, and he can take it out and actually use it in the field. So that's why I'm asking for some funds there. And every year, just try to improve it a little bit. But with that said, I hope you'll consider my budget faithfully, and I try to be a good steward of our dollars, both from the county's residents and from the state of Colorado. So, if you have any questions, let me know.
Any questions, commissioners?
Not now.
Thank you.
And I do appreciate your time. And again, like I started, thank you so much for supporting all the vets. It's obvious that our county loves the veterans and their family members. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick.
Thank you, Rick.
All right, Mr. Devers, we will do the corner budget presentation. Good afternoon, George.
How are we doing today?
Doing all right.
Doing all right?
Great.
Hanging around.
Perfect. There we go. Okay, yeah, not a lot of things changed, just a little bit less than last year. Like I say, with my autopsies and blood work, that's kind of a crapshoot. It just depends on what kind of deaths I have for what autopsies I have. We started off real slow with COVID because everybody was scared to do autopsies. Did 7 last month. That's the most I've ever done in a month. But the types of death stuff we've been having require them. But this month we've only done 1, so it's just crapshoot. I just kind of have to guess on those.
Any questions, commissioners?
No. I still would like to schedule, because I haven't been out there, or I'll just call you one-on-one and try and go out to the.
Okay, well, I see you go by there a lot of times.
I
and I
know,
don't
but
even stop.
I'm always, I'm trying to chase things that Larry Don has me on.
Are the other commissioners interested in that, or should we wait for the new commissioners and then have a tour?
So I've already seen it. I don't need to see it.
You don't have to wait, but maybe everybody wants to go out there. Maybe the new guys want to, or gals maybe want to go out there.
There you go.
Have you seen it?
Haven't seen it. I know what it's. I know what's in it and what it's like, but I haven't been in it. No movement from La Plata County. They're taking care of their own stuff, huh?
Nothing yet. Just from the little bit I've gathered, I haven't talked to Jan hardly any. Talking to Dr. Arnall, he said that it sounds like she's trying to get her a morgue over there, and she's refusing to come over here so they would make her a morgue, or get her a morgue. But he's working, they canceled all of our trainings this year, and we have to be certified. I applied for some other trainings to keep my certifications up, but all the other pathologists or coroners in Southwest Colorado don't have any way to get anything, or haven't gotten anything. So they're checking to see if he can do a class through the Pueblo Community College and then do an autopsy. And he's wanting to do it here because we can schedule it whenever it works out for us. So I'm hoping that if we get everybody over here, we might get a little bit more business coming from some other places. So.
Yeah.
Well, you just do whatever you.
I'll just schedule with you.
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah, just get a hold of me and
by one day.
The next time I'm in that place, I don't want to know about it.
We'll see what we can do. George, September is both Suicide Prevention Awareness Month and Substance Abuse Prevention Awareness Month.
I wish that they
what is
would-
your office seeing in regards to those two
to
issues?
suicides?
Suicides and substance abuse.
Substance abuse this last couple months has been crazy. I set a new record on methamphetamine death. Got the talks back a couple days ago. And suicides are up. They've been up the last several months. We're at 10 for the year. And I believe the last 8 have been in the last 4 months. So we've only had 1 so far this year, or this month. So COVID's taking a toll on people, I'm pretty sure. But overdoses, probably, I'm still waiting on several talks to come back to confirm it, but we're probably 7 or 8 in the last 2 months. So they need to make that every month,
Jeez.
because it's way too many.
Commissioners? Thank you, George.
All right, thank you.
Wow.
Thank you, George.
I see we have the DA. Do you know any status of where the DA is at?
So I told them 2:30.
That's okay. We've got
Yeah,
plenty
we
of
do.
other people
So
here.
let's go with, we'll just go next in line, and I don't see Gina here. We can go to Bobby and, what?
Bobby's here.
Yeah, we'll go with Bobby and Laura. Is that all right?
He was laughing at your next in line comment.
What's that?
I was laughing at your next in line because they weren't here either.
Who was it?
Gina and Lori.
Oh.
Yeah, I was just laughing.
Let's just go right into budget. Okay. Hello, how are you guys?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Great.
So, as you can see, we submitted our budget. So the first line item, we'll just start from the top and go down if that works for you guys. Permanent salaries, we are asking for a cost of living, so that is put in there. And then there's an increase for that new position for the suicide prevention, the Colorado National Collaborative. So the difference in there is $41,717 increase. Then the next one is part-time salary. That is an increase of 58,540. That is for our new dental staff. We're hoping to have a dentist on double than what we've had before, basically. We've had a dentist and she prefers not to see kids, so we need somebody in there who can see some kids that are crying and screaming and just, they're there. So we're looking for a dentist for that. We do have options, so we're looking to interview some people. And then we did add on a hygienist more time, so both of those rooms are actually working consistently 5 days a week. So that's going to jump that up. And then we did add in for our COVID RN person who is being paid through COVID dollars, and it's kind of taken the burden off of our other nurses and staff members that have been doing COVID work. And then
Temporary part-time.
Yes, temporary part-time position as needed. She's working when she's needed, so our other nurses can do their jobs. We did increase also a nurse family partnership nurse. So,
Well, would she, and that's all she's going to do, or would she cross-train? Okay.
She's just going to do COVID temporary until we decide that we don't need that person. We are funded for 30 months for this issue. So that's a long time to put pressure on our staff who have other jobs to do.
Okay.
So it's really helpful.
So those dollars are coming from the state to
Yes.
pay her?
Yep. And then pretty much most of our dollars do come from the state, but specifically COVID, yes, for her. And then we did hire a nurse family partnership nurse. She is working in our immunization program, 8 hours a week. And nurse family partnership, the rest, she's under 30 hours a week. So she doesn't get any benefits. So she falls in that category as well. And then, of course, we did some increasing for our fringe. And I just want to kind of bring attention to the fact that our numbers are pretty close, but that's because we do have a couple of positions that we haven't replaced. We didn't rehire, so it makes the fringe look like an $8,000 difference, but it really isn't. It's just because we don't have as many employees as we did last year. We're cutting our operating expenses by $100,000. That is mostly because we did have a grant last year to do that dental expansion. And so we spent $90,000 on that. And so we won't have that this year because we're up and running. Then I did increase the contact tracers. They fall under the professional services. We 1099 them. They're contracted employees. And again, that's as needed, and it is paid for through COVID dollars. So we may or may not need these positions, or we may not use them as much as we're anticipating, but I'd rather be ready and say this is how much it's going to cost. So,
How many people do you have for the contract tracing? How does that work?
We've got 4 people. 2 are volunteering their time, and 2 are paid. So we have 4. And then sometimes our nurses are doing it too, if it's too big for the tracers to do.
Yep. And then, let's see, which one is that?
Can I interrupt?
Sure.
Sorry, just crossing my mind. Those contact tracers, they're just doing COVID? Because I know you have to do contact tracing with several other communicable diseases too.
They are just doing COVID.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Our communicable disease nurse does that, our public health nurse.
Does the other communicable.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep. And then we cut training and travel by $20,000 for obvious reasons. So we'll just leave it at that, and we'll see what happens. And then we just went ahead and left the vehicle repairs and maintenance is at $3,500, which has been really awesome. They do a really good job, and obviously we come under budget, so they're doing a fair job. So our overall increase would be $22,215, and that's about all I have. If you guys have any questions?
Commissioners, do you have any questions for the health department's budget?
I do not.
Not right now.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Yep, thank you guys.
Thank you, guys.
Did I still do Gene right?
Yes.
Let's go with, since you guys have finally showed up, we're going to let Gene. I'm joking.
They were here at 1:30. They were here at 1:30.
Oh, they were? Ooh.
No, I'm just picking on you guys.
I'm joking, by the way. Gina, thank you.
It's on now.
We know you had a long ways to come from.
Oh, yeah. I know you're probably all tired, but I'll try to make this snappy.
Oh, we're not tired, we're just getting started.
We're just starting.
Anybody interested in
The minutes.
Wait until they see what I put on the special evening agenda.
I would like to move that the record of proceedings and the financial statement for the Montezuma County Human Services Department be approved for the August 25th, 2020.
Second.
Motion second to approve the record of proceedings for the Montezuma County Board of Social Services, which met on a regular session on Tuesday, August 25th, 2020 in Cortez, Colorado at the BOCC boardroom. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you.
This is a lot better than the last number you gave to me.
It's been a long 2 years. I've been here for 2 years, and just learning how this budget works is very comprehensive, and it can become very complicated. And I want to thank Lori Higgins, who's been doing our budget for the past, 15 years or so. I depend on this lady very much, and I'm happy to say that we haven't been overspent since I've been in office. I feel like I've been in office, but the director of this social services. So I want to thank you, Lori. I don't typically do this in person. No, she's giving me the evil eye. But anyway, with my budget, if you look at the first page, Shaq, you look at the revenue amount for the 2021 budget. We're looking at $19,996,000. Last year, for this year, the end of the year would be $18,705,000. We're not really in, those are the revenue monies that come in from the state to the department. So you're looking at $1 million more, $1,200,000 more that will be settled in CFMS for next year. And then you look at the total expenditures, you will see the $20,663 for the year 2021. For this year, it's 19. You don't see it increasing that much. But we had to look at what's going to happen and project 2 to 3% increase on these amounts for TANF and SNAP. Because of COVID-19, we don't know what's going to happen next year. I'm hearing from the state that there's probably going to be a surge of food stamp applications coming to us in October. I don't know if that's going to be true for Montezuma County, but they said to expect it. The state got one.
Did they tell you why, Gina? Why they thought?
They don't give me a reason why, but to me, it's like we're handling it as best as we can, and I don't see that surge coming to us in Montezuma County. I haven't seen like an influx of folks applying for food stamps because we've already had them on our enrollments. But the state got $1.8 million in CARES Act funding, and Montezuma got $16,000 out of that CARES Act funding, out of the $1.8 million that went to Colorado. And I can use those monies if, in the event that I have to have eligibility workers come in and work overtime. That CARES Act money is there for me to be able to pay them that extra overtime. So I just wanted to let the commissioners know that piece. So if you take the budget amount on the beginning fund balance is $1,178,785, and you add the total revenues, you get an amount, and then you subtract the total expenditures, we should end up with $918,000 with an ending fund balance for next year, and which looks pretty good to me in terms of we want to be there because we don't want to be overspent. I don't want to go to the county and have to ask for more money. I want to be within our budget, and I know Lori has worked very hard on this, so I just wanted to let you know that's where we came up with this, these amounts.
You know what I'm looking at right now? I'm looking at 2019, and I'm looking at 2021. I'm looking at 2 years. We have gone from $13,100,000 to $21,254 in 2 years. I'm going to tell you, that's big growth. That's monumental growth.
It's huge, and I don't want to depress anyone. It's
just getting. I mean, where's this going to end? Is this ever going to end, or is it just going to grow forever? We're just going to grow and give and give and grow and grow and give and give.
And see, and I don't know what the state's going to do for the beginning of the year. You know, like in August, they gave every TANF household another $500 for the month. I don't know what they're going to give. I don't know what the feds are thinking, you know, for the new year, 2021. We can only anticipate that the feds are going to give our TANF households money. So I can't tell you. All I know is that those monies are going out, and it's growing, as you said, Mr. Ortel, but there's nothing I can do about that.
That's what the budget used to be.
Yeah.
The whole budget, everything.
It's just.
Well, and has anybody told the feds they ran out of money $28 trillion ago?
$28 trillion ago, that they're just printing notes of paper that.
For 2021,
insane.
I'm not looking at.
It's insane.
If you look at the staff allocation, if you want to move to that page, because I think this will interest you. I'm not looking at adding any more staff. We are complete. We have a very stable staff. I want to keep it that way. I think sustaining our staff is very important because training costs money, time and effort costs money. I want people to stay with our county. And I have to say that our county employees have been very committed during this pandemic time. We were the last to go home. When we were told to go home, we were the last to go home in any of the region, because I talked to other county directors. They were all Zooming in from home. All their employees we were here in the office. When we had to go home, we were ready to do so. Everyone had to make adjustments, and we were the first county in the region to have employees come back to the office to work. Of all the other counties that I've been working with, their employees were still working from home, and some are still working from home. But our employees, they came back, and they were ready to work. So I'm very proud of our employees because they have a passion and they have a commitment to be providing this service to the community. And I just want you to know that. I would really strongly recommend that they be given a raise for this year during this time. They've had a lot on their plate. They've kept up. And they never turned away anyone. I'm just saying that there's been a lot of changes for our employees in our county. And they're the ones that are on the call where they have to go out and meet these folks. And we didn't have face masks at the time, but we're mandated to meet with our families irregardless if it's an adult protection case or a child protection case. We are mandated by law to go out and do these assessments with adults and children who are being neglected and abused. And we didn't have the face mask until about 2 weeks later. So I'm just letting you know they've been under a lot of stress, but they're handling it. So I want you to take that into consideration when you're looking at the possibility of giving raises to our county employees. I also want to let you know that we have 9 vehicles, and I won't be purchasing any new vehicles for 2021. I want to let you know we have 3 old vehicles they have like 100,000 miles on them already. We're going to use those until they drop dead, or let's say someone else, but we need to use our old vehicles around town. And I think we're going to use less vehicles because we're not going up to Denver for all these trainings, because they can train us through a webinar or through Zoom or whatever, because we used to spend more money on hotels, training time, and them spending, what, 3 days in Denver, and mileage and wear and tear on the cars. So this pandemic has probably helped us be more efficient than anything, is that we can do this by Zoom, webinars, etc. And I've been asking for 2 years from the state, why don't you give my training on a webinar or a link through Zoom or whatever? And they said, oh, no, we can't do that. But when the pandemic hit, guess what? All the training's done online, and so I was happy to see that, quite frankly. So we have 3 vehicles that are in the 100,000 mileage range, and we'll continue to use them. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 other vehicles. Adult protection uses it. Fraud investigator uses it. The child protection team uses it all the time. Uses our vehicle. So that's where that's at.
Child Welfare Administration, the 80% is paid by the state?
It depends. If you're a TANF worker, it's 100%. That's federal money. 100% pays the TANF worker. 80%, 80-20 is the adult protection and child protection workers. That's where the 20% comes in from the county. But for child support, I think it's 34.66. It's a different percentage on the amount that gets paid through the feds. So that's where we are with our budget. This is an estimate. This is a draft. And I think we'll be okay. I don't want to overspend. And the other thing I'm thinking about and asking Shaq is that with our mill levy, and we've got, what, 0.8 left of our mill levy, and as the years increase in 4 or 5 years, you see the 4 or 5 years going, and then in the 5th year, we won't have any money left, so we'll have to ask the county whatever we need, what we need those monies. If we don't get the mill levy back, that's what's going to happen. I foresee that happening. I probably won't be the director then, but Shaq will still be here, and the director will be asking the county for money. And I'm thinking if the commissioners can give back that mill levy on a 25% of it every year, we'll be caught up. We can get caught up to 100% of that mill levy that was taken away from us. I'm just saying that would be my recommendation to the board.
What do you think, Commissioner Tell? Do you think that we could build a couple of schools with this budget?
I tell you what, man.
Well, he gets home. And I also would like to recommend to the Board of Commissioners is that
You keep recommending.
Whoever
See
gets,
how much more he could take.
Yeah, give me one more spoonful, would you?
I want the commissioners to spend a day in child protection, spend a day with eligibility, spend a day in court with the DNN cases, and see the families that we serve in this community. You will get a sense as to what this department does for our community. I'll sit in on a DNN case, and I'll go to court, and I see the families come in. They're hurting. The children are hurting. And our staff, they're doing a really good job. And I'm proud to say that we're off the state action plan with intake. They took us off the action plan, which is a positive because they're saying they looked at all our cases, they reviewed them randomly. We're doing what we need to do. We have another 60 days with the ongoing unit because I have a new ongoing soup who's working with those workers, and they're looking at those cases and reviewing their treatment plans. So we're on the right track. And our CSTAT scores, I'm not worried about them at all. They're going to be okay.
Gina, I'm going to have to disagree. We're not on the right track. Our society is not on the right track. We've got more and more people wanting the government to take care of them and do for them and provide for them. And that's exactly what we're looking here. In the 2 years, an $8 million increase in our social services department budget. And that is not going in the right direction, if you ask me.
I think what I'm trying to say is that our staff, they're on the right track in providing the services that they're mandated to do. We don't have a choice. It is what it is.
It ain't what it ain't either.
Well, now that you've cheered us all up,
I knew this was going to happen, but I don't know.
It's insanity.
You know, a lot of things are coming down from the state, and you know about Family First.
Well, the state needs to quit sending you unfunded the state needs to quit sending you stuff to do and things to take care of and people to give to when if they want it, then they pay for it.
So theoretically, these probably are not unfunded mandates. This is money that is coming from the U.S. or the state. I mean, I think probably a fair thing to do is to compare it to what other social services departments, see what their percentage increases have been over the last several years, and see if they've been that dramatic.
I'm sure they probably
but I don't think that this is county money we're talking about.
No.
It's not.
No.
So,
But ultimately, it becomes county dollars. We gave you more employees. We gave you raises to those employees. There's more county money going into this, John.
Right.
I'm not saying, I know, I'm not dumb.
But
I
those
know this
huge
is null.
increases are passed through.
I understand that,
Yeah.
but the county is getting nicked right along with that. We're growing, our proportion is growing right along with it, or we wouldn't see this ending fund balance decreasing every year. Because that's county money, that's mill levy county money that's going into that. And it's decreasing every year. It's gone from 1.8 million to 900,000 because we took that mill levy away.
I can tell you, this is a very hard job to have because we have changes all the time. Every month there's a new change, and I agree with you.
And I agree with you, Gina. You guys are doing a wonderful job. I just think the system is flawed. I think what we're doing out there in our Human Services Department is flawed. I think what we're doing is wrong. I think it's wrong.
Okay, I'm a kind of.
We're increasing the free stuff, the giveaway stuff. We're increasing it every year.
I think things are going to change, Mr. Attell, because I'm going to go back with the Family First. The whole thing about Family First is about prevention. In the 1970s, child abuse was about going out to families after the abuse has taken place. Family prevention, Family First, is to provide preventive services. So if we provide preventive services at the very front and provide those services, we're not going to have all these abuse cases and having to go to court, having to hire more people, because we're going to be providing prevention services, and that's what the feds want us to do. They should have done this in the very beginning in the 1970s, saying, why don't you provide preventive services? Why do you have to go out after the child's been abused? We did it backwards. We started addressing abuse when we should have been addressing preventive services and stability, family stability. I probably won't be around when I see that change, but that should have happened in the 70s, and that's what the feds are looking at now. So I'm just saying, there's probably going to be a positive out of Family First. Even though you don't like, they're going to mandate it, and they're going to have to federally fund us for that program. So I can talk all day about this, and get you more depressed, but I don't want to do that.
No, you're fine. But you just keep saying I won't be around.
I mean, to see the change come as a director.
Oh, okay, I thought maybe you throw another thing on us.
I think after the Devers report, you're probably thinking about morbid stuff.
Okay.
I'm around, and I have to tell you, I went to the stand down this weekend. It was Christmas time for the veterans in September. That stand down was the best thing I've ever seen, ever.
That's awesome.
I went in urban Colorado, they don't have that. I was like surprised because I got my first walking stick, and I didn't call it a walking cane yet, but these walking sticks were phenomenal. They were my height. I could put my thumb in there, and they were carved and stained. And my husband went with me. I have to tell you this story. This will cheer you up because he says, they're so generous. He's never been to anything like it. I said, because I'm a veteran, and you married a veteran with benefits.
And that's not
I'm trying to cheer you guys up. I'm sorry. I usually don't.
That's not what I saw. When I was leaving, Gina was walking behind him with that stick.
And then they kept saying, thank you for your service, Abdel. And he says, no, it's her. And I said, you got that right.
That's why she had the stick.
Jimmy, before we get too far, we need to make sure that we do the financials for them.
Already did that.
Yeah, he did it all in one shot.
Yeah.
Oh, you did it both in one shot?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay.
I did the record proceedings.
It's been a long day. I'm sorry.
Well,
So when
do
I
you have
present
any-
the counties next week, now that you've approved theirs, I don't want to hear about theirs.
We're all in the same boat. All the counties are, Tracy Archer. I meet with the county regional directors every Thursday, 8 o'clock. And the Barry Dunn allocation report for the child welfare block, they're trying to figure out what that formula is. And I'd like to invite the commissioners to hear how that formula is derived, because it's very comprehensive in terms of what they're trying to allocate for Family First and the child welfare block, and how much money is going to be granted per each county. That's a big, big undertaking. You have to be a financial guru and have studied finances for years before you could even understand it. And I thought, boy, am I really dumb or what? And then the other county director said, no, we need someone to explain this to us. So Sue Hansen, I think you know her, she's from Montrose, great lady. She found a guru in Arapahoe County who's going to explain it to us all, including her, because we were all like, really, what is this? Because they take all those formulas, and how much time do you spend with a case? Is it a DNN case? What is the risk involved? Do you get the risk number from the family assessment plan, or how do you derive all those numbers? So they're going to explain it to us, and I'd like to welcome you to that meeting.
If she's such a great lady, she ought to get her county attorneys to enforce the child support
What happened?
that is up in her jurisdiction.
What happened? I thought it went
They're
through.
just refusing to do it.
Yeah.
Okay, this is not okay, because the parent of the child lives in Grand Junction, and that grandmother who's taking care of those kids lives in Grand Junction.
Right. It has nothing to do with Cortez. We all understand that. They're shirking their responsibility, so
Oh.
that means we enforce it.
Well, I'm going to attend because anytime someone can explain government math, I want to see how that works.
Please do. You're more than welcome to attend with me, because, I've asked several directors, how long does it take you to learn this process? 4 to 5 years. And I said, really?
That's if you're really good.
But I'm just letting you know, it's very complicated, very comprehensive, and I'm not a financial guru, and I'm just learning. And it's taken me, I know what I'm talking a little bit more than I did a year ago.
When you're talking about federal dollars, you need to get your old college algebra book out and go to the chapter called Imaginary Numbers.
Well, I'm glad.
Well, thank you once again for making our day.
And I don't want my attitude to reflect on your department, your staff. I think they all do a great job. I think you are forced into a lot of things that are not of your choosing. It's just it's more of a societal comment than it is a comment on your department. So I want you to be I don't want your staff to think that I'm downtrodden or looking on them. It's a societal problem.
Yes.
We've got so much of this that people continue to demand that they demand to get these things and have the government give it to them. And there's a bad end to it someday. There's going to be a bad end to it someday.
Well, thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah.
Because,
No, I'm not put out with you and your staff. I think you guys are doing a great job, and you're working within parameters that I wouldn't even be able to. I couldn't do.
And you've also got a situation cleaned up that was needing to be cleaned up too. So again, thank you. I think that's what Commissioner Attell is trying to say, is that we realize that there were some deficiencies there, and I don't think that anybody is saying anything bad about you or your staff at all. I think it's just the opposite. It's hard to look at a $13 million budget in 2019, and in 2021 it's, you're 21. Those are just increases that
big.
it's tax dollars, and it's all coming from somewhere.
Yeah.
So
Somebody's paying for it.
it is. Those are big increases, and those are big dollars. Those are not dollars and cents. So
It is an estimate, so
it's not
I understand
there.
that.
But
I
still,
understand that.
So we can always hope that it
But
won't.
estimates are usually done with calculation to be a best estimate
Yeah.
And you
and
know
not
what? It could be
inflated.
more.
It could. That's why I was,
It could be more, yeah.
I mean, I'm hoping it's not. I'm
I've seen
just
more
saying,
and more.
please.
Well, thank you. We
Yep,
appreciate
thank
you. Well, thank you.
those presentations.
Thank you, Gina, and I hope that walking stick does you well.
It's gonna do me well. Next time I'll bring it here.
Next on the agenda, we'll do the DA budget presentation with Will first, Matt, and Clarissa.
Thanks, guys, long day.
When are they gonna open the court? When you guys gonna go to work?
Oh, we're going to work.
No, in the
I have-
building that we built is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, the office, well, yeah, the building that we're not in, I remember that place.
Yeah.
The budget this year is going to be handled by Mr. Martison. As you guys have met him before,
Yeah.
Matt is our assistant DA. He's been working in the office for about 6 years, but he is just now kind of getting to know some of the underbelly of the financial part of our organization. So with your permission, I'd like to have him handle today's presentation. I promise you won't see the kind of increases that we just saw, and in some ways I kind of appreciate following. In other ways I don't. So anyway, with that, Matt Martison and Clarissa, thanks.
The first thing I was going to mention is there's no $8 million increase on this, and I just want to be very clear about that. And in fact, getting right down to the numbers, what we are asking for in this budget are some very basic things. And the first is a 2% cost of living increase for our employees. Here's why these guys have earned this, in my opinion. Working this year in particular has been extraordinarily difficult for all the folks that have had to move from the courthouse, work from home, all our office staff who's trying to keep up with the demands of having kids on one hand and on the other hand attempting to get all their work done. And they've done not just an admirable job, but an excellent job. And they have ensured that our caseload moves forward. We're still getting resolutions to cases. They've just done an excellent job, especially given the situation. And looking at the request, that's our primary request in this budget. Okay. There is also a 3% anticipated increase for fringe benefits, and this revolves around the issues related to switching health care. I know that there's new eye care coming out, and I think I'm the only one that's going to benefit from that, but thanks.
You're
we also
not the
wanted.
only one, Matt.
Oh, yeah, okay. Well, and speaking of Shaq, we wanted to take a moment just to say thanks for the department head meetings that you've kind of been spearheading. Those have been extremely useful to us, and especially in helping prepare a budget and kind of knowing what we're anticipating and expecting. So just thank you.
Thanks.
The other folks that we wanted to thank for keeping our costs down was IT. The in-house IT here has done an absolutely excellent job in ensuring that we're meeting the needs that we have now and into the future. And I wanted to take a second to talk to you guys about that because there has been recent legislation that has very seriously impacted how law enforcement is going to do their job and how the DA is going to do their job. And the first thing is there's a body camera mandate now through the state. And it's not just a mandate on who's got to wear the body cameras, it's when they've got to be turned on. And what we're going to see is quite a large increase in the amount of data that's coming through our office just in videos alone. And the IT department is aware of those, aware of what we need to do moving forward, and they've been meeting those demands. That's not going to come into place in full force for a couple years now, but what you need to know is that most law enforcement agencies that we work with have body-worn cameras. In fact, the only one I can think of that isn't doing that right now is State Patrol. Everybody else is getting on board with that mandate. I think, frankly, it's going to lead to better ability on our end to prosecute cases. And when folks see video of what happened, they don't have to take my word for it. They can just take a look and see, and those cases go much smoother from my experience in this.
Matt, let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
In this COVID year, I know your dues, travel, and training, you had a 25% 1,575 budgeted, and I know you guys probably didn't do a whole lot of travel and training, at least the rest of the world didn't. You did it on Zoom or whatever.
Right.
Did you have a carryover? Did you have a carryover in that account? You obviously probably did from your 2020, in this budget year,
A
right?
small one. So that's generally, we have an annual training that's the Colorado District Attorney's Council training.
Right.
That was actually just last week.
Was that
And so
face-to-face or was that Zoom?
It was over Zoom. They still make us pay a registration fee. And so, yeah. And same with another, it's the COVA, Colorado Organization for Victim Advocates. That's going to be in October. That's another annual one. Same thing. They're making us pay registration fees.
Yeah.
We
But
are
you don't have
saving-
any motel rooms, travel,
Right, we're
or any
saving
of that
money on
stuff?
hotel rooms.
Right.
So there might be $2,000 or $3,000 rollover. It's not substantial. Honestly, the dues is a very, very large portion of that. Our training is fairly small when you actually break it out, because it is only just that annual. We don't do a ton of training otherwise. We just have those 2 annual conferences, and that's kind of it.
Yeah, the fun part about being a lawyer is they make you pay to be a lawyer. So a lot of that is what we're providing a benefit for our employees that are attorneys, to have those dues fees paid for the Bar Association and for licenses in general. And so that's the majority of the cost there. But we have saved some money thanks to this pandemic. So isn't that nice?
Bright side to it, huh?
The other thing I wanted to do is take in. We did have to buy a few laptops. The other thing I wanted to take and thank you guys for is our request in 2020 included a position for an additional attorney. We filled that position. Just so you know, we have a new attorney on staff. His name is Cody James. He is awaiting bar results. The bar promises that they'll have those by the end of September. So we look forward to putting him in county court's bright young man, and I think he's going to do well here. This was a position that, frankly, we didn't just have a warm body that we put in. He was somebody that really wanted to be down here, and so we're looking forward to working with him, and wanted to take a moment to thank you guys for that. It was a necessity, just given where we were at with the caseload distribution and the fact that, again, the Public Defender's Office is funded through the state, not through the counties.
So he's on staff with you now, right?
He is.
Okay. Okay.
Guys, do you have any questions that I can answer for you?
Where did he
Or
come
gals?
from?
I have none.
Did he come from Denver or somewhere?
Yeah, he went to CU for law school, but he, I know he was from California, I think, originally. Yeah.
Okay.
But don't hold the California thing against him.
I'm
just
holding
yet.
the CU thing against you.
Okay, that's fine. Fair enough.
Keenan went to CU.
Yeah.
That's my alma mater neighborhood that's destroyed that place. They've destroyed it.
I have
Any
no
questions?
questions.
No.
Thank you, and
Good luck.
good luck.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
Hopefully, tell them get the courts opened up. Well, get it
Well,
done.
you know,
Come on.
we are
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 you?
having there's an ability to have jury trials now. We're going to have to put witnesses behind a glass box essentially
Man.
to have them testify.
With our numbers down here and the way we've leveled off and stayed trimmed down, they ought to be, Polis ought to be telling you to open it up and fire it up and get going.
So, you know, they've had a practice down there. We did a jury trial last week. We started it, and then it disappeared after about 10 a.m.
Had a
So
meltdown.
everything is technically open. There is a judicial order saying that they encourage virtual appearances where possible. And, you know, considering that folks are coming oftentimes from high-risk places or higher-risk places, probably not a bad thing to do that. But attorneys always have the ability to go in there, as do the public and defendants. Matt's been in the court several times doing preliminary hearings and some of the more important hearings. But our day-to-day docket that is very procedural and not evidentiary or not having witnesses testify, stuff like that, we do via WebEx. But the court is by and large open, and it's interesting to see the evolving mandates we have as to how to conduct jury trials and things like that. I don't think it's a place that jurors really want to be right now, and so hopefully that translates into hurry up, let's convict and go home versus hurry up and let's talk about this some more. But that's just me.
They do limit the people. I mean, it's never a popular place. The courtrooms never get
Never has
crowded,
been.
But I think that they're not allowed to have more than 10 people in the courtroom at once.
That's accurate.
So.
When things are fully opened at some point, are you expecting to see a bottleneck of everything having to get handled at once, and what are the implications going to be for staff?
So we've really tried to get on top of that early on and dispose of cases appropriately that are not, we know that they're not proceeding down that path to jury trial. The cases that are getting set for jury trial at this point are frankly cases where there needs to be 12 folks in a room deciding somebody's guilt or innocence. I anticipate that, yeah, there's going to be a period of time starting kind of now-ish.
I was going to say, we already had that a little bit because the court kept continuing cases, and about August, September, they finally started hearing all of those cases. So we've already experienced a little bit of that bottleneck, and it seems to be leveling out a little bit.
I anticipate our fall and winter will be
A little busy.
A little busy.
Normally.
And from a staff standpoint, it's getting attorneys prepared for their cases. They are salaried employees. They should be ready, regardless of how long that takes, which is unfortunate for their evenings sometimes, but it is what it is. And I think our employees are very aware of what the demands are going to be on them moving forward as far as making sure that we don't have a congested docket.
I'll just add two things to that. Police were historically providing 90-day summons dates. So if you get a speeding ticket today, you're not going to court for 3 months. Generally, it's 30 days. So some of those 90-day summonses that we've had are kind of catching up now. So we still have some of that bottleneck. So our caseload won't really reflect what happened in 2020 until about March. The other thing I wanted to add to that is that our pro se docket, or folks that come in, on speeding tickets or some of the more minor stuff where they don't have a lawyer, our caseload usually hovers around 40 to 50 people on a given Wednesday. That number is anywhere from 90 to 110 now on Wednesdays. So, and then you have a lot of those appearances appearing virtually, and then so that backlog is going to continue for a few months. I mean, it is literally double what we normally see on that particular docket day, but we are stressing the importance of staying ahead of that and trying to avoid a massive undertaking in February, but we'll see.
So if I get a speeding ticket right now, I've got time to save.
Yeah, oh yeah. You
Time to save, yeah.
put a little away each
Don't
month, you should be
speed.
fine.
Thank you for the budget
Jeff.
presentation.
Thank you, guys.
MoCo, Transportation. Jennifer,
Good afternoon.
good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I think that's the first time I've been here in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Okay, so first things first, did you guys all get a chance to look at the contract for AAA?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good.
Monstrous thing.
Thank you. Yes.
Good God, to think you're
The first 2 pages
signing
are
a
really-
document
Oh,
of
I'm sorry.
Those have to
You
be
need to
signed,
sign
right?
them.
Yeah.
Or a
I'll
commissioner.
make the motion for him. These are the same document, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I just brought 2 for one for the
I'd like to move that the San Juan Basin Area Agency on Aging Incorporated contract with Montezuma County Public Transportation for the year 2021 be approved.
Second.
Motion second to approve the San Juan Basin Area Agency on Aging contract between Montezuma County and the San Juan Basin of Aging for the contract from the year 20 to 2021.
Mm-hmm.
Correct?
Mm-hmm.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
That's-
I'll just need one of those back. Kim can have the other one.
I got it right here. Do you we just need, just one need to be signed?
Better sign both of them.
2 of them. I've got an extra one in Kim's packet if you want to sign 3.
Shaq?
You want that one and Kim to have the other one? Okay.
Thank you.
Shaq's always loaded.
Oh, yeah.
If they'll ever get a speeding ticket, we're gonna give them more work.
I want Julie to go put one of her for sale signs out there in front of the courthouse. Would she do that for me?
Now, what is the symbology there? Are we saying justice is for sale if the price is right, or are we?
No, it's saying there is no justice because it's all shut down. It's closed up and gone, man. We're selling a vacant building. Just built it and now it's vacated and now we're gonna sell it.
Okay. I'll
Okay.
make these two up, Jennifer, you go ahead.
Okay. Okay, so if you look at my 2021 budget, it's actually down by about $3,000 or $4,000, I think. Well, I'm sorry. Nope, a little less than 1,000, a little over 1,000. The reason for that is I actually last year overestimated the benefits for my people. So that brought that down. I also brought down my dues and training and travel because we're not going to be traveling as much. We do have to have our dues for CASTA, and they actually they did a online or a Zoom CASTA conference in this September, or the 1st of September, and they were charging people $150 for that, but they actually let us do up to 2 people for that. So I'm assuming that's kind of how it's going to be next year, or at least the first of the year. So I don't need that much as far as that goes. I did raise my fuel and maintenance a little bit because it's going to be a little higher this year. And then operating expenses, I went from 7,000 to 8,000 this year. But as a rule, overall, I'm actually lower than I was last year. I do want to add that I did include I'd like to make Alex my assistant transit manager so that if something does happen, kind of echoing what Rick was saying, something does happen to me, she can do the stuff she needs to do. I would train her in all the stuff that I do, so she knows. I was going to do a $2 raise for that for her an hour. So, but I'm not doing any raises for anybody else. I'm down to 4 people right now. So we're looking for people right now. But we're.
The ridership, how is the ridership? Are we at 50%? Are we at 25%?
No, well, kind of depends on the week. We're doing really well again. We were up to 50, 60 rides. And then we kind of shot down a little bit when we did the Medicaid transfer thing. Now we are starting to pick up again. We're actually picking up the taxis Medicaid rides now because they are no longer doing Medicaid rides.
Oh.
They didn't want to jump through the hoops that we had to jump through for the new Medicaid system.
With Medicaid?
Yeah, so, because we're not billing our own Medicaid anymore, it all goes through IntelliRide. So it's a statewide thing they're doing, and we don't, so, yeah, they're not going to do all the stuff that you have to do it. There's quite a bit.
And can you tell the commissioner some of the blessings that came with it being a statewide program?
Well, let's put it this way. I talked to TJ at CDOT, and he said there is a lot of people that are having problems in the rural areas. We have been because they call us for rides to, a guy called me today for a ride from Pagosa to Durango. Well, that's not in our purview, and then we had one call for a guy that was going from Cortez to Aurora. Like, you're going to pay me for the,
That's Mustang.
Yeah, well, exactly. But Mustang just started back up with that route, so, and they've moved the bus stop. I don't know if you guys knew that. They moved it to 3rd and Sligo, right there at the high school.
Oh, really? Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, which is kind of, I guess there's that little, street that goes around, but they're gonna,
That parking lot behind First National was a good place.
well, they were doing it at Tequila's for all this
Fiesta
time.
Mexicana,
I'm sorry, you're right. No. Was it Fiesta?
Mexicana.
Yeah.
It was Fiesta. Yeah.
They're parking in the street, damn near.
So that you just wait on that corner. And
Mm-hmm. Yep. So.
There's an area big enough there that you can park.
Kind of pull out and
At
park.
3rd and Sligo? Yeah.
Yeah, you've got that road, and it goes right around,
Yeah.
it's basically the road
On the
around
north side of the
Walmart.
school.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
It's
so
a
that's where
bowl.
they
I got
changed
you.
that to.
I got you.
Yeah. So, yeah, that was,
Okay.
but see, we're the only provider in this area
Yeah.
to include Durango, because there's nobody in Durango that does it anymore. So we'll take rides, if we're going to Durango for a ride we're taking, then we'll take rides in Durango while we're there.
Yeah.
you know, so with the taxi not doing it, we're already seeing a uptick in those.
I'll bet you are.
So, yeah, so that'll be nice. Let's see. CDOT did give us almost $52,000 in COVID-19 grant money this year. AAA gave us 15,000 more. And CDOT is actually allowing us to use, because we have right around 60,000 left in our actual budget for the year, and they're actually giving us till December 31st of next year to use it. Yeah, so that's going to help.
That's a good cushion, that's a good cushion to have.
Right, right. So, I mean, all in all, we're looking pretty good. Ridership is down. Last year, we had 12,018 by the end of the rides by the end of the year. We're at 4799 right now, and we've got 4 months left. So it's going to be down, but you know, we're doing okay. We did 1,306 Meals on Wheels year to date. So starting when I think we started in May. Was it? Yeah, right about May. So you know, those are down a little bit. We don't have as big a route, but that's okay because I only have 4 people right now. So, but I think that's about it. Anybody have any questions?
Commissioners?
I have
Go
none.
get 'em. Keep it up.
Thank you, Jennifer.
All right, thank you.
Keep it
Wait, you got more.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, yeah, our
nice.
branding, our
I'm
labeling.
sorry, yeah. So,
Now that is what I'm
That's
talking-
what you want.
so
Did you
there's
steal
4,
that sign from CDOT? Because that's kind of
that is kind of, yeah, but
their
this was
emblem,
actually,
except for it's yellow and black.
yeah. I don't think, my, Alex's husband made that, so I don't know if he stole it or not, but.
Plagiarized it.
Different
But-
color, let them go.
So that's the back.
Super close.
Yeah.
So this is what I'm thinking on, so this is the new van we're gonna be getting, the end of this year. So I'm wanting to, that wrap right there is about $800, a little less. So I'm wanting to, on the 3 new vehicles we have already, to do this. So when I come up with what it's gonna cost, because the buses obviously will be a little different looking.
Sure.
But when I come up with what it's gonna cost, I'll come talk to you guys and see if we can't take that out of my bus fund
Take it
that
out
we
of your
have.
surplus.
Well, we could do that too.
Surplus, sure.
Yeah,
You
we
got
can do that too.
surplus to carry over, so.
Yeah.
So that surplus each year gets actually moved into the bus replacement
Our bus replacement fund,
So
yeah.
if we want to take it out of the surplus, we need to not move that amount into bus replacement then.
Oh, that's what you usually do is move that amount into bus replacement? Yeah.
Correct,
Yeah, and then
because
it's
that's
used for
specific
buses.
grant money that we can't mix with the general fund.
Right, right. So that's what I was kind of thinking, because we have some from last year too.
I like your branding.
Did you guys like that? Good. I was hoping you would,
I
because.
like
out
it.
there.
No, it's big. It's
Yeah.
It's your
that's
billboard. That's
right.
the best billboard you can have. is going
Right,
right
and if
down
we
the
put it
road every
on,
day.
you know, everything,
Out there in
then,
front of them all the time, phone
Yeah.
numbers and everything, yeah.
We've waited 7 years, 9 months.
56 minutes. But yes, this is what's going to be on that next bus. I'm glad you guys like it, because we'll do that then. And then we'll get those done on the other buses as well.
They have been patient. I may not be as
I
patient.
guess.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, these new guys might not be as nice as Sukla and I.
Well, I've only been here for what, about 2 years, so, you know.
No, we're not, no, there's no blame throwing.
No.
It's all right.
All right, no excuses.
You
So,
just-
Thank you.
just stay on that and get those, all
Yes, sir.
those things done that
I
way.
will do
Yeah.
that. All right, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Senior Services with Jonathan Parker.
Afternoon.
How's it
That's
going?
him.
Morning and afternoon.
Kitchen's done.
Yay!
So we'll yeah, it is.
Looking beautiful.
We'll be moved back in. It looks great. It looks really good. So we'll be moved back in next week and doing meals out of there.
Is that when we're gonna go look?
You're dang right, we're gonna schedule a meal up there.
Well, I don't know when we can eat there, but
I think as far as, I mean, swinging by and grabbing a meal shouldn't be an issue. As far as when we open up for on-site meals, we still have some things to get through before we do that. But
So we've passed all of our inspection now. So the fire inspection was the last one.
Yep.
The health department's done their inspection.
Yep.
So now we.
Yep.
Great.
How did the hood get remedied? They just put it on different?
you know, I think it was on different circuit breakers what happened. I think they had to install one. Yeah. I think that
But
was
that's
it.
all
So we,
resolved.
it's all resolved. Passed the inspection today.
It looks great, and yeah, just getting stuff. We spent part of last week, and we knew this was coming, real soon, so just getting things ready, and then we'll have everything by the end of the week or early next week at the latest. And at least we'll be doing Meals on Wheels out of there. As far as the on-site, again, that's a kind of a separate issue, but stop by and look at the menu or tell us what you want, we'll make it.
Get a tour of it anyway.
Absolutely, absolutely. It is really, I had a couple of Friday, the vets were setting up for the event on Saturday, and some of them rent the annex and have used the kitchen, and it's really a night and day kind of a thing. It's pretty shocking to see the difference. It just looks great. So for the budget, on our budget, not a lot of changes. There's about $11,000. This year, of course, is shot, right? I mean, I will say this to the commissioners. I mean, we've probably spent 40 or 50 by the end of the year, 40 or 50,000 more, but we've also taken in over 6 figures. So there's not an issue with me coming to you by December or whenever and saying we're busted. That's not going to be an issue. In fact, I just got another 15,000 just about 2 weeks ago maybe on another grant. So when they're out there, I'm going to pen them and get them. So that funding is there, even though we went way over. It's there. Just for budgetary type of discipline here, there is a reduction from 255 to 244. The bottom right is what we're projecting for 2021. The big change is moving one position from a full-time to a half-time position, which is, it's really a smart move, and it doesn't affect services. It's not a nutrition position. We're not going to be we don't anticipate raises from our end. We did tighten some other positions for hours, reduce some of the cook hours from 7 a day to 6. So no changes really fiscally for our salaries and what's being paid. Just tightening of hours is what we've done here. And again, from my end of it is, had those COVID funds not been available, then what? So I just want to make sure we're good all the way through. My whole goal has been all the way into 2021, into the fall. I can't say that's going to be the case, but at least into spring, I feel comfortable we're okay. Yeah, so nothing major. That's about it.
Maybe some more participation with that.
Well, we absolutely, one thing we believe, commissioners, for sure, we'll see more rentals of the annex. I mean, it was really a challenge to rent that out, in particular the kitchen. And I think we'll see a real uptick there. And I feel kind of confident, at least going into the new year, with a lot of this stuff that we'll pass through it. The bigger issues going on, we'll see kind of a return to hopefully some kind of a normal activities within society, because that is a big chunk. I will add though, the folks that come on site and eat meals, we haven't seen a significant drop in donations. There's been a drop, obviously, but it hasn't been massive. It really hasn't been. People have been really good, so, yeah.
So a couple of things. First, I need to just inform the public that Jonathan got his contract with the San Juan Basin Area Agency on Aging a little earlier. He got it late last week, and so I obtained permission from Commissioner Sukla to get his signature on there, so that's already been signed, and you got the signature page back, but just
Correct.
to get that into the notes.
Good.
And then I wanted to ask too, Jonathan,
Yeah.
like I was asking George earlier, September is Suicide Prevention Awareness Month, and this has been probably an unprecedented hard year because seniors, I would venture to say, and correct me if I'm wrong, have been more isolated than normal years and probably more isolated than the rest of the population. What have you and your staff noticed, and if there's issues, what directions do you think should be?
Well, I think one of the things we notice is probably is what in general, and kind of anecdotally you see in society, which is more angst, more anxiety. People want to get out. People want some socialization. And I had one of the seniors, a regular, stop by yesterday, came by for a visit, showed her the kitchen, gave me a hug, which I know we're probably not supposed to do. But there is that kind of general anxiety of when can we get back? As far as how to address it, we're still doing phone calls. We're trying to get out and doing some home visits when we can. Rachel Segura, who works for the county, doing some different things. She's going to be doing some home visits. I think it's a visitation program. She's starting or a program that's targeting seniors. I'm meeting with her Thursday to go over it, and I'm not going to speak for her, but so we're going to try some things to at least reach out to them. Last month in the newsletter, we hit, the whole thing. It's a tough get with some of these rural folks, but I would say just in general, to answer the question, it's that same level of angst that people are feeling, is when can we get back to normal? Yeah. I would say nothing heightened beyond anything. I'm not getting that panic. We do get calls. It's not uncommon for a senior to call about something that is totally off to the side, but they want to talk.
Sure.
They just want to visit, so, yeah.
All right. Thanks.
Yeah, okay, yeah, you bet, appreciate it.
Thanks, John.
Thank you.
We'll go to our last presentation for the budget request. Is going to be the CSU Extension agent, Greg Telson.
Hello, Greg.
Thank you, gentlemen. How are you this afternoon?
Good, how are you?
Saving the best for last, right?
Oh, yeah, always the best for last.
That was our plan.
That's what we said.
Oh, good. Well, pretty simple for my budget request. I'll just go down it. I showed a comparison from this year, 2020, to 2021. We're keeping the same with permanent salaries, part-time, and just so that we know, part-time, that position is also with the county fair as well too, as county fair or interns for the summer as well too. And we want to continue with the success of this summer's county fair, so that helped with that. I'm not looking to add any overtime. 3% increase in fringe benefits, so you can see the increase on that. Keeping the operating expenses the same. Professional services the same, and then obviously the areas that can cut in is 2,000 in dues, training, and travel, and then our fleet by 500. The county administrator asked me to keep with cutting the 1% that the BOCC approved, so that's a decrease in 1.3%. Kept to that.
Has CSU said anything about replacing Mr.
Well,
Hooten?
that's a great point, and I talked to both my regional director, CJ Mucklow, and he put that up to the campus end as well too. And so he's looking to write me a letter at this point. I was hoping that it would get here before today. However, so they committed to a half-time family and consumer science agent after Tom retired in July. Their budgets aren't looking good as well, and so I don't anticipate that happening next year. I do hopefully anticipate that they keep their word and say that that was one of their top priorities, especially for the western region. But I wouldn't anticipate that till at least 2022.
Wow.
I know. Wow. And that was before me, and so you guys know that. And so that was something that I told them. I knew I would get a question today. And I continue to get questions, so I need your help and so there'll be a letter sent from CSU that once I get it, I'll pass it along to you guys onto that end. But I'm trying onto that end. I'm excited about getting a new administrative assistant, and so we're at the final stages of that. And with that, grant funding that hopefully is coming in as well too from some local sources as well in the region, and just building our office with other ways that we can generate revenue on our own, and do a lot of, as you can see, the operating expenses is mostly for copying and those day-to-day of the office, and where a lot of our Master Gardener 4-H is all out of separate operating expenses. Yep. Good.
Was the Buffalo Bills?
I was just gonna say, did you guys mention how the 2-0 Buffalo Bills?
Are they the one? Was one of those catchers the ones that got fined $1,000 for not wearing a mask?
They weren't they weren't one of the teams, but I don't know about last night if Gruden got it for the Raiders. But I think it was. I can't remember the teams. that did get.
The Broncos were one of them.
Broncos were one of them. Maybe that's why they're 0-2.
Shanahan,
I don't know.
which was
No, they're just a lousy team.
I think they're just bad. No, I'm
They're
kidding.
lousy.
Staying humble, Jack. Staying humble.
How did your event go out at Fozzie's this weekend?
Oh, yeah, wonderful. And so happy to say that it wasn't Fozzie, but out at the research station.
Yes, I'm
And we ended up selling about 5,000 pounds worth of apple, bumper crop of apples.
Nice.
We did have some leftovers, so myself and the Dolores County agent, Gus Westerman, went down to Shiprock yesterday and dropped off 2,700 pounds of apples, and we were met by FEMA and the National Guard, and it was just this really cool unload stuff and get them into, because we had half bushel boxes, and load it up. And so this week, starting tomorrow, is harvesting for 5 local food banks in the area. So we'll have 5,000 pounds going to Dove Creek, Cortez, Toyac, and a Durango drop-off as well, too. And there's plenty more. So if you need apples, come on out and help harvest. And I'll bring a box in for the office, for sure.
Well, I'm ready to purchase
Yeah.
some. I was just out of town this weekend.
Thank
Yeah.
you, Greg,
How
for
did-
your.
Yeah.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
thank you. I was going to ask Shaq on something related, but did anybody hear what we brought in at the landfill this weekend on the, for
Free
food?
drop-off?
Not as much as we'd hoped.
Oh, really?
I don't have a tonnage amount for food,
Okay.
but not as much as we'd
I think
hoped.
everybody's cleaned up their property all spring long with
They paid-
COVID and couldn't do anything.
Oh, no, we brought in almost 100 ton of garbage.
Well, that's good.
They just weren't as generous with the non-perishables as we'd hoped.
Well,
But we got
hopefully
some.
This will
We
get
did get
going,
some.
We
too.
got some.
Yeah.
Some better
to
than
that.
nothing.
Exactly.
Well, thank you, Greg.
Thank you,
Okay.
Greg.
Yeah, take care.
Have a nice day. Okay, we'll go to where's your report?
He's already
County
given his.
Administrator?
So yeah, let me
saved his
just
for
back
last.
all the way up to the beginning right
He
here.
went right
He
over
did it
there.
up here early. County Administrator report.
Oh, yeah. he-
We
good
never,
job on
we never did it, we just skipped over it, and when I saw the amount of people here, I just figured I'd wait. Sometimes it's best to leave my mouth shut, so.
How come you didn't tell me?
He never wants to hear anything I have to
No, I
say.
apologize that I skipped over you. You're
Well,
such
but
an important
that's
person.
okay. We've got James in here now, we can let him go. And
Go ahead.
It was a subconscious thing for
Okay.
Commissioner Sukla. He wanted to skip over.
I can
We-
give my report.
We know, I'm ready to give my report, but we know in his heart of hearts, he doesn't want to hear from me. So, first, I attended the Fair Board meeting last night, and so I have these that I'll put up on the Elmo real quick. So Alan Higgins' term is expiring. He would like the board to consider him for another 4-year term. He's the current president of the Fair Board, so.
I think he's doing a fantastic
we have-
job.
I think after this year and, do we have to approve that?
Yeah, you have to approve it.
I think he absolutely deserves to carry that out some more and
So
go.
I do too, so I would move it.
I would move that we approve Alan Higgins for another 4-year term on the Montezuma County Fair Board.
Second.
Motion second to approve Alan Higgins for another 4-year term as being a board member of the Montezuma County Fair Board, starting 9/21/2020 for a 4-year term. All those in favor?
Aye.
And then the second one is for T.W. Gilliland, who also is asking for another 4-year term.
I think there again, I think they did a good job in a tough situation this year, tough circumstances, and I think everything went pretty well. So I would move that T.W. Gilliland serve another 4 years on the County Fair Board.
Second.
Motion second to approve Thomas T.W. Gillihan for another 4-year term for the Montezuma County Fair Board. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Let me hand these down to Kim. And I'll come on to mine.
Report. Well, we can pass them right down the line. We're good.
The next thing to go over, I can believe it, is last week the commission moved to turn the disaster assistance loans that we had done an on-the-spot decision for to put out when COVID hit for our businesses. The commission moved to turn those into grants using the CARES Act money to pay off those loans. So this letter went out to the businesses that had received those loans that they have been forgiven and became grants. So,
Nice.
I bet they were sad.
yeah, I'm sure they were heartbroken.
I bet they were extremely excited.
Yeah, I heard it made
Very
the governor
good.
so mad he's coming down for a personal visit.
Checking your finances, yeah.
And then this is the agreement that we agreed to with Region 9, adding it's just the extension of the same agreement, except for we added the line to convert the disaster loans into grant funding right there. So we just formalized all of that with Region 9. So keeping you up to date on that. Then I had a discussion with the Unlimited Learning Center. They're trying to continue to expand their CDL program. They're working with the tribe right now and doing truck driving down there. In order to provide it to the public as a whole and not just a tribal entity, they're going to need a $20,000 security bond. And they approached the county about wanting funds for that. I told them to go out and get quotes from different lenders and see what that looks like. But I just wanted the commission to know that that's in the works, that they'll be coming with a request at some point for help getting a surety bond for a testing unit.
I hope we can make that happen.
I do too. They've got the instructors, they've got the certifier, I mean, they've got everything except they need the surety bond to be able to do it, and I
What
hope we
does
can.
the surety cost? Is that gonna be?
I don't know, Jim, I don't know,
3%,
I've never
2%?
done it. It's a performance bond, and I can't tell you, I don't know, it's a percentage on the face amount of that bond.
Right.
If it's a $20,000 bond they want, it's a percentage of that face amount, yeah.
And I just asked them to, present
get
us
some
with
bids on it. No,
stuff
a
from
smart-
different
smart-
lenders.
Yeah,
so.
go shop it around and get your best price.
And we'll see what that turns up. And then Phaedra and Billy and I on Friday had a meeting with our retirement services, Colorado retirement account. They have had some changes due to state statute changing, and they just emailed us what that looks like late last night, so I'll be getting that to John. But give the commissioners a quick lowdown. First of all, they had to change their name from CORA to CRA, which isn't a huge deal. Then I'll get back to another statutory change, but some other policy changes that I'd recommend. Right now, the county does immediate vesting. So as soon as an employee begins participating in the retirement, they're automatically 100% vested. That means if they leave the next day, they keep everything the county's contributed to. It's usually pretty standard to do that over a 5-year period. And I think the county right now has a little over a 20% turnover rate. And I think if an employee knows that if they leave, that they're leaving, $8,000, $10,000, $12,000 on the table,
Yeah.
it might help us with some retention. And so one way we can rectify that is to ask to change the agreement to where we could be 20% vested per year, and then on the 5th year, the employee would be 100% vested. So I don't need a decision today, but I'd ask the commission to consider that. And the other thing,
I think
That's
I think you guys should defer to Mr. Power, to whatever he can negotiate. I don't know what is available, But if you all think that that's a reasonable idea, just defer to him to negotiate out something like that. I don't know if you all recall, and I know Mr. Candelaria wasn't here, but our previous commissioner or administrator tweaked this a little bit, not the vesting part, but when we started matching. Yes, right. And so it made it more beneficial to employees. I mean, immediately we're starting to match that 5%. So you're making good money. You know, it's still not what your grandparents made on pension. It still isn't going to support you, but it's something. It's better than nothing.
It's a
and so I mean, I agree with that as well.
I think we all do.
Okay. And then currently we have a 6-month deferral before you can begin contributing to your retirement. That's a little bit of a pain in the neck for the administrative office because it doesn't start at the same time as the rest of your benefits. And it's not real great for the employees whose take home is X amount for 6 months, and then all of a sudden 6 months down the road they have a few $100s less on their check, and they're like, wait, where did this go? So we could also at this time make that just start at the same time as all the other benefits, if it makes sense.
Do
to
they
the
have to participate in that if they don't choose to?
The 401A, they do have to participate in. The 457, which is like the government version of a Roth, they do not. I highly encourage everybody to participate in it, but they don't have to.
Okay.
That would be more like a deferred comp type of deal, the 457, right? Or is it?
The 457 is like a Roth, and the
Okay.
401A
So
or 401A is the government version of a 401K.
Okay.
They both have similar but different, you know, withdrawal exemption and when you can take loans out for yourself and pay them back, but same idea.
Yeah, and the 401A is pre-tax and the 457 is not. So, and of course, I think it's wise for any employees that are listening to invest in the 457 because you're paying the taxes on it now. Call it a hunch. With the Fed spending, I don't think taxes are going down. I'd rather be taxed on it now. So that's just my own piece of personal advice. Another issue that we have is currently if an employee takes out a loan against their 401A, the county has made no restrictions on how often they can refinance that, which with a normal refinance, say you refinance your mortgage, they kick out the end date. If you refinance against your retirement, the end date stays the same. So you miss a payment or two, and then your payments go up. And you still have to have it paid off by the same amount of time. Again, I'll let the commissioners think over this. I'm not asking for a decision today, but we could make a limit of refinancing once a year.
I would think.
So again, I'll give the commissioners time to think over that. That would be my.
Is that an option we have to afford our employees, that they can come borrow against their retirement money?
That is an option that the IRS allows people with their retirement accounts is to borrow against them.
Yeah, I just think that's.
It's maybe a bad idea, but
think
is
it's
it
a
something
bad
that you
idea.
want to control and say you're allowed to or you're not allowed
But
to?
well, so we can control how many times they refinance. I think the
Right.
IRS allows them to borrow from themselves.
Wow. I would do once a year, a one-time loan on that a year would be my take on that.
Okay.
It's not designed to be a revolving loan fund.
It's a bad idea.
It is.
And but I
'Cause you
mean, I
can-
don't know that you should. It's up to you guys whether or not you want to
Well-
put restrictions on it. My understanding from again the previous administrator was that it was mostly our sheriff's department that was taking out these loans. I think they might have been the only ones, and a lot of them had loans.
Because you pay interest on that, you have to pay the interest on, then you pay a penalty for pulling it out. I mean, it's stupid, that's stupid money to borrow.
Yeah.
If you need money, go down and put it on a credit card or go borrow from a bank. That's stupid to pull it out of a retirement account. I mean, that's.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to argue with you.
Worst damn money there
There.
is. But I guess, whatever they got.
Changed my mind.
So then this is a new statutory change that's being allowed is on the county matching portion, or the employer matching portion now, the employer can contribute more than the employee. And so one thing that we could do to help with retention, especially if we're able to institute a step program for pay, is right now we match the employee's 5% contribution. They put in 5% of their salary, we put in 5% of their salary. So all the employees that are in this are saving 10%, which is really good. But after talking with Billy and Phaedra afterwards, we thought maybe a good incentive program would be for the first 10 years, we match 5%, and then at years 11 through 15, go up to where the county kicks in 6%, and then year 16 plus, the county could kick in 7%. And of course, that's going to affect the budget, so I'll give you time to digest that.
Can you give them an idea, and this
We're
might,
gonna have to
of how much
look at the
it will
numbers,
affect
because
the budget?
We're working on those numbers.
That could be a good, that could be an incentivizer too. I mean, that could be to keep employees that you want to keep.
Mm-hmm. So I'll try to have some numbers worked out. Like I said, this happened late Friday, so I'll try to get some more solid numbers on those and present them next week. But that was a statutory change that before wasn't allowed. You couldn't put in more than your employees. So I think, unless I'm forgetting something, which I may be, that would conclude my report.
Thank you, County Administrator, Mr. Powers. We're going to go on to the John Baxter, the County Attorney
I'll be
report.
quick, Mr. Dietrich. We've got a mediation scheduled next week that I'm going to do with insurance attorneys on an employment law case, a former employee that we had. There's also, just to make sure you guys were aware, I mean, it's nothing that we're really personally invested or involved in, but the Sheriff's Department does have a number of employees that have claims against the sheriffs right now. Insurance covers those, and I'd say more than our other departments. I can't think of even another department other than Health has one from a few years ago. But there's also, we're still waiting from the Court of Appeals on that MVIC appeal that we did. The Kinder Morgan case is set for oral arguments in Denver in 2 weeks from today at 1:30 p.m. Presumably, we won't be having an afternoon session that day. If we are, then I will either miss it or be late. But I'm not going to Denver. It's going to be on Zoom. So that'll be interesting. The AG, we've met with phone conference with the AG a couple times. The Attorney General is on our side in the sense that the Attorney General's role is to defend what the BAA did. The BAA ruled for us, and so the AG represents the BAA and is going to say you should uphold what they did. Right. And we're also arguing that. So they're on our side, basically. I think that's all I wanted to update you on. That's it.
All right. Thank you, John.
Yep.
We'll go to Natural Resources Planning and Public Lands Report with James Dietrich. James, thanks for being patient with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Is this yours? No, this is just.
Okay, gentlemen. I'm going to lead off with the easy stuff here first.
Okay.
And I think Shaq's got an email that I sent that has well, I can talk about it.
There's an email that he sent you.
Getting it right now.
So what this is I've been working on the historic maps and route research. And so what I've done is I've compiled 41 of the original plat maps that I pulled off of the BLM GLO website. I've digitized all those maps and then attached them to our GIS system so that we can overlay the roads that we have, and they all fit in. And so as we can see, there are 41 of those old original maps, and I digitized all the routes that I could find that exist on those maps. And as you can see, it's not very uniform. We got one map up there that's got a substantial amount of of routes compared to the rest of those maps. And I don't know why that is, but kind of interesting. Most of these routes do not have names associated with them. Every now and then something does. For example, the Utah Wagon Road is indicated. I think that is the old Spanish Trail is what I think that is. And if you go to the next slide, you can see, zoom in and you can sort of see what I'm working with here. It's difficult, but yes, their old routes are on that. So I've identified all the ones that I can see. I've passed this information on, and so that'll be reviewed by the citizens that have requested this. I've got probably about a half dozen more historic maps associated with that are not digitized, but they should be good maps for them to take a look at anything they think may be up in the forest that we might want to include on our county road map. So this has all been submitted, and I don't know how long it'll take them to review this, but hopefully not too long, and we'll get that back. So also had some citizens that have been asking about road closures that have been happening up in the Fish Creek area. So these road closures are all actually in Dolores County, and they're really pretty much on both sides of Black Mountain. So they affect roads 404 and 305, and these are at the north end of Fish Creek. Some of these roads have been closed and reclaimed as per the RICO West Dolores plan. So that's when the Forest Service notified essentially everybody that they were intending to close some of these roads. Most of these roads really are user-created routes, and what I was told today is that these were non-system roads to begin with. So that's what the Forest Service storyline is on this. And again, all these are up in Dolores County. It sounds like they are coordinating with the Dolores County Commissioners on that. So that's kind of the extent of the knowledge I have at this time on that issue. Moving on to the BLM. The BLM Transportation Alternative Plan will be coming out soon. They will be releasing the EA on that. They're waiting for us to get through the road hearing that we will have on the 29th. Once that road hearing, whatever happens at the end of that road hearing, they'll make a decision, whether or not they're going to put more into the EA based on that. And really, what that comes down to is that summit area. And so, as we generate the comments that we will turn in, one of the things I'm going to focus on is access and the easements for access, because they've pointed out that they're lacking proper easements in several areas. For the most part, this plan is going to focus on all the BLM lands except for Canham, because Canham has its own travel management plan. However, I think it's worth mentioning everything in there, so I'm going to include all the access points that we've talked about. Doesn't hurt to remind them. There's some other things I think are worth mentioning. For example, the regional connectivity to link Cortez to the Rimrocker Trail. And of course, we've been working with the Forest Service on that, but as you go further north, you're going to be crossing more and more BLM lands. And as you get closer up to the Rimrocker Trail, it's almost all BLM. So then I got started thinking about that, and this is kind of a non-BLM related comment, but that Sagehand route would be the perfect route for the gravel grinding route. So we could still identify that as a great route. And this gravel grinding is something that's kind of new to me, but apparently there are a lot of mountain bikers that don't like the really hard technical trails, and they'd prefer just to ride a dirt road. Well, that is a perfect connection for something like that. And we can still continue to work with the Forest Service on making that motorized connection come over to the Boggy Draw Trail. So I'll continue to push forward on that.
They also invented a bike. It's called a gravel bike.
Is that right?
Yeah,
Wow.
I have one.
Oh, no kidding. Wow. Yeah, this stuff advances so fast I can't keep
A
up.
road bike, except for it has inch tires.
A little broader tire.
Yeah.
So apparently this has really taken off like wildfire.
Yeah.
So. And clearly bicycling is something that's important to our community. It is important to our economy, and it's probably going to increase in importance over time. So.
It took almost 8 years. We're going to have Commissioner Tell on one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely.
Part of my rehab, man. Part of my rehab.
That's funny. It's part of my rehab too for my back. They're saying bike riding's great. So I guess I'll kind of get back in the club here. We have to park the Harley for a while. I don't know. So the other thing we'll be adding is parking areas, and we'll specifically mention the ones having to do with County Road 41 and also Summit, depending on what the outcome of our meeting is, the public hearing. And so, there's other things in there, like, for example, the dispersed camping up at Chutes and Ladders. Then the Mud Springs, they want to expand some of the open riding area in Mud Springs, and so we'll comment on all that and support all that. I think we already know all this. However, I did pass that proposed EA on to the commissioners. I think you've all got a copy of that. So if there's anything else we can think of, just let me know, and I'll be sure and roll that in. I will have this done by next week on the 29th to correspond with our hearing. Then we've been notified by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service that they're planning to list the Chapin Mesa milk vetch as an endangered species.
What in the world is that?
Yeah, it looks, it's a rare plant, and so what they're going to do is designate 3,635 acres in Montezuma County as critical habitat.
What is
Well,
the
that got
name
me
of that
worried.
plant again?
It's the Chapin Mesa milk vetch. And
What lands, where's this plant at?
okay, yeah, so that's what I was getting to. That worried me a little bit. As it turns out, it's all within Mesa Verde National Park. And also the Ute Mountain Ute tribe. So I think we're clear as far as the impact on private land.
Boy, that'd be nice. Yeah.
So that is good news. And I don't think it will affect anything as far as the Mesa Verde Trail, anything like that. So I think we're in the clear. But they did mention that will be listed. I wanted to remind the commissioners about the breakwater meeting that we're planning to have tomorrow at 3 o'clock. It'll be here in the commissioners' meeting room. Mr. Peter Odenbach will be here. He's from the Wave Eater product line. And wanted to mention that I've ran this past the Montezuma County Recreation Advisory Committee, and I think uniformly we're getting message back that we should probably pursue this, and they're strongly supportive of this. I wanted to include them because we've got two engineers that sit on that committee, and one of them at least has got some experience in doing some marine work. So I thought this was a really good thing to get them involved in. So we will plan to meet here at 3 tomorrow. We'll have the presentation, and then we'll take a trip up to the marina to take a look at it on site. Did want to get the Forest Service also involved in that because, of course, we got to get it signed off and everything, get their engineering approval, all that kind of stuff. So if they can get their head around this product and decide whether or not this is something that they want to see, this is something that will probably help us out as we move on along. So then we're getting on to the harder stuff. So we've got a citizen complaint regarding the floodplain development. There's a deck that went in up the river that's got a yurt on it, and so I've been working with the owner there. I think that we can get him in compliance with the floodplain regulations pretty easily. That part's not terribly hard for the most part. He is in an AE zone, and since kind of red flags have gone up to FEMA, I've been in more contact with them, and within this AE zone, that's where we need to do the no-rise certifications. What I've been doing in the past on that has been, I've been using basically an affidavit from engineers on that say, hey, this thing it's a deck, it's got caissons, and it's got supporting post, and there's probably no chance that's going to cause any kind of a rise. So in the past, that's the way we've been handling that. Now, that doesn't technically meet what FEMA wants us to do, and that's going to be kind of a problem. What I'm going to do is I'm going to set up a meeting with FEMA. It'll be essentially a workshop. We'll set that up sometime next week if we can work it in. I'll involve planning so we can all start getting our heads around this a little bit better. But basically what it comes down to is we got 3 zones that we got to deal with in Montezuma County. We got an A zone, we got an AE zone, and an AO zone. And I'll read you the description of each one of those zones. The A zone are areas with a 1% annual chance of flooding and a 26% chance of flooding over the life of a 30-year mortgage. Because detailed analysis are not performed for such areas, no depths or base flood elevations are shown within these zones. We have quite a bit of A zone up that river, and they're pretty hard to determine. For the AE zone, the base flood is the base floodplain where base flood elevations are provided. AE zones are now used on the new format firms instead of they had like an A1 through A30, and it encompasses, anyway, they consolidated everything. And then we have the AO zone, and that is river or stream flood hazard areas with a 1% or greater chance of shallow flooding each year, usually in the form of sheet flow with an average depth ranging from 1 to 3 feet. These areas have a 26% chance of flooding over the life of a 30-year mortgage. Average flood depths are derived from detailed analysis and are shown within these zones. So really, I think our biggest problem zones are the AE zones. And one of the things that causes us some problems in that zone is we don't have a mapped floodway. If we happen to have a mapped floodway, that would probably help the situation out a little bit, because if you have a mapped floodway, all projects, let me see if I can read this correctly here.
Does the map floodway, that just means when the river rises, the way it spreads out?
They've determined where the main flow of that mapped floodway, that's where the main flow of the river is gonna carry it. So as long as you stay out of that mapped floodway, you don't need additional engineering. So that's the wonderful thing about that. Now, where we get in trouble is when we don't have a mapped floodway, and we don't have a mapped floodway in any of it. So I'll just read the email that he sent me. In Zone AE without floodway, the requirement is all proposed development must be reviewed to ensure it does not cause more than a 0.5 foot increase, half a foot increase in base flood elevations. To be honest, I think the zone is more of a challenge than Zone AE with floodway. At least the firm map has a floodway, developer, property owner, etc., knows as long as they stay out of the footprint of the floodway, they do not need additional engineering. On the other hand, AE without floodway, which is our situation, all projects need engineering to determine if it causes more than a 0.5 foot rise. This requirement falls under the 44 CFR, if you want to see what the regulation reads. In Zone A, the best available data must be used to meet these requirements. CFR 44 again basically says to use any local, state, or federal information to implement the locally adopted regulations. So if there's information available, it must be used to ensure the proposed project is not causing more than a half a foot rise in base flood elevations. Within Zone A, I believe that our affidavit still works, and FEMA seems to agree with that. So it's in the AE without floodway that we run into trouble. And I'm going to read what they're saying we should do for those areas.
Who built this deck? And this?
His name is Mr. William Grace, and he's from, I think, Cave Creek, Arizona, if I recall right.
Will and Grace.
Yeah. So the engineering analysis, it's a heavy lift. So what they're saying we need to do is obtain the effective model from the FEMA engineering library, create a duplicate effective model to reproduce the model, create a corrected effective model to fix errors or add topographic data, create a pre-project existing conditions model to reflect any man-made changes, and then create a post-project proposed conditions model to reflect the project. So in other words, they're taking a look at cumulative effects on that, and so that's a pretty heavy lift. And talking to an engineer about this, he says he doesn't even do these anymore. He'd have to hire somebody out to do this and run it through a pretty substantial amount of engineering modeling to get this completed. So what he's saying is that this could add as much as $5,000 to $10,000 to any permit. And, for a deck or something like that, that just seems, kind of over the top. So that's why I've been kind of taking the approach I've been taking. And we're a pro-development county. We don't want to throw up roadblocks. I felt like all along this affidavit was probably sufficient. And talking to the FEMA guy, I think he feels like I do on that, especially in a rural area. We're not in the mile-high flood district or anything like that. You know, this is a rural area.
Down in downtown Denver, are you?
That's right. So he's been arguing that this is excessive for rural areas, and what he's getting back is that they don't care. That's the rule, and we're going to follow it. So you know, I don't know exactly how to handle this. This is not something I want to go. This is not the path I want to go down, and yet this is kind of what's keeps being thrown at us. And
Who jurisdicts over this? Who is this, FEMA?
it's FEMA, yes.
We can enforce, though, our land use code. If you all wanted to, we could fine him, we could take him to court. So you do have that option.
I saw your email, is it just the patio, the concrete driveway where he's out of compliant, or is
Well,
it
it's
just
his
really
whole structure.
So it is the whole structure?
Yeah, yes.
What was the distance?
I don't know what the distance is, Jim, and the way I've handled that is I ask him to provide certification that he's in compliance. And so his engineer will then make a determination on what that distance is. And of course, we've got a problem with that distance because you know how riverbanks, you know, they move.
They change.
Yeah.
And so, you know, I thought it'd be better to have a third party certify that than to have us go out there and get in an argument over, you know, how we read the 100-foot tape.
Yeah.
So hopefully we can help this gentleman get moved on along, but kind of in the future, it's starting to look like, you know, we've got red flags on us now, and we're probably going to have to start being a little more careful about how we handle this. So. Again, I don't want to go down this path, but I really don't. You know, if you know somebody's calling up FEMA and saying, "Hey, these guys ain't doing it right," you know, we're probably going to get, you know, they're going to be coming down on us. So we'll have to kind of get our head around this and try to find you know the best strategy forward on it. And again, that's why I'm setting up a meeting with FEMA so that we can ask some questions. For example, you know, does this apply to a concrete patio out there? Or are we good with that? The other thing is, you know, anybody that goes in and rebuilds a septic system is maybe in the same situation. So I want to get a clear answer on that. You know, I feel like, you know, probably they should get a floodplain development permit to do that. But boy, I tell you, going through, you know, any of this kind of stuff seems pretty excessive. We'd rather not have that happen. Again, we're pro-development county. We don't want to throw up roadblocks for people. So we'll do what we can do to kind of move through this and try to lighten the load as best we can for folks. So as soon as we get that meeting set up, I'll kind of let everybody know if anybody would like to attend. We can all sit through that together. Otherwise, we'll work through it with the planning department, make sure we kind of get our heads around this as best we can, and then bring forward more information. So anyway, so to end on a sour note, I guess that's the kind of the end of my presentation for the day.
4 o'clock, you're supposed to be bringing us up.
Yes, well.
James, you talked about a meeting going up Granite Mesa on that proposed pedestrian trail.
Yes.
When is that?
So we had to push that off to next Wednesday, and the reason we did that is because that representative from Wave Eater was here in town this Wednesday.
Okay.
So yes,
so,
and I'll
Shaq, can you
send us an invite?
An invite.
Yes, I'll send you an invite to that shack, and we can get that forwarded on.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else?
No, I haven't got anything else for the day.
Anything develop on that piece of property behind Vista Verde Village?
No movement on that. Although the other property we could still have some conversations about. So I did, of course, talk to the lady, and she's waiting for that tax lien sale to come about in November, and then she anticipates, being successful with that, and then she will go ahead and go through, whatever it takes to get her paperwork in line to actually get the deed in hand. She thinks it's going to be, say early spring by the time she gets that figured out. She sounded very positive. I told her about the whole concept of a county campus and all of our thoughts about it. She seemed very interested. The only thing she didn't seem very interested in is anything that's going to resemble Vista Verde. She was kind of a little upset about that. But that's neither here nor there, and I think she understands that at this point. So anyway,
Thank you, James,
Okay.
for your report.
You bet.
Appreciate it. And thanks for being patient with us.
All day long.
Yes, County Commissioners report.
I have nothing.
The DAV, they handed us a paper, and when I read through it real quickly, they were asking for a waiver of, do you have that? Of
Oh,
fees for
a waiver
the-
of the fees. I did,
Yeah.
where was that at?
I handed it
Oh,
to
right
you.
here it is, right here, yeah. Yeah,
For what,
Lindsay
this-
Gear, chapter, for the request a waiver of the fees for the use of the county annex on November 28th. I think so, if it's, it would like to.
I think we've waived them in the past,
sure we
haven't
have.
we? I just, as I'm looking at this, I didn't want that to get away from us and then not be able to address it, so, per this request from Commander
Good catch.
Byler? Sorry if I butchered that. To waive the fees for the annex for November 28, 2020 for their 9th annual Christmas craft fair.
Second.
Motion and second to waive the annex fees for the Lindsay Gear, Chapter 44 request for the county annex for the annual Christmas craft fair. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Kim, when you are done with that, can you send that to me so I can get it to John, please?
And if there's a deposit involved,
Yes,
do you
they-
want the minutes to reflect that they pay the deposit, they get it back, or do you
Cleaning
want it to-
deposit is mandatory of everybody, and then it's
Correct.
returned when the building's done and cleaned and, yeah, right.
Correct.
I just
And
wanted
I
to make-
think that's standard. I don't think we
Right.
waived that.
No,
Kim.
no, never have.
Kim.
I'll give it to her. Or you can-
I'll make mine super short. I was on a Zoom meeting last night of the mighty dozen, basically commissioners from around the southwestern region. We have a call with the governor's office next Monday night. They're giving us 45 minutes, which is not a lot of time. So we basically tried to develop 3 questions, which are the highest priority questions, and they'll be sending that out. But the biggest one is testing for COVID, and then the second biggest one, which I kind of think should move up on the plate, is having a lab on this side of the western state. With I-70 getting cut off, with the snowstorm we just had a couple of weeks ago, one of the couriers went off of the road and had an accident holding all those tests. Therefore, the tests were not delivered in time. So it's really critical that not everything is getting sent to the Front Range as far as a lab. It may be a temporary lab, and we could even, set up something in this county while we look at that. But that's a conversation that we'll have next Monday night.
Is it pretty complicated, the lab to do that?
I don't know. I did have a conversation with Dr. Aiken. Obviously our lab at the hospital handles all of their testing for the BD Max, it sounds like. But, if you were handling all these other counties, it would probably be overwhelmed and wouldn't be big enough to take care of it. Plus, it's another thing that the state said that they would do in the beginning, is that they were going to keep us equal to everybody else, and that we would have the same capability of getting our tests completed and on time. So I'll keep you apprised of that, and that's next Monday night. I will go to the city council meeting tonight, and I don't know if it'll come up or not, but I did get the numbers back from Rob on our County Road 23 or F, and see if it's palatable to them or not on the.
So, and Shaq, you got it from Laura, that 14.62 million economic benefit per year for the airport.
And I did forward that on to the Mayor Pro Tem, and I know that she distributed that to the rest of the council also. So as soon as I got that, that was forwarded last week. So hopefully they've digested that, and they'll have something to talk about. That really, that's all I have.
Commissioner Tell?
I don't have a report.
All right, I'm going to try to make mine longer than Shaq's, but I have no report either. Thanks for, we can, just Shaq, try to get us, longer meetings if you can. And
Yeah, would you see if you could get this up where somewhere around 5:30, 6 o'clock? It'd be a little more.
You remember what happened the month you said that was the highest payables you'd ever seen, right?
Yeah. All right.
We need to do public comment.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, would anybody like to make a comment? If you would come to the podium and say your name. Seeing none, we'll close public comment. We'll go back to the
I move we adjourn.